A note from the author. Hey there, thank you for joining me on an adventure to the Hayfork River Ranch and the nearby town of Primrose. The beautiful setting and wonderful characters are inspired by people and places I adore with my whole heart. I hope you'll love it as much as I do and visit often. The next book in the series is Christmas with the Cowboy. If you love a small town holiday romance with all the feels and some serious Christmas magic, then this is for you. Download it today. What a fun ride writing this book has been. Caught by the Cowboy is the direct result of a family reunion with our extended Sessions clan in southwestern Colorado. I knew as soon as we pulled into the driveway of the cabin that there would be a story to tell. I consider myself a Westerner at heart, having grown up in Southern California and spending my adult life in northern Utah. But researching ranching and rodeo pageants has been a real eye-opener. These young women have my utmost respect. For the sake of the story, I did have to break a couple of pageant rules, but hopefully those slight breaches won't be noticeable to those on the outside looking in. Enjoy Caught by the Cowboy.
Chapter 1. No trespassing, Emmy Jo muttered as she looked up at the sign, wondering if she should keep walking. The narrow two-track road came to an abrupt halt near a trampled barbed wire fence. Glancing around like a kid sneaking out of school, she rationalized the situation. The forest hid her from the road and the prying eyes of people driving by, and, more importantly, the river was calling to her. Never in her life had she wanted to, no, needed to wade in a cool mountain river. Maybe she'd find a place to go fly fishing without hiring a guide. That's what she needed. Time away from the glaring, relentless spotlight of social media. Time away from gossip, scandal, and humiliation. She grumbled under her breath. The next time she saw Carson Delacroix, she was going to tie him to a tree and leave him for the wolves. Puffing out a deep breath of frustration, Emmy Jo looked around for surveillance cameras. She wouldn't have been surprised if the owners had placed them all around their property. She'd be in the clear legally when she got to the river. In the West, river bottoms generally belong to the public, but the land leading up to the rivers often belonged to private property owners. Hence, the never-ending tug-of-war about how much access the public should have to rivers that cross private land. But she wasn't writing for Greeley Unexpected today, and didn't want to analyze anything, including her disastrous love life. What love life? She snorted. She just needed to clear her head. The barbed wire fence lay on the ground, so wrecked it looked as if a Humvee had rolled right over it. The meadow leading to the river was irresistibly inviting. Green, with thigh-high grasses she could hardly wait to run her fingers over. The rush of the river beckoned her, a constant burble of water ebbing and flowing along the banks and over rocks, the lifeblood of the West. It was like a siren calling to her. I mean, it's practically an invitation, Emmy Jo huffed as she took the first step over the barbed wire. Pebbles crunched under her hiking boots as she stretched her hands out, palms down, to skim the tops of the grass leading toward the river. She gulped the fresh air, feeling free for the first time in forever, as if the imaginary hands strangling her suddenly loosened their grip. Maybe it was because she felt defiant, thumbing her nose at the rules. Or maybe it was because she needed to get out of the cabin her parents had rented. After what Carson did to her, the whole family rallied around her and stole her away to a remote cabin in the mountains with no Wi-Fi or cell service. It had been a blessing with so many of them to keep her mind off her troubles, but she found the attention overwhelming and felt as if she'd suffocate. At least here she could breathe. After exploring the bank of the river for a few minutes, Emmy Jo found a large rock, sat down, and unlaced her boots. She couldn't wait to plunge her feet into the water. Ah, now that's more like it, she said, dipping her feet in, sweet relief coursing from her wriggling toes all the way to the top of her head. The water was warmer than she'd anticipated, but still cool enough to be refreshing. Leaning back on her hands, she closed her eyes and tilted her head toward the sun, breathing in crisp pine-scented air. Quaking aspen whispered in the breeze, one of her favorite sounds on the planet, along with the lulling sound of the river and something else she couldn't quite place. The snap of a twig, the brush of an animal against some bushes. She reluctantly opened her eyes one at a time and scanned the river, then glanced back toward the meadow. No one in sight. Nothing but a bright blue sky, golden sunshine, and puffy clouds scuttling by on the breeze. Of course, wildlife could be lurking around, including black bears. She'd even seen one scamper from the side of the road into the trees while driving through the canyon. But she wasn't worried. Her father had been relentless in training his children for the great outdoors. Never go unprepared. As always, she'd clipped a can of bear spray to her belt. A bird or a squirrel more than likely made the sound, so Emmy Jo leaned back and tilted her head toward the sun once more. "Excuse me, little lady, but you're on private property." Emmy Jo's eyes popped open at the sound of a man's voice. She shot to her feet from the rock, raising a hand to her heart in surprise. She realized far too late that she was teetering on a wet rock. To her utter shame and embarrassment, her arms reeled comically before she fell backwards into a deep pool, the current swift as it flowed against the rock. Not her best moment. After she came up for air, gasping, coughing, and wanting nothing more than to kick his hide up around his ears, she stopped dead in her tracks. He just sat there on his horse, doing absolutely nothing. Except, well, looking as hot as a firework on the 4th of July. "Are you just going to sit there?" Emmy Jo snapped and shot him a murderous glare. She tromped onto the bank of the river. Her cut-off denim shorts and tank top caused rivulets of water to run down her legs while she tried to squeeze water from her braids. Giving up in a huff of frustration, she snatched her boots from the rock, sat on a fallen log, and struggled to pull them on. "You seem to be doing just fine on your own." Completely relaxed and gnawing on a stalk of grass, the man was unperturbed as he took in her disheveled appearance. In fact, a tiny hint of a smile seemed to be lurking under his close-cropped beard. A tricolor border collie emerged from the trees and stopped. Panting as it looked from Emmy Jo to the cowboy and back again, it barked once happily and rushed off to chase something in the brush. "I am not fine," Emmy Jo enunciated, clipping the T in irritation, and stood up, her arms tense, her hands curled into fists. "What if the current had swept me out into the river? I could have drowned." "Then I most certainly would have come in after you on my trusty steed, lassoed you with my sturdy rope, and dragged your lovely, although rule-breaking behind out of the river and onto shore." His eyes danced with mischief and his mouth curved into an unmistakable smirk. She already wanted to hate him, except she could not stop admiring his voice. "Yeah, that's it. His voice." A deep baritone with just a hint of Texas twang that would have made her heart pump relentlessly in pleasure if it weren't already pounding from sheer embarrassment. A sexy cowboy with a smooth voice. Her great weakness in life. She'd been blinded by the fantasy when she fell in love with Carson, unable to penetrate the sheen to see what was deep inside his heart. It had gotten her into so much trouble. She wouldn't fall for it. Not again. "A cowboy with an antiquated vocabulary. That's not disturbing at all," Emmy Jo muttered and stomped past him and his horse. "Thanks for nothing, by the way," she said, turning toward him with a sassy toss of her head, her hands on her hips. "You've got quite a handle on Western cliches. Were you born in the 19th century, pardner?" "I need your name for the landowner," he replied, ignoring her attempt to bait him. "What the? Are you kidding me?" Emmy Jo's mouth hung open. "No, ma'am." The corner of his mouth hitched up as he tipped his hat. "Oh, he's just enjoying this way too much. The swine!" "I'll tell you what, cowboy," she answered in her silkiest voice, trying to smooth talk him. "I'll meet you in town for drinks, if you'll just forget you ever saw me here." He seemed to be contemplating her offer seriously for a moment, his face passive yet thoughtful. But then his face lit into the most joyful, mischievous smile as he winked at her. "I hate being winked at by insufferable men." "I don't think so, little." "Don't say it," Emmy Jo warned, pointing at him. "I'm so much more than a little lady," she replied hotly, her voice charged with indignation. "Fair enough." He sobered as a chastened expression smothered the playful smile, the tightness around his very fine eyes and perfect jaw returning. He took a small notebook out of his shirt pocket and began writing. "Are you the law around here or something?" Emmy Jo asked, surprised and chagrined. She'd only crossed a 50-foot meadow to get to the river. big deal. No, I work for the owner of this ranch and promised I'd keep track of who has trespassed, so we don't have repeat offenders. Wow, Emmy Jo said, her eyebrows shooting to the middle of her forehead. Repeat offender. I'm feeling more sympathetic to the public on this issue more all the time. Name? He asked offhandedly, still looking at the page in his notebook. Not on your life, fella. Emmy Jo waggled a finger at him. There's no way I'm giving you my name. He shot her a hard look, but then his gaze softened. Recognition seemed to light his eyes, although she couldn't imagine where they might have met before. Maybe at rodeo pageant competitions. After a lost bid for Miss Rodeo Colorado last year, she went for Miss Rodeo Mountain States and won, giving her much-needed experience to try again for the Colorado title. Putting his notebook back in his pocket, he raised his hands and scrubbed his face tiredly. He took off his hat, smoothing his hair before placing it back on his head. Now, why did he have to do that? Such dark, thick, lovely hair. Kinda curly, too. Oh, just stop! Get a grip, woman! He glanced around the meadow, then toward the river, and back to her. He seemed to be contemplating what to say next. You can be as stubborn about it as you want, but it will do you no good. I know who you are. What? She cast him a doubtful scowl, shaking her head, trying to appear as unruffled as possible. We've never met before. Emmy Jo knew it was true deep down to her bones. She would have remembered this hunky cowboy. Her stomach began to tie into knots, wondering what news he'd heard about her, and from where. She could just imagine the ruthlessness of internet trolls, trashing her reputation and questioning her silence. She hadn't been able to escape Carson's betrayal after all, no matter how far away she ran. Aren't you that highfalutin rodeo queen who dumped the governor's son on the very night of the engagement party? Such a high society snub does not go unnoticed. Emmy Jo felt her cheeks flush with heat, and she pulled a face, shaking her head in denial. No, absolutely not, she said, lying through her teeth. But the cowboy recognized it for what it was, and offered a look of sympathy. Ironically, that embarrassed her even more. She turned on her heel and stomped across the meadow back toward the road. If it makes you feel any better, Emmy Jo Jackson, the cowboy called after her, I think the governor's son is nothing but a horse's rump, not only for the way he treated you, but for other things I've seen him get away with. Got what he deserved, if you ask me. Emmy Jo slowed down just as the dog rushed out of the bushes and cantered up to her with its ears raised in a cute little whine. She reached out to let the dog sniff her hand, then she rubbed it behind the ears. Turning toward the cowboy, she said, You've issued your warning. I'm out of here. And don't worry, I'll never come back. I'll just find a landowner who doesn't mind a young woman resting on a rock and doing no harm. I'm sorry to say, and I am truly sorry, but you won't find anyone who owns land along this river to be so accommodating. There are some public stretches. Emmy Jo shook her head in frustration and picked up her pace, now more determined to put a damper on the raging fire Carson had kicked up since she booted his behind to the curb. She immediately regretted it, but he had forced her hand. Maybe she couldn't stop the lies Carson was spreading, but she couldn't cower behind her family anymore. How to fight back continued to elude her, but she was going to start swinging. Chapter 2. The screen door to the mudroom sprung back after she'd opened it, hitting Emmy Jo unexpectedly on her behind. A whistle rent the air like a referee at a football game. She looked up to see her brother leaning over the kitchen island, elbows on the counter. He stretched his head toward the mudroom, noticing that her clothes clung to her body and her braids still dripped. He chuckled and shook his head as he chased after his toddler. You just don't know how to stay out of trouble, do you? He called over his shoulder. Oh, just you hush, Wesley. Trouble won't leave me alone. I thought that was an established fact. Emmy Jo scowled and took a few steps into the kitchen, her muddy hiking boots marring the shiny wooden floor. Because her mom had been mopping the floor when she left, Emmy Jo jumped back into the mudroom, took off her boots, and tossed them into the closet. She used her stockinged foot to swipe the dirt away. She'd clean up the rest later. Your walk down to the river didn't go as planned? He asked, deadpan, taking in her disheveled appearance. Not exactly. You want to tell me about it? He said, picking up his little girl and tossing her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Rosie giggled and squirmed. You know you do. Do I look like I want to tell you about it? Emmy Jo huffed, opened the fridge, and began chugging milk out of the carton. Oh, come on, he whined, his tone boyish, reminding her of when they were kids. 2 years older, Wesley had just turned 27, but still looked like he was in college. He was the spitting image of Pops, except a little shorter and more muscular. Jenna, his wife, often said she could play with his sandy blonde locks and stare into his soft green eyes all day. Wes always made a silly face when she said things like that. Looks like you had an adventure, and you're trying to keep a secret. Does it involve a mystery man or something? Clearly teasing and trying to get a reaction. His face split into a gigantic grin, and he wriggled his eyebrows. Emmy Jo couldn't have been more surprised, for the second time that day, and she accidentally spewed milk all over the floor. Gaping at the mess, she raised a hand to her mouth. Oh no! Mom's going to kill me! I really was trying to keep it clean. She and Wesley stared wide-eyed at each other for a few silent seconds, like two kids caught playing a prank, and then dissolved into hysterical laughter. I was just taking a shot in the dark, Wesley said with a snort, as he put Rosie in a high chair and gave her some fish-shaped crackers and milk in a sippy cup. But it looks like I've hit the jackpot. Oh, for heaven's sake, Emily Joanne! Her mother, Shawnee, walked into the kitchen, staring at the splattered milk all over the floor, slapping her thigh in frustration. I just finished mopping the floor not half an hour ago. Then she paused, narrowing her eyes in suspicion, trying to gauge what had happened between her kids. Shawnee placed both hands on her hips and jutted her chin toward Emmy Jo. What happened to you? What? Don't you admire my new look? Emmy Jo protested playfully. I thought I'd try it out for the appearance category at my next pageant. What do you think? She stepped away from the mess on the floor, ruffled Rosie's cornstalk yellow hair as she walked by, and did a model's turn for her mother. You look like a drowned rat, her mom answered, deadpan, as she walked toward the storage closet and came back with a mop, handing it to her. Gee, thanks, Mom. Emmy Jo grabbed some old towels out of a nearby cabinet to sop up the mess, then used the mop to finish the job. Well, you can't look like a sparkly rodeo queen all the time, Shawnee quipped, taking in Emmy Jo's cut-off denim shorts, spaghetti-strap tank top, ball cap, and braids. Like I want to look like a sparkly rodeo queen all the time. Those costumes make me itch. Ugh, remind me to burn the Spanx when this is all over with, Emmy Jo muttered, causing Wesley to snicker under his breath. When he caught his mother's fierce glare, he feigned a cough and pounded his chest. Rosie imitated him perfectly, then squealed and clapped because she knew she'd done it so well. Thanks for your vote of confidence, her mother replied, and gave Emmy Jo the ever-annoying and thoroughly chastening mom look. Emmy Jo sighed, knowing she'd hit a nerve, although she didn't know why. Her mother could do anything, create anything. From amazing homemade meals, to handcrafted stuffed animals for Rosie, to designing and sewing high-fashion pieces for Emmy Jo to wear in pageants. She was also a retired high school science teacher. Emmy Jo was always in awe that her mother worked her creative and analytical talents to perfection. It doesn't have anything to do with the quality or the style of the clothing, Mom. Everything you make is a masterpiece, and you know it, she said, kissing her on the cheek. Now, are you going to tell me what happened, or not? Shawnee asked, exasperated. At almost 50, Mom somehow defied aging. She was still youthful, fit, and had the prettiest brown eyes on the planet, according to Pops. Shawnee placed her hands on her hips once again, her glance bouncing from kid to kid like a tennis volley, her wavy auburn hair swishing from side to side. I swear you could have told me this 10 minutes ago. And miss all the fun? Wesley raised a brow, and gave his mother a quizzical look. Emmy Jo exhaled deeply, her cheeks puffing, her lips fluttering. It sounded so much like an irritated horse. Wesley laughed, and Rosie copied him once again. Well, isn't it obvious? Emmy Jo rolled her eyes at her brother. I fell in the river. How'd you do that? Shawnee crossed her arms impatiently, waiting for Emmy Jo to be more specific and dish up the details. You've got incredible balance. I've never seen anyone barrel race better than you. I don't know. Emmy Jo shrugged, biting her lip, hoping her mother bought it. The last thing she needed was for her mom's curiosity to pique over a good-looking cowboy. As angry as her mother was at Carson for being a world-class jerk and breaking Emmy Jo's heart, Shawnee made no secret of her hope that Emmy Jo would one day find someone to cherish her. Just not paying attention, I guess. Uh-huh, her mother said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She was paying too much attention to the mystery man, Wesley quipped, and deftly dodged a fishy cracker that Emmy Jo threw at his nose. She glared at him ferociously. What? He asked innocently, holding his hands in the air. If anyone deserves a dalliance, it's you. Especially after Carson. Oh, okay, sweetheart. Wesley turned his attention to Rosie and picked her up out of the high chair. I'm getting a solid vibe from Annie M. Let's go find your mama. If you can't take the heat, Emmy Jo hollered after him. Get out of the kitchen! He finished for her as he walked into the great room and turned toward the stairs. Don't I know it, sis? He shot her a playful smile as he disappeared from view. So? Her mother asked impatiently, tapping her low-heeled cowboy boot on the floor. What really happened out there? Anything I need to be worried about? Of course not. Emmy Jo shook her head and grimaced, although she was having a hard time getting the image of the hottest cowboy alive out of her head. Honestly, it was the last thing she needed. She didn't need to complicate her life. But that thick, dark hair and those baby blues were pretty much unforgettable. She found the sneaky little smile under his whiskers adorable, even though it irritated her to death when she saw how much he enjoyed teasing her. Heaven knows she could use a little less drama in her life. No reporters, no bloggers, no one aiming their cell phone cameras at you? I didn't see anything like that. Look, Mom, I appreciate everything you're trying to do. Trying to keep any mention of me off the radar until things cool down. The whole family has been so sweet and understanding, and totally willing to string Carson upside down by his toenails for what he did. It does my heart good to know y'all have my back on this. But I've been on my own for a long time now. I mean, she raised her eyes toward the ceiling, trying to figure out a way to say she'd been suffocating without being offensive. I graduated from college and got a job 4 years ago. I know how to handle life's curveballs. I just got overwhelmed by all the attention and needed a little air. That's all. I know, honey. Shawnee wrapped Emmy Jo into a tight, lingering hug, patting her back. You absolutely did the right thing. Carson doesn't deserve you. Pulling away and resting her hands on Emmy Jo's shoulders, her mother searched her eyes, probing. So, who's the mystery man? I don't know. Emmy Jo sighed and sat down on one of the bar stools, slumping. He wanted to report me for trespassing, but I wouldn't give him my name. Her mother narrowed her eyes, thinking. But then he recognized me as the highfalutin rodeo queen who dumped her fiancé at the engagement party. He said that, huh? I guess trying to ignore the whole fiasco has backfired. Shawnee sighed in resignation. Seems like people on social media are following what the opposition has to say and criticizing you for not making a statement. I'd hoped something else would fill the news cycle and everyone would stop clawing at you to get your side of the story. I guess you'll have to make a statement after all. No. Emmy Jo blanched at the thought. She was good at public speaking, had won that category in every pageant she entered. Her ability to be relaxed in front of a camera and crew got her a part-time reporting job for the Cowboy channel, in addition to writing for Greeley Unexpected, a local blog. But this was different. letting the whole world in on her private life? Please don't even suggest it. Maybe it just needs a few more days to die down. Well, at least you've had a few days where you didn't have to think about all the damage Carson has done. Yeah, it was a nice break. The river is really pretty. I think I'd like to go fly fishing, but I'll probably have to hire a guide. Cole and Clint are scouting a public stretch of the river right now, so I doubt a guide will be necessary when you could go with your brothers. Looking down, her mother pressed her lips together nervously. So, is he cute? Shawnee asked, arching a curious brow. Her mother still had stars in her eyes for Pops, and was never-endingly optimistic that Emmy Jo would find her one true love, despite the Carson debacle. What? Oh, Emmy Jo said in realization, blushing. He sure is. Never been as shocked to see a hot cowboy on horseback as I was to see him. He's got a cute dog, too. But he's as grumpy as an old ornery bull. I can honestly say I'll be happy if I don't ever see him again. Hey, baby girl, her father Levi said brightly as he walked into the kitchen from the mudroom. Pops was tall and lanky, losing his hair, but made up for it with a spectacular handlebar mustache. When she told her parents how desperately she wanted to pursue the Miss Rodeo Colorado title, they'd pulled her into a group hug and agreed to support her. A former cowboy on the rodeo circuit himself, Levi loved the way of life and being around animals. Emmy Jo was eternally grateful he'd made a fortune in the insurance business before retiring, so they could help financially and otherwise. So many young rodeo queens didn't have the financial backing, and it broke her heart. Removing his cowboy hat and placing it on the counter, he pulled a bandana from his back pocket of his Wranglers to wipe the sweat from his brow before stealing a kiss from his wife. Hey, Pops. Anything new? Your beautiful buckskin is just as healthy and spry as ever. I think Annie Oakley misses you. You need to get out and do some riding. The next pageant isn't too far off. You can't let this thing with Carson destroy you. Got to get back up on the horse, sweetheart. I will, but that's not what I meant, Emmy Jo replied anxiously. Oh, you mean, what's the dirtbag been slinging around on social media today? Well, I drove into town to get a cell signal. What he's saying? It ain't pretty. Levi's lips turned down, his mustache drooping. Pulling out his phone and swiping at the screen to open the already loaded page from the internet, Pop's hand hovered in the air. Nah, he said, stuffing the phone into his back pocket. You don't need to see this, Emmy Jo. It doesn't matter what he's saying. The truth is on our side. Give me the phone, Emmy Jo said, stretching her hand toward her father. Please? Pops relented with a sigh. She took the phone and sat down on a bar stool to read. Emmy Jo's decision to cancel the wedding has literally destroyed me. I'm crushed. I don't understand what happened. 1 minute we're announcing our engagement and partying, and the next thing I know, she's screaming, pounding my chest, and calling everything off. I've never been more humiliated in my life. As to her accusations, sure, I slept around before the engagement party. What red-blooded man doesn't? But that stopped when I thought she would say yes to our forever. The irony here is that Emmy Jo's suggesting she hasn't. What a laugh. I've heard cowboys on the rodeo circuit talk about the girls they bed, and Emmy Jo's name comes up a lot. She was seduced by the glamour of it all, by the glitzy parties and a desire to conquer the most prize-winning cowboy. But I've forgiven her. I'm still crazy about Emmy Jo, and want to spend the rest of my life with the next Miss Rodeo Colorado. This hiding is so unlike her. Her family is shielding her from me. I just know it. They think Emmy Jo's the victim, but it's really me. I don't have access to the most important person in my life. I'm the most harmless man in Emmy Jo's world. Come back to me, Em, please. I'll make everything all right, baby girl. So now he's calling me a slut? Great. Emmy Jo puffed out an indignant breath and threw her head back, then folded her arms angrily across her chest. And it is so not okay to call me baby girl. What is wrong with him? I'm your baby girl, Pops. No one else's. Glad to hear it. The corner of his mouth hitched up into a crooked smile, his mustache completely skiwampus. Carson is going off the rails. First, he's angry and denies everything. Then he attacks you. The things he said in public about you, the lies. It's a good thing I've kept my distance, he growled. My fists still ache to plow into his stupid face. Why does his mother, the governor for crying out loud, let him get away with it? Emmy Jo's mind raced back to when she and Carson were kids. They grew up just a few houses apart in the outskirts of Greeley, where riding horses, ranching, and farming were a way of life. They'd become inseparable as kids, stole kisses in junior high, and eventually became high school sweethearts. After high school, she followed him from rodeo to rodeo, cheering for him during his bull riding days. She stayed by his side for weeks after he got thrown, blew out his shoulder, and had to have multiple surgeries. The injuries took more away from Carson than being unable to ride anymore. It was as if he somehow needed to compensate for what he'd lost. He'd always had a fondness for keggers on the weekends, but then he started binge drinking every day and blowing up at her for the tiniest little things. Emmy Jo forgave his misdeeds repeatedly, hoping Carson would wake up and find his way back to being the man she'd grown to love, despite his many flaws. But he never did. Emmy Jo had never felt more physical pain in her life than when she broke it off with Carson, even more than when he slapped her around. It left a gaping hole in her heart. Almost all of her dreams for the future were wrapped up in him, living on a beautiful piece of land in the mountains with the man of her dreams, where they could raise kids and horses, and share the same kind of deep love she saw in the eyes of her parents every day. On the night of their engagement party, 2 women took Emmy Jo aside and told her they'd both had affairs with Carson, and they knew of more. When she questioned why they'd waited so long to tell her, they said Carson had paid them off, but they didn't feel good about letting Emmy Jo go through with the wedding. They'd finally decided to side with Emmy Jo and tell the truth about her intended. Thank the good Lord for that. It's taken me too long to realize it, but Carson just isn't what he pretends to be, Emmy Jo said, a shiver running down her spine. All the time she'd seen Carson engage in questionable behavior slammed into her consciousness like a deadly mudslide. Little acts of dishonesty lurked in the background, like forgetting to pay for dinner at the drive-in, sneaking into football games, paying someone over 21 to buy beer for him and his friends, and lying to his mom about everything. She now realized this shadowy behavior was just the tip of the iceberg. Being Carson's girlfriend had been an adventure, the harmless pranks, as he called them, adding to the glamour and excitement of dating a rowdy, sexy cowboy. How could I have been so blind all these years? Looking back on it, she realized her vision had been fogged by Carson's attractiveness. He really was hotter than a $2 pistol. A counterweight to his deceit, she mistook the overwhelming physical attraction for love. Her heart simply wouldn't allow her to believe he was rotten to the core. It made it easy to look the other way and just have fun with him. And that's what she wanted at the time, to have fun. But there were consequences. Like a counterfeit gun, Carson was also a fake that blew up in her face. A rookie mistake she would never make again. And that included the hunky cowboy she just met at the river. Emmy Jo sighed in relief every time she thought about it. She dodged a bullet. It was a wonder that she'd gotten out of the way fast enough. She'd been dragging her feet on dealing with Carson for way too long. I think the fact that his mother is governor encourages Carson's outrageous behavior. She's a good person, but has never been able to keep Carson in check. Now he's trying to save face. Shawnee drummed her fingers on the counter, her brows furrowed in thought. Carson's got to come out shooting after what you said to him at the party. Too bad several people caught that shout and shove fest with their cell phones. Social media's just evil sometimes. Oh, it's a mess. Emmy Jo moaned, feeling sick to her stomach. Kick him real hard in the nads! Clint, her youngest brother, walked into the kitchen carrying his fishing rod, a wicked grin lighting his face. Get that out of here right now! Shawnee cried, pointing toward the mudroom. Clint did an about-face and tucked his rod into a corner. Or we can bury our heads in the sand for a bit and fry up some of these tasty cutthroat trout. Cole, her younger brother, and Clint's twin, arched a brow in invitation as he showed them fish in a small cooler. Interested? Thanks, but I've got to get out of these wet clothes. Emmy Jo's eyes stung with tears. She rushed from the kitchen to her bedroom and searched for her robe in the closet. After pulling off her soaked clothing and wrapping the plush robe around her, she fell onto the bed, her head in her hands, crying. She was trying so hard to be strong, to get through this mess with some dignity, with her head up. But Carson just kept kicking her while she was down. What will this do to my reputation? Would anyone take her seriously as she vied for the Miss Rodeo Colorado crown? Or would they believe that she dumped Carson, the governor's precious son, the night of their engagement party because she was an evil, vindictive shrew? Carson was just being a good old boy, they'd say, drinking a little, flirting with the ladies, and sowing his wild oats. All of that supposedly before he was to be engaged. Yeah, right, Emmy Jo seethed. To them, she was just a high-prancing writer and fluffy-headed correspondent who overreacted and stabbed him through the heart. It had been a long week of trying to put the darn thing behind her, and she didn't think she could do it anymore. It wasn't working anyway. Despite her family's good intentions, she needed another plan of action. A gentle tap on the door distracted her from her miserable thoughts, and she scooted toward the edge of the bed. Yes, she answered, trying to stifle the sniffles. Her dad opened the door with a sympathetic smile. You look lower than a snake's belly in a wagon rut. Pops, Emmy Jo smiled through her tears. I'm not a little girl anymore. You don't have to say silly things like that to cheer me up. She tried to mop up her tears with the palms of her hands. Her dad pulled a fresh tissue out of his front pocket, gave it to her, and sat down beside her. I think I know a guy, he said cryptically, a sneaky smile spreading across his face. You know a guy? I hope that doesn't mean you're going to hire someone to whack Carson. No, nothing like that, he chuckled. Although I can't say it wouldn't give me pleasure after the way he's treated you. Pops, Emmy Jo whispered in exasperation. Okay. He raised his hands in surrender. I met an old friend at the coffee shop this morning who's got some solid experience in dousing flames. Not sure what you're getting at, Pops. Emmy Jo's eyebrows collided in confusion as she blew her nose. I think he's got some good ideas on how he can get you out of this pile of horse pucky. I'm listening. Let's go talk to him sometime this week, okay? Levi draped his arm around Emmy Jo's shoulders and pulled her in for a hug. If you say so, Pops, she said, disbelieving. All I've heard from you for the last 10 days is to lay low and stay out of the public eye. Leaning against her father's shoulder, Emmy Jo felt her lips curl into a tiny smile. Maybe it was the turning point she needed to move forward. Or maybe not. But whatever her dad had up his sleeve, she was going to take full advantage of it. She'd do just about anything to change the public's perception of her, so she could get out and live her life. She had a dream to chase, a rodeo contest to win, and she wasn't about to let Carson Delacroix have power over her anymore. Or any other cowboy for that matter, no matter how ridiculously handsome. Chapter 3. What's the matter, cowpoke? Jake Holloway asked Will Hawkins over a cup of steaming hot coffee, startling Will out of his troubled thoughts. You're looking around like a little lost calf. Will tapped his pen on the doodles he'd drawn in the margin of his notebook and cast Jake an apologetic smile. After the early morning feeding got underway on the ranch, he left the ranch hands to finish the job while he went on his daily run. He and Jake always met at Jess and Della's Grub and Coffee to get breakfast and work up what needed to be done on the ranch for the rest of the day. Jake grew up with Will's dad and was a close family friend, and had been the foreman of the Langenberger Ranch for as long as he could remember. Short and beefy, but strong as an ox, he sported a silvery, bushy goatee. Had a run-in on the trail yesterday, Will mumbled and leaned back into the corner of the high-backed red vinyl booth. Raising his hand to the back of his neck instinctively, he noticed heat still emanated from the embarrassment he felt over the incident. Who's on the wrong end of your stick now? Jake sighed and shook his head at Will, as if he were a petulant child. Everyone in Primrose knows you'll bark at anyone who don't respect the land. Will thought about telling Jake his tale of woe, until Della ushered a family into the large booth under the window. He blanched at the sight of them. Emmy Jo Jackson and her family sat only one table over and across from him and Jake. But then he pressed his lips together, shook his head, and settled back into the corner of the booth. Jake raised his eyebrows in question and peered around the corner of the booth to see what had caused Will to slink toward the wall. Can you believe that jerk? A snarky teen voice sliced through the murmur of the coffee shop, making Will grimace. A few patrons took notice. He'd hoped to keep the run-in private. Even though he knew he was in the right, it had left a bad taste in his mouth. He should not have been so hard on Emmy Jo's younger brothers. Not even Jess and Della's cinnamon roll and a cup of joe could wash it away. Lower your voice, son, for heaven's sake, Emmy Jo's dad said, his voice straining for patience, as everyone in the group sat down. Will recognized him from the altercation on the trail. They had not been properly introduced. The thought made him sad. He seemed like a fine fellow. Mom, I'm telling you. The boy turned toward a woman Will assumed was Emmy Jo's mother. He yelled at us for riding our one-wheels on the trail. And he wasn't even a forest ranger. Just some half-naked jogger and his barking dog, the obnoxious teen continued. The patrons in the restaurant began to take notice and turn their heads toward the ruckus. Will heard a few snickers, his friends shooting him knowing grins. They all knew that when he wasn't managing the ranch with Jake and his brothers, he blew off steam by running the trails in one of the most picturesque canyons in the world. The barrage of questioning glances made him feel as if he'd taped a bullseye on his forehead, screaming for attention, and he didn't want Emmy Jo to see him. He was experiencing something he hadn't felt in a long time, a good dose of shame. He wished he'd behaved better when he ran into her family. Will tucked himself tighter into the corner, trying to disappear from view. The unwanted attention made beads of sweat pop up under his collar. Tugging on the neckband of his work shirt, he undid a couple of more buttons. Then he grabbed a toothpick to gnaw on, trying to appear nonchalant. Jake turned back to look Will dead in the eye. Maybe you should have kept your cool just this once. No doubt about that, Will sighed in resignation, remembering the incident. Everyone in the group rode a mountain bike, except for the boys. They were cruising on what looked like electric skateboards. Will had come around a bend in the trail, and one of Emmy Jo's brothers, probably the one giving him the drubbing, slammed into him, both of them falling backwards and hitting the rocks hard. Reeling from the fall and angry from the resulting pain in his back, shoulders, and hands, Will unleashed his tongue and kept going until he caught sight of Emmy Jo. He'd stopped abruptly and shot her an apologetic glance. Taking a deep breath to find his bearings, he put his hands on his hips, embarrassment engulfing him. Normally, he wouldn't have given a second thought about giving people a piece of his mind about rule breaking, but he hadn't delivered the message effectively either. At least not in a way that would motivate these kids to change their behavior. And that was the endgame here. He wanted kids out in the wilderness, but they also needed to learn how to respect and care for it without injuring others, so everyone could enjoy it for years to come. And for some inexplicable reason, he didn't want Emmy Jo to get even more mad at him. She'd looked pretty bent out of shape when she stomped away from the river a few days ago. But on the trail with her family, she'd raised a brow in amusement. Her mouth quirked into an appreciative smile, as if she were teasing him for running shirtless and falling to the ground like a cartoon character. Then, just as quickly, she looked away and wouldn't make eye contact with him again. An older man with a handlebar mustache that Will assumed was Emmy Jo's father got off of his bike and tried to cool things down between them. After Will tried reasoning with the teens about why one-wheels were dangerous to hikers and joggers, waste of breath despite the collision, he had given up. He could feel the heat of their annoyance as they watched him run down the trail, shooting lasers of recrimination at his sweaty back. He claimed they're motorized vehicles, snorted an older teen in derision, and they're not allowed on trails. Rosie's on your side, guys, said another man in the group, jostling a toddler on his lap, trying to keep her from squirming out of his grasp. He shared the family resemblance, blonde hair and high cheekbones, except for his lighter eyes. Will figured he must be an older brother. A pretty woman beside him dug into a fancy backpack for a toy and offered it to the toddler. The little girl swiped at it with a resounding no. Will couldn't help but laugh. They do have motors, though, don't they? Even if they are high-tech, Will heard another woman say and scooted away from the wall to get a better look. She was a bit older, with wavy auburn hair and heavily lashed bright brown eyes. Emmy Jo sat beside her, her head turning toward the door every time the bell on the handle jingled. Except for Emmy Jo's long honey blonde hair, the resemblance was remarkable. The woman must be her mother. Well, there's a fine-looking woman, Jake quipped. But she's probably a bit old for you, he whispered, winking. He peered around the corner again. Oh, now I understand. Jake gave him an appreciative nod, a ridiculous smile curling up under his mustache. So, was the young filly there a witness to your mortifying behavior on the mountain? Jake, Will growled low in warning, then lightened his tone. I'm begging you. It don't happen very often, you begging, so I like it when you do, he snickered. They have an electric motor, the boy insisted, but they don't qualify as a motorcycle or a four-wheeler. They make no sound, and we were totally respectful. The woman gave the kid a withering glare. Okay, the boy admitted, but sounded only slightly penitent. Except for the accident. I know that's what they're worried about, us teens being rowdy on the trail and bugging hikers. But we didn't. Clearly, you did, the woman said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Your pops and I are going to have a serious discussion about whether or not you will continue to ride them. That's right, darling, replied Emmy Jo's dad as he removed his hat and placed it on the space between booths. But, Mom, the two boys whined simultaneously, slumping. They looked at their menus and seemed to find something that caught their eye. Breakfast burritos? Yes! Trying to ignore Jake's silly grin between sips of coffee, Will stared down at the newspaper he'd already read, wondering what he should do. It wouldn't take them long to recognize him. If not the boys, then certainly Emmy Jo. Scooting out of the booth to stand up and leave would give him much more unwanted attention. He could order another coffee from Della, keep his head down, and try to keep writing. His essay for High Country News was due in a couple of days. His author pen name, Nathan Brittles, a famous John Wayne film character, had become fascinated with the issue of public access to rivers. His first unexpected encounter with Emmy Jo led him to explore the issue more deeply. Maybe your pal, Nathan Brittles, can get you out of this one. Jake smirked into his coffee cup, plainly enjoying his view of Will in the hot spot. He's a pretty level-headed fella. Writes about all sorts of things. Too bad nobody has any idea who he is. I get asked all the time. Don't even think about it, Will warned, pointing a finger at Jake. His opinions are too unpopular in these parts. He hadn't quite figured out where he stood on the issue yet, and didn't want to jeopardize his ability to speak freely through the use of a pseudonym. The Hayfork River snaked through some of the most striking beige and red sandstone he'd ever seen. What made this canyon special, though, was the amount of rain that accumulated, creating a thick forest of pine and aspen. The meadows and hayfields grew deep green grasses, making this area along the river one of the best places in the state to ranch. He felt proprietary about it. This was his mountain home, and it bothered him when people didn't show the respect it deserved, or broke the rules to gain access to private property, or even worse, vandalizing it in the process. It was the one place in the world that restored his soul and stirred his imagination. It had been his inheritance until his dad lost the ranch and called everything in Will's world into question. He'd never gotten used to the idea that the Hayfork River Ranch, now known as the Langenberger Ranch, didn't belong to him anymore. And yet, he worked there as the general manager for a California billionaire. Could my life get any crazier? Apparently, it could. The sassy, spunky girl at the river absolutely drew him in. It had become harder every day to keep her visage at bay. She was by far the loveliest woman he'd laid his eyes on in years. The image of her huffing and stomping out of the river soaking wet not only made him chuckle, but it also made him break out into a sweat in the middle of the night. Not even Laura had invaded his dreams in such a way. Although he couldn't stop thinking about Emmy Jo, he wouldn't allow himself to get involved. Not again. Not after what happened with Laura. Will decided he'd hunker down in the booth and try to become invisible, silently pleading with Jake to go along with it. Emmy Jo hadn't seen him yet. She looked happy, bantering with her family in between looking at the menu and stealing glances toward the door. With the morning light filtering in behind her, she took his breath away. He'd done a little online search and found images of her on the rodeo queen circuit. She was obviously very hardworking and had a better seat on a horse than most cowboys he knew. She looked different in the photos, glamorous, with big hair and lots of makeup, in addition to her hat, tiara, and designer chaps. This morning, she'd thrown on a hoodie, ignored her tousled hair, and looked like she just rolled out of bed, a thought that should never have occurred to him. Will cleared his throat and chastened his thoughts. He was losing his concentration. Jake tried to smother his annoying smile, but failed handily. Scrolling through his phone, Will found a new online piece with the latest drivel from her ex-fiancé. Ah, he thought. That explained the constant attention to who walked in the door of the restaurant. Will was glad the scandal had not driven her out of the public eye altogether. He didn't know for sure, but it seemed logical to assume that's why her family had chosen the Hayfork River Canyon, to hide in until the storm stopped raging. It wasn't completely off the radar, but far enough away from the main rodeo circuit where Emmy Jo could blend in and recharge. Gosh, you two have been here longer than usual. Shouldn't you be back at the ranch by now? Fill her up, Will? Jake? Della stopped at his table, the coffee pot hovering over his cup, an expectant look on her face. It normally wouldn't have been a big deal, but it seemed every eye in the place was on him. Jake barked a laugh that sounded remarkably like a cough. Will burned with uneasiness over such an awkward situation, but then turned toward Della with a charming smile and said, You bet. Thank you, ma'am. Emmy Jo's eyes darted across the coffee shop faster than lightning striking a rod on a mountaintop. When they made eye contact, he gave her a quick, hospitable nod and got back to writing. His heart banged solidly against his ribcage so hard, he could feel his pulse in his ears. Holy cow! What this woman did to him. The palpitations, the sweating. Will wasn't entirely fond of the sensation. Maybe it would wear off. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see members of her family nudging her and giving her questioning looks. She shook her head and buried her nose in the menu, trying to ignore everyone. It gave him a bit of satisfaction to see that she stole as many glances toward him as he did to her. Well, cowpoke, Jake said, scooting out of the booth and standing up. Pulling out his wallet, he left a tip on the table for Della. I've got an appointment. See you this afternoon so we can decide on which ranch hands to hire for the season. We need more than our present staff. It'll be a big job. I've never seen a finer 1,500 head of cattle anywhere. An appointment? Will asked, confused. Jake usually took some time to shoot the bull with Jess and flirt with Della before heading back to work. Where? Right there. Jake jutted his thumb over his shoulder, pointing toward Emmy Jo's family. Levi Jackson and I go way back. We were pals on the rodeo circuit years ago, and here they are in town. What do you know? Nice chance to reconnect with an old friend, don't you think? Will felt the blood drain from his face, but tried to keep his cool. Sure, Jake. Whatever you say. He leaned back into the wall, gnawing on a toothpick. Curious, I see. Jake chuckled. You want to dish up some good behavior and try to impress the little lady over there? I'll introduce you." "You shouldn't call her that," Will said quietly, tapping the table with his toothpick, a bit of a warning in his voice. "Ho, ho, ho! Well, someone's been getting schooled," Jake trilled and practically danced across the floor to the Jacksons' table. "You'll have to tell me about her sometime," he said over his shoulder. Then, before Will could count 10 pigs in a pen, Jake introduced himself to the Jackson family, shook hands with everyone, and pinched that cute toddler's cheek. Will strained to hear the conversation as he tried to shift his focus back to writing. His written words seemed to swim before his eyes, and his pen hung in the air over the page. He caught snatches of their discussion, mostly Jake encouraging Emmy Jo to just get to work and don't say a thing. He was tempted to steal a peep or two in her direction, but decided against it. He didn't want to come across as a stalker, or even worse, as if he were actually interested in her. Because he wasn't. Not really. Until... "Do you know Nathan Brittles?" Emmy Jo asked Jake. Will's head popped up and saw Emmy Jo thumbing through an old issue of The Horse. "Why do you ask?" Jake said, shooting Will a knowing look over his shoulder. "His report on equine parasite control, deworming, and beyond is, I don't know, funny and informative. I haven't been able to concentrate lately, well, since..." Emmy Jo swallowed hard and flushed with embarrassment. "I can't keep up with my studies at all right now. I might need to hire someone like this to tutor me for the pageant." Will felt his stomach drop. "Keep your cool, Jake." He couldn't let this cat out of the bag. Will watched Jake pucker his lips in thought as he looked out the window. Sorry, sugar." "Can you believe the judges threw a series of scientific questions like this at me?" Emmy Jo waved the magazine in the air. "The only contestant who got them right is studying to be a vet. Ugh, so frustrating." "But you won anyway, baby girl." Her father winked and patted her head. "Oh, hey," Emmy Jo said in awe as she picked up another magazine from the small space in the corner behind the booth. "A whole issue of National Geographic about the American West. I'll have to ask the owner if I can borrow these." She handled both magazines as if they were lost treasures. Will caught himself staring at Emmy Jo, his jaw slack, his pen dangling from his grip. When Emmy Jo met his gaze, he startled and felt heat rush to his face. Pressing his lips together to avoid muttering a swear word, he gathered his writing materials and stuffed them inside a tattered folder. How could he have been so dazed? How could he have let himself get roped in by a beautiful woman who loved horses and studied up on them, probably as much as he did? What were the odds of having so much in common? Of possibly getting to know a woman who treasured the land and animals as much as he did? Laura was never interested. Laura never cared, until she found a way to betray him. She got his father drunk and set up a private high-stakes poker game in a suite at the Edna Hotel with California billionaire Marco Rodrigo Schultz. Cards had always been his father's weakness, and he lost the ranch that night. Mr. Rodrigo Schultz didn't reside at the ranch and rarely visited, which was fine by Will. It was merely an investment for his portfolio. But who knew when he'd parcel the land for the development of luxury ranchettes? 10-acre lots for more of the wealthy to dot the landscape with their pretentious houses and drive prices so high, regular folks couldn't afford to eat or buy gas. It's not what he wanted to become of his land. The thought always made him grind his molars in anger. He needed some air. "Hey, Cowboy, you gonna apologize?" The snarky voice of the teenager rent the pleasant hum of the coffee shop once again, like the clang of a hammer pounding on a horseshoe. "That's enough, Clint," Emmy Jo whispered, trying to shush her youngest brother. "Pardon me?" Will walked toward their table. In the silence that had overtaken the restaurant, he could hear his roper boots scuffing the old hardwood floor. The whole family, even Jake, stared at him, their expressions curious, wondering how this was going to shake out. But Will wasn't about to back down. If the kid wanted a rumble, then he'd get a rumble. "You yelled at us on the trail. My pop says that's inexcusable. Now hold on, Clint." Mr. Jackson replied, shooting Will a look of apology, a bit of panic ringing in his voice. I said it would be wise if we could talk it out. All of us. Will could feel the attention of everyone in the room focused on him. Even Jess and Della poked their heads out of the kitchen to see what was going on. It was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Son, I never apologize to people who abuse the land, Will said, his jaw tightening, anger pulsing in his neck, or those who abuse the people who are lawfully abiding in it. He should have taken a moment to explain the situation better, but this kid was completely insufferable. Why didn't his parents rein in the obnoxious little bronco? So much for trying to make a good impression on Emmy Joe. In the face of two smug teen boys, he felt humiliated. Will glanced at Emmy Joe. She looked up at him, her big brown eyes wide and full of sympathy as she bit her lower lip just a touch. Good grief, he moaned inwardly. I cannot think about her lips. He gave her a curt nod, grateful for her compassion. She seemed to understand what it was like getting run over roughshod by a petulant boy. I'm sorry for the trouble, sir. Ma'am? Will tipped his hat to Emmy Joe's parents and trudged toward the door. Man, he really is the meanest man in town, isn't he? Will heard Clint grumble. I'd classify it more as grumpy, Jake said simply. If you've been through what he's been through, trust me, he's got his reasons. Chapter 4. Pops! Emmy Joe hollered when she walked into the mudroom after her morning hike. He had just finished tending their horses. He loved breathing in the cool, crisp morning air and then sipping a cup of coffee while reading the newspaper. Where are your keys? What you up to, baby girl? Pops answered from the living room and stood from the couch to stretch, raising his arms above his head while twisting at the waist. Always an early riser, he opened his mouth in a big wide yawn, a funny-sounding moan escaping his lips. Emmy Joe chuckled. Those 2 magazines I found at Jess and Della's have articles that have been really helpful for my studies, but I have to take them back. Emmy Joe walked around the kitchen looking in nooks and crannies for the keys. I thought I'd go to the bigger library in Valdez. The library in Primrose didn't have what I'm looking for. I hate to see you go out. Emmy Joe's mother walked into the living room and sidled up to her dad for a kiss. What about people pointing their camera phones at you? I guess that's always a possibility, Emmy Joe sighed. But I'm tired of being cooped up. I just need to do something different. See some new faces, talk to more people besides the fam. I'll keep an eye open. I promise. You know, Levi, Shawnee offered her husband a bemused smile. It may have been a good idea to stay in a cabin with some Wi-Fi. Oh, no. Levi playfully pulled his wife into a hug. I love that our family is paying more attention to each other instead of our phones. And I didn't want Emmy Joe stewing over every asinine thing Carson posted on social media. I like the feel of a book in my hands better anyway, and the way it smells. Emmy Joe closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. It's comforting, she said, supporting her father's stance on no Wi-Fi. The internet is amazing for so many things, but I guess I'm kind of old-fashioned that way. All right, then, her mother relented as she walked into the kitchen and found a protein bar for Emmy Joe to take with her. Can you be back by late afternoon? I know you can get lost in a library, but I'd like to do a fitting for your fashion show evening gown. Of course. Be back in time for dinner, too. Pops held up the lanyard with a key fob to the truck and other assorted keys and jangled it at Emmy Joe, an invitation to come and get them. I'm grilling my famous fall-off-the-bone ribs. He wriggled his eyebrows a couple of times, and Emmy Joe laughed. She kissed him on the cheek and gave her mother a squeeze before grabbing the lanyard. Thanks, Pops. I wouldn't miss it. Emmy Joe hopped into Pop's big blue GMC truck, pushed the ignition button, and revved the engine just to tease her dad a bit. He looked at her through the large picture window in the living room with his hands on his hips, then shook his head, his shoulders quaking with laughter. As she drove down the narrow dirt road toward the highway, braking carefully on the curves as gravel crackled under the tires. She couldn't help but feel a little giddy. A sense of freedom engulfed her as she lowered the window to feel a gentle breeze floating into the car, and she revved the engine one more time before turning onto the highway, leading through Primrose and on to Valdez. It had been over 2 weeks since she'd broken it off with Carson at their lavish engagement party. Festivities like that were usually reserved for the wedding rehearsal and dinner, but whatever. Diana Delacroix, Carson's mom, needed an excuse to throw a party. She cringed, thinking the party might have had more to do with trying to grab some positive attention for Diana's re-election campaign. Emmy Jo and Carson had been together forever, but he hadn't deigned to propose or give her an engagement ring until that night. She was tempted to throw it back in his face at the party, after being told by 3 of his former lovers of his many years of indiscretion, though they didn't plan to get married until after the pageant and her reign as Miss Rodeo Colorado. If she won, this would undoubtedly flare the nostrils of pageant officials. They liked their rodeo queens to be single. The lack of a ring and his worsening errant behavior should have been another red flag waving frantically in front of her face. But she'd been blind to it. Until 2 weeks ago, Emmy Jo always believed that Carson needed her, and she wanted to be the woman to help him reach his potential. And she did love him, Emmy Jo thought, as the pine trees and meadows in the canyon whirred past. But her feelings for Carson had changed so slowly and subtly over time. She didn't recognize them anymore. She realized her love for him was more obligatory than romantic, and it had been for a very long time. It tore at her soul to comprehend that Carson just did not stir her heart. Her hopes and dreams for the future had always been wrapped up in him, but she didn't feel electricity sparking between them when he was nearby. Her heart didn't race when he touched her, and she didn't see fireworks when he kissed her. She'd been willing to give up her dream of becoming Miss Rodeo Colorado for that? Emmy Jo shuddered at the thought. It's what she'd been dreaming of since she was a tiny kid, to prove her affinity for the West, agriculture, and ranching in a meaningful way. She hoped to inspire future generations to get involved and work hard to keep the West vibrant and beautiful, with the kind of big sky vistas and small town living that she'd loved for as long as she could remember. She slowed down when she reached Primrose, scanning each side of the narrow main street. It was a charming small town, nestled between a sloping beige butte dotted with pine and oak on the west, and more rugged mountains and the Hayfork River on the east. Tidy pastel clapboard houses with white fences lined the street along with charming shops, most of them Western themed, a boot and hat cellar, and a saddlery. A couple of trendy cafes in bright stucco grabbed her attention, along with a bakery, a pretty city park, and a historic grand hotel. Right next to the gas station was Primrose Outfitters, the anglers and river running establishment. Cole and Clint had already frequented the shop to restock their constantly dwindling supply of line and flies. She saw a tiny railroad museum in her rearview mirror as she left town and punched the gas, headed toward the freeway. It was 20 of the most pleasant minutes Emmy Jo had spent in a while. Just her and some country tunes on the wide open road. While Primrose was a charming small town off the beaten path, Valdez was the hub of cultural and recreational opportunities in the area. Emmy Jo checked the nav system on the truck's dashboard to make sure she was on the right street. When she pulled into the parking lot of the library, she immediately liked the look of it. An asymmetric building with a slanted roof and a beautiful glass wall, shaded by a portico with lots of trees behind it. After Emmy Jo climbed out of the truck and checked to make sure her hiking boots didn't have mud on them, she opened the door to the library and was overwhelmed with a sense of nostalgia. The scent of real books, the paper, the ink, the glue, brought back memories of a simpler time. Lying in the hammock under the 2 cottonwood trees Pops had planted in the backyard, stopping for a hot chocolate while shopping with her mom, sitting in the overstuffed chair at home by the fireplace while rain pattered on the window, all while holding a book in her hands. The natural light gave the interior of the library a bright, inviting feel, and Emmy Jo felt completely drawn in. Smiling to herself, she walked to one of the computers and sat down, hoping she'd be able to locate the materials she needed. As she scrolled and scrolled through the database, getting more frustrated that she couldn't narrow down what she needed on veterinary care, Emmy Jo thought she heard a familiar voice. It was a low, sweet murmuring, like a gentleman whispering endearments to his lady. It held a hint of Texas twang, too, and Emmy Jo couldn't resist standing up and searching for Primrose's notorious grumpy cowboy. Did he have a girlfriend? Oh, I can't wait to see this. The stories I'm going to tell Cole and Clint. Hidden in a corner underneath a display of mountain heritage quilts sat the grumpy cowboy. With his back facing Emmy Jo, he bent forward, elbows on his knees, a book in his hands, reading to a very old woman in a wheelchair. Feeling as if she'd stumbled into a very private moment, she began backing away, but the woman caught sight of her. "Oh, hello, dear," the woman said, her glance rising over the man's shoulder toward Emmy Jo. "I'm so glad you've come. I've been waiting to see you." Emmy Jo's stomach went into a free fall, and she froze on the spot. How would she ever explain herself to him? When the cowboy turned around, his eyes narrowed in irritation, his mouth pinched in anger, ready to unleash a lashing. He clearly did not expect to see Emmy Jo. For some inexplicable reason, his emotions suddenly warred on his face, the annoyance and dread softening into cautious relief. It did nothing to soothe the embarrassment she felt at interrupting him in something so personal. And here she was planning to tell stories about him behind his back. Shame rose from her gut and settled in the back of her throat, the bile making her mouth dry and acidic. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Then he stood, put his hands on his hips, then shifted a hand to rub the back of his neck. Could he possibly get any sexier? Emmy Jo moaned to herself. The expression in his eyes, usually troubled, was now quite pained. It was as if she'd caught him doing something he didn't want anyone to know about. Emmy Jo opened her mouth to respond, but no ready answer came. She just stood there like an idiot, her hands in the air, her mouth agape, shaking her head in confusion as she stared at the ceiling. The answers in her mind ranged from, "Well, this is a public library," to, "I could ask you the same thing," or, "Do you lead a double life doing charity work by reading to senior citizens? That doesn't jive with the whole grumpy cowboy thing you've got going on here." But the air had left her lungs completely, and she could do nothing but stare into those glorious sky blue eyes, wishing she could form a couple of witty repartees. "Oh, let the poor girl alone," said the woman in the wheelchair, beaming at Emmy Jo. She opened her arms up, beckoning her to come closer. Emmy Jo swallowed hard and glanced at the cowboy to get his permission to approach the woman. His expression mellowed when he peered over his shoulder to see the woman smiling, holding her arms in the air. "Do you mind?" he whispered as Emmy Jo walked toward him, his brows furrowed in concern. "She has dementia. I think she thinks you're my mother." "I understand," Emmy Jo replied and gave him a reassuring smile. "My grandma has dementia too." "She hasn't talked that much in ages," Will said, casting a sheepish sidelong look toward Emmy Jo. They sat side by side in uncomfortable plastic library chairs facing his grandmother. She had finally stopped talking and looked past them, her eyelids droopy, before nodding off. "Not many people would sit and listen for an hour to the incoherent ramblings of an old woman. It was very kind of you." "My pleasure." Emmy Jo puffed out a breath, making a pff sound, and waved her hand dismissively. "Everyone in my family has been cornered by Grandma. We've just learned to listen. They need lots of love and attention at this point." "Sometimes," Will sighed, glancing at her as warmth filled his chest, remembering what a vibrant, happy woman she'd been. "Grandma's lucid and can recall things that happened 50 years ago. Most of the time she repeats herself and doesn't recognize any of us anymore. It's just sad." Elbows on his knees once again, he twisted his hands, his mouth pressing into a somber line. "I'm really sorry." Emmy Jo turned toward him and patted his shoulder in sympathy. Will stiffened slightly at her touch. She noticed and pulled her hand away as if she'd burnt it on a stove. Glancing at her before turning away, Will could see the pain and embarrassment he'd caused her. It made his gut tighten in shame. Emmy Joe had been kind to his grandmother, and to him, even though he hadn't done anything to earn it. She might be the one person in the world who didn't deserve his typical taciturn treatment. "I thought we were sharing a moment," she whispered softly and looked down at her hands. "I'd forgotten that you don't like me or my family at all." "I wouldn't say that." Forcing a friendly tone of voice, Will sat up, pressing his hands on his thighs. "You seem like good people, even if you are outsiders. Your younger brothers are a bit unruly." The corner of his mouth hitched up into a crooked, though grudging smile. "We've just... I don't rightly know." He shrugged. "I guess we've gotten off on the wrong foot." "We've disagreed," Emmy Joe whispered a little forlornly. "True." She'd also caught him off guard. The time he spent with his grandmother was precious, but he knew it would make him look like a pansy, especially to his ranch hands, if they ever knew for certain how he spent some of his time. He preferred to keep the details of his private life away from their narrow idea of what a man should or should not be. Luckily, for the most part, Valdez was far enough away to keep his secret safe. "So, what brings you here?" Will tilted his head, quirked a curious brow, and stared at Emmy Joe. "You obviously didn't come here to watch me embarrass myself by reading to my grandmother." "I'd hardly call it embarrassing. I think it's sweet," she insisted with a shy smile. "Sweet?" he moaned and scrubbed a hand over his face. "Oh, that's not exactly the reputation the boss of a ranch should have." "That's right," Emmy Joe said slowly, her eyes wide, as if realization dawned. "Jake mentioned you're the general manager of a ranch." "And you're Emmy Joe Jackson, Miss Rodeo Mountain States." Will stood, tipped his hat, and extended his hand for her to shake. He hoped she'd see it as an olive branch. "It would be impossible not to know who you are, especially in these parts. I think everyone is a little starstruck that a famous rodeo queen is visiting our neck of the woods." He decided not to mention she was also famous for the way she ended her engagement to the governor's son. It wouldn't go over too well. "You have me at a disadvantage, sir." Emmy Joe stood and returned his gaze, her chin lifting. He noticed her eyes at the coffee shop, big, brown, and almond-shaped, with the prettiest lashes a girl could ask for. Up close, he could see gold flecks sparkling, as if they were swirling in a sunlit pool. It made his heart pump relentlessly in pleasure. "Oh, good grief," he thought. Being this close to Emmy Joe was sweeter than eating stolen honey. "I still don't know your name," she continued, her mouth curving into an unexpectedly sweet smile. "Jake never mentioned it. You didn't introduce yourself at the river, or on the trail, or in the coffee shop." She ticked these items off on her fingers as she spoke, and then pointed at him. "You have been dreadfully negligent." "Will Hawkins, at your service," he said, doing his best to offer up politeness. It didn't come naturally to him, so he needed to focus. He tried hard to suppress a smile, but found it impossible. Was she always this charming? "Ooh, I like the sound of that. But I don't suppose everyone in town gets such treatment. Am I right?" she asked, teasing him. "I'm guessing you work hard to keep the grumpy cowboy thing in play." Will found himself chuckling and kept trying to hide a smile. He folded one arm across his chest and pressed a finger against his lips. He wasn't hard-nosed by choice, but by circumstance. He couldn't back down on his convictions. It was a marvel to him how easily Emmy Joe had begun to peel the layers away. "Do you know anything about veterinary journals?" Emmy Joe asked out of the blue, gnawing on the inside of her cheek, her brows furrowing. "I'm trying to narrow down the field and focus on the types of questions I think the judges will ask during the Miss Rodeo Colorado pageant. It was my weakest subject during the Miss Mountain States competition, and I need to study up. I know I'll get hit hardest by the judges on things I know the least about." "Did you find anything in the library's database?" Will asked. Not really. There's just so much information out there." She scrunched her nose and scratched the side of her head. It was the most adorable thing he'd ever seen. He found himself staring and shook his head in embarrassment. It had been far too long since he'd been in the presence of a woman he found interesting and delightful. I'm not sure you're aware of this, but the Langenberger Ranch has a small library. Will was unsure if he should offer it to her. Unsure if it was a good idea to invite a woman, quite a distracting woman, into his home. But he couldn't seem to stop himself. Emmy Jo needed help. Heaven help him for trying to rescue a lady in distress. If you want access to a more specific collection on veterinary science, the ranch might have what you need. No strings attached, he said quickly and raised his hands in surrender. I'm just a cowboy who likes to hunker down and read after a long day in the saddle. You're inviting me to the ranch? Emmy Jo cocked her head, skepticism sweeping across her face. Are you sure you want the enemy in your midst? I'll risk it. He gave her an easy nod and smiled. I'm happy to, as long as you keep a certain secret to yourself, he said, tilting his head toward his grandma with an awkward smile. Give me a few minutes to take her back to the assisted living village next door, and then you can follow me to the ranch. Will ignored the questioning glances and knowing grins of his brothers and Jake as he led Emmy Jo into the ranch house and through the large natural stone entry, past the living room with its floor to second-story fireplace, down a hall with polished wooden floors, and into his study and personal library. It was a mess. Random stacks of newspapers, magazines, and ranching journals littered the room. His desk was a whirl of open books, papers, pictures, quotes, and mementos. He wished he'd had a few minutes to tidy up before she walked through the door. Judging from the look on her face, she seemed taken aback by the sheer number of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, the old but very squashy sofa and chairs, and the large window with a view of the trees leading to the Hayfork River. Oh my, Emmy Jo breathed, her eyes scanning the room. I'm not sure what I expected, but certainly not this. What a great space, she said in awe, smiling tentatively at first. The corners of her mouth then stretched into a full-blown beam of happiness. It was as if the sun had just emerged from behind dark clouds after a thunderstorm. He didn't think he'd ever seen anything happier than Emmy Jo smiling about something that meant so much to him. As much as he loved being outside working with the animals, with his brothers, Jake, and the other ranch hands, this is where the real work of the ranch took place. It was his sanctuary. Thank you. We're lucky Mr. Rodrigo Schultz allows us to occupy the premises. He's put some good money into the house and grounds, and of course he gets a big payoff when we sell the cattle each year. I can tell someone's put money into it. I wasn't expecting it to be so fancy. It's rugged, yet elegant, and has those cool rustic planks of wood on the walls and floors. The overhead beams are a work of art, and the furniture has a Western chic vibe. Emmy Jo's eyes bulged repeatedly as she absorbed more details that impressed her. I'm kind of dazed, she said with a laugh and hid her mouth. Everything is so beautiful. I'm glad you like it, Will replied, rubbing his hands together as if he were about to join an exciting expedition. Why don't you take a seat and I'll dig around for those veterinary journals. I know I've got a pile of them somewhere, he said as he began searching the bookshelves. Subscribing to them has been helpful, especially when I've had problems with the animals. Something always goes wrong. It's good to know some home remedies before calling the vet. Those vet bills get expensive. I'll say. Pops always complains about it. Emmy Jo meandered around the room, fingering various objects and then setting them down. Will looked over his shoulder and saw her edging closer to his desk. To his horror, he realized all of his notes and research materials for a Nathan Brittles article were in full view. Oh, why did I leave everything out? He wanted to trust her with his secret, but he hardly knew Emmy Jo. His past experience told him it was not a good move. Made his heart sink a bit, knowing he couldn't confide in her, especially someone who attracted him. He hadn't met a woman in a very long time who pulled him into her orbit. An irresistible gravitational pull. But he couldn't risk it. Will stood and turned around, scratching his chin in thought as a wave of heat enveloped his face. What could he do to distract her? What did I do with those journals? He tapped his chin in thought. then put his hands on his hips, surveying the library as he inched toward the desk. When she gave him a curious look, he quickly brushed the papers under a file folder. Thank goodness he turned off his computer. "Oh, that's where they are," he said, pseudo-realization seeping into his voice, and pointed to the opposite bookshelf. After a quick search, he collected issues from the last 2 years of the Journal of Equine Veterinary Science and the American Association of Bovine Practitioners. "These should be perfect. I doubt you'll get questions about dogs or cats." He raised his eyebrows a couple of times, hardly believing he was capable of such a thing. Definitely not a grumpy cowboy move. Emmy Jo burst out laughing. "Oh my gosh! This is so much better than trying to dig stuff up at the library. I can't thank you enough." "We can sit down for a few minutes and go through a few issues if you like," Will hinted. He wasn't quite ready for her to leave. "Are you sure?" Emmy Jo's voice rose an octave in disbelief. "Shouldn't you be out cattle branding or deer tagging or fixing fences?" When he scowled at her and shook his head, she exclaimed, "I don't know." "If you don't mind me saying so, little lady, that's pretty clear. Maybe while you're here, you'll actually learn a little bit more about ranching as a way of life, not just riding horses for fun." Emmy Jo bristled a touch, narrowing her eyes and pressing her lips into a thin line. "I recognize an arrow when it's fired in my direction." "Okay," she relented grudgingly. "You're not wrong." "You know," Will said, as if he were putting a toe in the water to test the temperature, "you're more than welcome to study here if you'd like and take advantage of the library. I'm sure I could get Jake and my brothers to expound their wisdom." "Not a bad idea," Emmy Jo agreed, tapping her chin in thought. "But I think my family would feel left out. They're all deeply invested in my pursuit of the crown. Honestly, I couldn't do any of this without them." "Come train at the ranch, then," Will insisted, wishing he had more time with Emmy Jo. It went against every rule he'd ever given himself about women, especially since Laura. But he couldn't help himself. "We have a great facility, and it'd be, well, it would be an honor to say you trained here with us when you win." "Thank you," Emmy Jo said, a humble tone to her voice. "Jake already offered, and Pops and I plan to take him up on it. Although, I'm not sure my dad would have agreed knowing you're the general manager." "Jake did he?" Will puckered his lips in displeasure and sighed.
"Yeah, it was so nice of him."
Emmy Jo sat down in a chair with a view of the river and opened up one of the journals. Just then, Will heard footsteps outside the door of his study and recognized Jake's heels scuffing down the hallway. If he didn't know any better, he'd say Jake was playing matchmaker. The thought made him grind his molars. He was just helping a friend. Was Emmy Jo a friend? He didn't rightly know. To have people meddling in his personal life when he was absolutely determined not to become entangled with another woman ever again, well, that was grounds for a talking to. No one was allowed to mess with his love life. Not even Jake. Chapter 5. A shot of adrenaline pulsed through Emmy Jo, making her feel as if angry bees zipped around her insides with a vengeance. She stood beside her horse just outside the gate of the practice arena, fiddling with the reins, hoping to steady her trembling and calm her breathing. Anything to get control and chase the recurring nightmare out of her head. Getting thrown from a horse as a teen was a distant memory, unlike the plates that held the bone together in her left arm. With sweat soaking the inside of her hatband and snaking down her spine, she wondered if there would ever be a time when she wouldn't have to beat back her demons before riding. Out of the corner of her eye, she could tell Pops watched her carefully, laser focused on her every move. He understood the amount of work it took to mount her horse. But she delayed long enough. It was time. Closing her eyes to clear her head, she began tapping her foot to the beat of "Don't Stop Believin'" and hummed the chorus under her breath. Before she knew it, she put her foot in the stirrup, her rump in the saddle, and began loping along the fence line. "Don't slump, Emmy Jo!" Pop shouted across the arena. He and Jake were leaning on the fence with one foot on the lowest rail. A few cowboys working the ranch had sauntered over to watch, having heard that one of the women vying for Miss Rodeo Colorado had begun practicing. This was her first training session since running from the media, and she wanted to make the most of it. After Jake had invited Emmy Jo to train at the Langenberger Ranch, Pops had rented the cabin for another week, paid for Annie to board at the ranch, and booked the training facilities, happy to keep her out of the spotlight for a little while longer. Emmy Jo loved the ranch so much, she found herself wishing she owned a gold mine so she could afford a place like this of her own. Maybe someday, she thought after expelling a pent-up breath, feeling more in control of herself. The training facilities were world-class, but she loved even more how happily situated the ranch house and outbuildings were, tucked under towering oak trees, with pine-forested mountains and the Hayfork River behind them. There must have been a half-mile of grassy meadows leading from the road toward the house itself. She didn't know how large the ranch was or its boundaries, but realized it must have extended upriver to where she'd met a certain grumpy cowboy. And he managed this place. Emmy Jo was in absolute awe of the irony. Images of the pain and humiliation in his beautiful blue eyes at the coffee shop wouldn't stop haunting her, nor the achingly sweet and soft sound of his voice as he read to his grandmother. Will Hawkins reminded her of distant thunder and the coming of a storm. It was hard to know if he would be like a gentle summer sprinkle or a frightening crack of lightning and flooding rains. He could get testy, couldn't we all? But he had another side to him that he seemed to hide from just about everyone. He was mysterious, and she found herself wanting to understand what drove his moods. She liked that he was different, not your average rowdy cowboy, a quality in him that she admired, even if a touch grouchy. Okay, a lot grouchy sometimes, but he hadn't been as easy to shake off as she'd hoped. Her brother Wesley was right, although for a different reason. A dalliance was one thing. This was another. She found this cowboy completely intriguing. Now that she was out in the sunshine, feeling the cool breeze and kicking up some dust with her fine horse, she couldn't believe it had taken so long to conquer the mental block. She'd have to work harder on it. I know I'm not supposed to talk to you, girl, Emmy Jo said, leaning forward to pat Annie Oakley on the neck. But you are the best horse I've ever ridden in my whole life. I'm sorry I'm slow as molasses getting in the saddle. It's not you, I promise. If you talk to her, she might get confused, Pops hollered as she approached them. Consistency is key. I know, Pops. She pulled up on the reins to stop and talk. It's just, she's so great, and we haven't practiced for a while. She deserves some praise, too. Emmy Jo gave Annie Oakley a good scratch under her mane. Annie turned her head toward Emmy Jo, nickered appreciatively, and tossed her head a couple of times. Let's try some hard stuff, girl, and see how we do. Emmy Jo squeezed Annie Oakley's ribs with her legs. The horse cantered toward the center of the arena and loped in a perfect circle. After a couple of rotations, Emmy Jo tugged gently on the reins, and the horse came to a smooth stop. Signaling Annie once again, she gently drew the reins back and down until the horse straightened its posture and backed up. Then when Emmy moved the reins to the left, Annie nailed a spin. Emmy Jo tightened her legs around Annie's torso once again, and the horse took off around the arena. After loping once along the rails, Annie picked up speed and ran to the center once more. When Emmy Jo reined her in, Annie made a stunning sliding stop, kicking up dirt, dust flying everywhere, the big climax of the performance. Pops put his fingers to his mouth and blew a screeching whistle, while Jake clapped slowly, a huge smile rounding his cheeks. Nice work, Emmy Jo, Jake said as she guided Annie toward the fence line. You show up for the next pageant on a horse that's got as good a posture as you do, and all those internet trolls won't have any choice but to pay more attention to your skills than to old news. Thanks. She cocked her head and raised a shoulder, a bright smile stretching across her face, and coaxed Annie into a gallop. Doing a typical queen's run around the arena, Emmy Jo strove for a good seat on the horse, excellent posture, her left hand holding the reins, while waving her right hand. She decided to repeat various horsemanship patterns and ride the rails with Annie to get a good workout. Don't forget to smile! Pops cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted across the arena. Do I have to practice smiling? Emmy Jo whined as if she were a spoiled teen, and slumped in an over-exaggerated way when Annie Oakley sauntered up for a break, making her father roll his eyes. Her horse nudged Pops, sensing she might get a treat. He always had an apple handy.
I think you have to practice everything if you want to win.
Emmy Jo heard a woman's voice from behind Pops and Jake. She shifted in the saddle and peered around them to see the present Miss Rodeo Colorado walking up to the arena.
Izzy!
Emmy Jo shouted and stood in the stirrups to wave enthusiastically at her friend. The Cowboys watching Emmy Jo practice nudged each other and stared as Isabel Pomeroy approached. She looked tiny as she strode to the fence and stood between Jake and Pops with her heart-shaped face, big round eyes, and flowing strawberry blonde hair. But the woman was absolutely fierce in the saddle. Emmy Jo had competed against Isabel in the Miss Rodeo Colorado pageant a year ago. Isabel won, crushing Emmy Jo's dreams, at least temporarily. They'd become great friends during the pageant, which, surprisingly, had become more important than winning the Colorado title. The loss, though devastating, had given Emmy Jo the opportunity to choose another route. She took the Miss Mountain States rodeo by storm. She hoped winning a wider competition would give her an edge when she competed for Miss Rodeo Colorado once again.
You and Annie Oakley look good,
Isabel said with a thoughtful cock of her head, one eye narrowing in Emmy Jo's direction.
I still can't believe I won last year. Your horsemanship is incredible.
She shook her head and smiled. You continue to be the one to beat.
Very funny,
Emmy Jo chuckled as she dismounted and handed the reins to Pops. He loved spending time with his other girl. Holding onto the reins, he began walking Annie around the arena to cool her down.
So, what's up?
She asked, climbing to sit on top of the fence.
Are you training here too? Yeah, I've got a round of appearances to make near Primrose.
Isabel climbed the fence and sat beside Emmy Jo.
It's good they're so close to home because our ranch really needs some work. Maybe I can talk to some of these handsome cowboys into helping me fix a broken stretch of barbed wire fence, especially since my smaller ranch shares some of the property line.
Emmy Jo noticed the tension in her voice.
And Miss Rodeo America isn't too far off, she said with a shudder. Besides, I was intrigued by your text, telling me that you weren't going to let Carson beat you down, and I wanted to offer some support. Thanks, girl. You always go the extra mile.
Emmy Jo patted her friend's hand.
So,
Isabel paused and gave her a meaningful look as she tapped her heel against the fence.
I thought you ought to know. I saw Carson with a bunch of rude and unruly bull riders at a bar and grill in Denver.
Emmy Jo covered her head with both hands and moaned.
Oh, what's he saying now? They were so drunk, Isabel said, shaking her head, almost in pity. And he tried to get me and my attendants to party with him. We were there as a favor to the owner and couldn't, but as if,
she snorted loudly. Isabel's eyes rounded in shock, and she covered her mouth in embarrassment, looking to see if anyone had heard her. The gesture was definitely not all politeness, as rodeo queens should be in public. They stared at each other in silence for a moment, and then both started laughing and couldn't stop. Emmy Jo doubled over so much from the laughter, she almost fell off the fence.
Then he blamed you for the fact that women won't pay attention to him anymore. Oh, first he wants me back.
Emmy Jo raised a hand flippantly in the air, then let it drop, slapping her thigh.
And now he blames me for women not wanting anything to do with him. Talk about your mixed signals. I feel kind of sorry for him.
Don't, Isabel said, shaking her head emphatically.
He's digging his own grave deeper every day, and everyone knows it. You'd think he'd get it by now. Isn't it more embarrassing to keep stoking the fire? This whole thing is just so weird, and I'm not sure I understand what's motivating it,
Emmy Jo said in exasperation.
It's to save face,
Isabel replied sagely, as if she'd seen situations like this and watched them play out 100 times.
That's what Pops thinks too. Carson looks like a wounded puppy. If he comes across as a victim, then he's less likely to affect his mother's campaign. So, are you coming to Western Wishes for Sadie Thornhill? Oh, yes, absolutely, Emmy Jo replied. I can't wait to help her feel like a rodeo queen for a day. I'm excited to get that sick little girl in the saddle. Yep, me too, Isabel agreed. Can't wait to see you back in the saddle again. Working it, girl. Emmy Joe laughed, nudged Isabel back, and hopped down from the fence. I'm going to take care of Annie for the day. I'm dying to see the barn. Oh, you're going to love it, Isabel said as she climbed down the fence and began walking toward the gate where her horse was waiting to train. Emmy Joe led Annie Oakley through the large double doors of the barn. Bright sunlight burst in from behind them as dust motes danced on the air. Large and spacious, the stable was state-of-the-art with overhead beams and sturdy gates that led to a long line of stalls on each side of the building. Straw laid over a cement floor, their steps kicking up pungent, though not wholly unpleasant, earthy scents, like sweet hay, leather, and horses. It had a very Old West vibe to it, and Emmy Joe found herself falling in love with the place. Other horses greeted them with a welcoming nicker or a gentle toss of the head. Annie pulled to the right, wanting to communicate more closely with the other horses, but Emmy Joe tugged her toward the rear of the building. One gate stood ajar, and it surprised her to see a horse inside the stall contentedly munching on a fresh pile of hay. The animal didn't appear to be tied up, and could certainly wander away if given the chance. She hesitated, wondering what to do, then made a snap decision to close the gate. Emmy Joe hoped anyone seeing her horse untethered behind an open gate would do the same. The unattended horse lifted its head to look at her for a moment, then went back to eating. Here we go, Annie. She led her horse into an empty stall at the very end of the barn, the space Jake said he'd kept open just for her. Pops had already walked Annie to cool her down, loosened the cinch, and taken her to a trough to drink. Emmy Joe unsaddled and removed the bridle. Brushing her down, Emmy Joe checked her coat and legs for possible swelling or wounds. Then she bent down and lifted Annie's front hoof. Using a pick, she searched for dirt and debris that might have gotten lodged between the shoe and the soft padding of the horse's hoof. "Is that you, little lady?" Emmy Joe froze upon hearing the familiar velvety voice, a deep rumble that made her stomach flutter. Gently lowering Annie's hoof to the ground, Emmy Joe returned the pick to a tool rack mounted high on the wall, dusted her hands off, and turned to see the famed grumpy cowboy looking at her, his eyes dancing with mischief, a devilish grin on his face. Definitely not grumpy today. Believe it or not, I actually have a name. A real nice one, too, according to my parents, she said, smiling as she leaned over the top of the gate. I didn't think you'd know it was me if I called you by any other name. Will shrugged and quirked a darling crooked smile while he stirred mash in a bucket. Oh, sakes alive, Emmy Joe thought. His smile was warm enough to melt all the ice at the North Pole. But she got a grip on herself. Is that for the horse across the way and down a couple of stalls? Yep. It was untethered and the gate was open, so I closed it. Oh, so you did that. Dante has never wandered away from fresh hay or mash with apples and carrots, but thanks all the same. Then he got a quizzical look on his face, an adorable crinkle between his brows. I see your horse ended up in my barn after all. Your barn? Well, most days it feels like mine, he corrected. Maybe he didn't own the ranch, but it sure as heck suited him. Better than his Wranglers, cowboy hat, and boots. He clearly belonged here, as if he were born to live a life in the shadow of the mountain and in the shade of the trees beside a sparkling river. How's your grandma? How was your workout? They asked the questions at the same time, and then laughed, trying to press through the awkwardness. My grandmother is just fine, Will chuckled, a corner of his mouth hitching up into a crooked smile. Did the practice arena meet your standards? He asked, still stirring the mash. He looked up then, his expressive brows knitting together in question. I'd say it's a feather in my hat band to have the present and future Miss Rodeo Colorado train here. We're working hard to make sure we're competitive. Emmy Joe's cheeks warmed at the compliment, pleasantly surprised that he seemed to have such confidence in her. No need to worry about that. This facility is by far the best I've ever practiced in, Emmy Joe said, nodding. Will moved closer to her then and put the bucket of mash near the wall. Tipping his hat back just a touch, he cupped his chin in thought. Emmy Joe couldn't help but notice the hair at the nape of his neck, curling under his hat. Her eyes roamed over his broad shoulders and big biceps, straining against his work shirt, a trim waist accentuated with a rodeo buckle, and taut, muscular legs. He's something else, she thought with a sigh, and forced herself to look away. I noticed your hesitation before getting on your horse. Why are you anxious about it? Will asked, sincerity springing from the depth of his eyes as they locked with hers. From what I saw today, you shouldn't be nervous at all. You're nailing every aspect of horsemanship for the pageant. You don't have to worry about what others think. Just let all those insecurities go. Funny how she'd read that very thing today in Horse and Rider, another essay by Nathan Brittles. Oh, you saw that? Emmy Jo flushed with embarrassment and looked down. Putting her hands in her back pockets, she rocked on the heels of her boots. It's not anxiety per se, although sometimes I worry that I won't measure up. It's just an old habit. Something I've done for years. You've got a better seat on a horse than my brothers. But don't tell them I said that, he whispered out the side of his mouth, his glance darting to make sure no one had heard him, and gave her an encouraging nod. Emmy Jo was caught off guard, found herself staring at him, her mouth slightly agape. Not only was he the sexiest cowboy alive, but sweet and thoughtful as well. A gentleman. That combination was as rare as rain in the desert, and definitely not the word around town. Wow. Coming from you, that's something. Taken aback, Emmy Jo felt her eyebrows rise to the middle of her forehead. In an effort to deflect her overwhelming attraction to him, she thought she'd try and bait him into some playful banter. As a strict interpreter of the law, I thought you might try and give me a warning when you saw me here in the barn. I am on private land, you know, a trespasser, a repeat offender, despite the invitation to the library earlier, she continued, echoing the words he bandied around at their first meeting at the river. Turns out I'm actually an invited guest. Looks like it. He remained stoic, except for the sparkle in his eye. And what if I run into you again near the river? She asked, hoping they would bump into each other again and again at the river. Are you going to give me a hard time? Well, that depends on whether or not you're on private land. He lifted a brow, and the corners of his mouth inched upward. Definitely a slow burn kind of guy. The thought made her spine tingle, as goosebumps traveled up her arms. You're just not going to back down on that, are you? It's my job. I can't. We get a lot of people out there causing mischief. Oh, I think you could, she said teasingly. And just like that, Emmy Jo thought with a mental snap of the fingers, the charming gentleman was gone, his features hardening into the taciturn, grumpy cowboy. Emmy Jo, I don't like being used. What are you talking about? She immediately felt the panic, her brows colliding in confusion. You're just trying to find a way out to the river through private land. I was actually hoping you'd come with me. On a date? His face was full of indignation and ire, blue eyes flashing in irritation. He ran his fingers over the sides of his mouth, smoothing his whiskers. He cupped his chin again, clearly giving the idea some thought. Yes. No. Maybe? No. Of course not. Emmy Jo dismissed the idea with a wave of her hand and couldn't bring herself to look at him. I just enjoy thumbing my nose at the rules sometimes. Like your brothers? Oh, no. Emmy Jo's head snapped back to him, her breath caught in her throat, her mouth agape. She felt the panic deepen as an avalanche of words tumbled out of her mouth. I didn't mean anything by it. I was honestly just playing around, so please don't judge me by that, okay? It didn't come up the other day in the library, but let me be clear. What my brothers did on the trail and in the coffee shop was wrong. In fact, the next time they see you, they are under orders to apologize. Well, that's all fine and good, but a forced apology doesn't exactly mean they're sincere. Corner of his mouth hitched up sadly as he picked up the bucket of mash and began walking away. They're just teenagers, and now they know they made a mistake, she hollered after him. She closed the gate to Annie's stall and followed, trudging unhappily in his footsteps. You should give them a chance. They're really good kids. When they're behaving, they're a lot of fun. It'll take a lot more than an apology to think that about them. Emmy Jo stopped at the gate of Dante's stall, put her hands on her hips, and stomped to get Will's attention. Like what? Public humiliation? He shrugged as he held the bucket of mash in front of him for Dante to eat. Oh, come off it, Cowboy. Lighten up, Emmy Jo sassed and stomped away, feeling frustrated. Yes, Your Majesty. What? She practically screeched, rounded on the heel of her roping boots, and returned to the stall, feeling mad as a hornet. You heard me. You know what? She folded her arms across her chest and glared ferociously, her jaw moving back and forth. I'll bet you, my Miss Mountain States crown, that I can rope more calves than you. You got some rope around here? Emmy Jo asked, sarcasm ringing in her voice. What kind of question is that? This here's a ranch, little lady, Will said, smirking and shaking his head. Oh, you just love tormenting me, don't you? As a matter of fact, I do. He walked toward the door of the barn and grabbed a rope off a nearby hook. Emmy jogged to catch up with him. Pops and Jake were shooting the breeze, but stopped, their jaws hanging to the ground, when they saw the two of them walking together. Jake, get them calves in the chute! Yes, sir! Jake hustled toward an outlying barn as the border collie from the river rounded a corner with a friendly bark and chased Jake, both disappearing from view. Pops put his hands on his hips, then shook his head, a proud smile on his face. How do you know how to rope? Will asked, shooting her a perturbed sidelong look. I thought rodeo queens didn't get their hands dirty. You think I can only sit atop a horse? Emmy Jo's voice trilled high, chiding him. Prove me wrong. Sure thing, Cowboy. Besides, you need to see beyond all the glitter and rhinestones. I also know how to barrel race. I grew up riding, and I've got 3 rough-and-tumble brothers. Need I say more? I guess not, he said. She loved how he tried to hide his smile. Chapter 6. You do know I'm a former roping champ, Will said as he and Emmy Jo walked toward the arena, now bursting with all kinds of activity since he'd hollered at Jake to load the chute. He could see his 2 younger brothers helping Jake with the calves, in addition to some of the other ranch hands who'd gotten done with their tasks for the day. All the bustling seemed to have caught Isabel's attention as well, and she gave the reins of her horse to one of the cowboys to lead the animal to the barn. More cowboys ambled toward the corral to see what all the ruckus was about. Levi climbed to the top of the fence and shouted his support to Emmy Jo as they walked by. You can take him, Emmy Jo, he said, clapping and whistling. I've seen your belt buckle, and I'm not intimidated. Emmy Jo's eyes darted toward his waistband and rose slowly to meet his gaze with a smug grin. Will got the distinct impression she enjoyed the slow roving. Or did she just want to catch him off guard by making him think she liked what she saw? Undoubtedly, the latter. Women, he thought, puffing out an exasperated sigh. I don't want to take advantage of a lady or anything, but I think you might be in a little over your head. I don't plan on letting you win just because you're a rodeo queen. Will shot her a cocky grin and raised an eyebrow in challenge. That's some kind of confidence you've got there. You must have been pretty fast. Back in the day, Emmy Jo drawled, speaking the last phrase slower, a teasing grin lighting her face. Her phone buzzed, and she stopped to take it out of her pocket. When she lifted it to her ear, Emmy Jo tilted her head to the side and took a sexy stance, with more weight on one hip than the other. It was impossible not to notice how incredible she looked in a pair of jeans. Legs a mile long, nice curves. Nope, no, don't get caught up, he chided himself. This doesn't lead down a primrose path. I won't be much longer, Mom. I'll do the fitting tonight, I promise, Emmy Jo answered, a little flustered, and put the phone back in her pocket. My fastest time was 8 seconds flat, Will said, clearing his throat and trying to focus on something besides how well Emmy Jo distracted him. He'd only just met the woman a couple of weeks ago. He couldn't afford to become enamored with her. And yet, he'd never met a woman who was so hard to resist. The banter was just fun. Emmy Jo whistled, impressed. Think you can go that fast against me? I've got this. He nodded confidently, winked, and tipped his hat. No winking, she hollered and pointed at him. I know you're doing it to distract me, but I'm not fooled. I know how you really feel about me. Will doubted that. Even he didn't know how he felt about her. This was just a flirtation. Nothing more. We're deciding the winner by how many calves we rope, remember? Emmy Joe flashed a smile that hit him straight in the gut. I'm going to prove that I'm made of tougher stuff than you think. You, Mr. Hawkins, are a poor judge of character. Is that so? He answered, enjoying himself immensely, adrenaline surging through him. All righty then, little lady. We will see what you are made of. As they walked through the outer gate of the arena into the staging area, Jake whistled, and Will's brothers, Bo and Dylan, led 2 saddled horses toward Will and Emmy Joe. These are the finest roping horses we've got. The Palomino here's an old veteran, and Bo just finished training the filly. She could be your ticket to win, Emmy Joe, Jake said, his glance bouncing between Will and Emmy Joe as he rubbed the horse's long snout. I've seen women rope before. He just couldn't stop shaking his head. But this is gonna be something. Thanks, guys. Mounting the Palomino, Will guided the horse to the rope barrier on the right side of the chute. He nodded to Dylan, and his brother pulled the lever to the door. The calf shot out of the chute like a cannonball. The rope barrier in front of Will released, and he dug his heels into the horse's sides, racing after the calf. In one fluid motion, he raised his hand, twirled the looping rope over his head, and tossed. It landed around the calf's neck, and he pulled up hard. The horse slid to a stop, and he jumped down, ran to the calf, wrestled it to the ground, and tied 3 legs together with a half hitch, hastily throwing his hands in the air to show he was done. Time! Will hollered as he stood up and dusted his hands off, looking at Bo. 10.3 seconds! Bo shouted back to the cheers and jeers of the bystanders. Back to your horse, bro. That calf needs to stay tied for 6 seconds. Or did you forget? He called over the ruckus with a snicker. Will noticed the Cowboys from his own ranch were booing him good-naturedly. Jake's shoulders shook with laughter, and Levi kept wolf whistling and clapping to encourage Emmy Joe. I'll shave some time off. Will waved them off while the other Cowboys tended to the Palomino in the arena and let the calf loose. I haven't done this in a while. You're slow, old man. Will heard a woman's voice and turned to find Isabel standing next to Emmy Joe with a satisfied grin. I admit I wake up a little creakier than I did when I was 20, but like Emmy Joe said. Will met her eyes and noticed how they danced with amusement. It doesn't matter. This is about sheer numbers. How many calves have you got? Emmy Joe sassed as she walked toward the filly. But then, Will could sense her panic setting in. She stood frozen for a few seconds, and Will could tell she was fighting the demon that stood between her and the horse. You got this, Emmy Joe. Levi took the reins from one of the ranch hands and gave his daughter a reassuring nod. Go through the mental checklist. Then focus and sing your fight song. Isabel tugged on Emmy Joe's shoulder to get her to bend down and whispered in her ear. Emmy Joe straightened and nodded at Isabel, a new sense of determination glinting in her eyes. She walked to the side of the filly, looked down, and closed her eyes. She tapped her foot a few times, and she was up on the horse in no time flat. Will marveled at her ability to overcome her fear so fast. A lot could happen while riding a horse in any given circumstance, but this exercise in rivalry and flirtation could go wrong mighty fast. Maybe this wasn't the best idea after all. Will shouldn't have pushed her so hard in the barn. Then Emmy Joe wouldn't feel like she had something to prove. What if she got hurt? What if it ruined her chances of competing for Miss Rodeo Colorado? Oh, criminy! Sometimes he really was just a short-sighted, narrow-minded idiot of a man. And yet, he knew he could never stop her. She was one determined woman. Emmy Joe guided the horse to the rope barrier as Isabel gave her some last-second encouragement. Levi patted her leg as she passed. She stood at the barrier longer than necessary, and he wondered if she'd lost her courage. The spectators were quiet as a crypt as they waited for Emmy Joe to signal Dylan to open the chute. Was she really going to rope a calf, or had she been faking it all along? Roping took the sport of rodeo to a whole new level. It was more than just prancing around on a performance horse, even if she was one of the best he'd ever seen. You had to be rougher, tougher,
and practiced through the bleeding fingers and bruised ribs. But then, just when Will thought Emmy Jo wouldn't go through with it, she glanced at Dylan and nodded. It was a blur of action. The calf bolted. Emmy Jo chased it, her rope landing perfectly around its neck. She ran up to the animal, muscled it to the ground, tied its legs, and threw her hands up in the air. Poetry in motion was all Will could think of as he watched Emmy Jo walk back toward the staging area with a triumphant grin on her face. "Time!" Jake called out. 12.4, Bo hollered so everyone could hear. The bystanders erupted into applause, accompanied by hoots and hollers. "You can't let a sparkly rodeo queen get that close," jeered the cowboy, working the barrier rope. "Come on, man, widen the distance. You got this, champ," said another ranch hand near the calf pen. "Let's see some 8-second magic, bro," Dylan shouted through cupped hands. Will sat on the palomino once again, waiting for Dylan to pull the lever. He could feel the adrenaline flowing through his veins like a wildfire raging through a dry forest. It wasn't as if he was worried he'd lose to Emmy Jo. It wasn't that kind of competition. He did want to impress her, though. At least show her that he'd once been very good at roping. And his reputation certainly was on the line. He needed to prove himself to her and to his staff. "Okay," Will said to himself, drawing in a deep breath and expelling it slowly. No distractions this time, just pure, raw focus on the task at hand. Will went into the zone, and everything got quiet in his head as he waited for the chute to open. He nodded at Dylan. On instinct, he spurred the horse, threw the rope, ran to the struggling calf, wrapped the rope around its legs, and raised his hands in the air. Done. 8.4 seconds! Bo screamed in shock. Applause exploded from everyone watching from the fence line, to ranch hands helping in the staging area. It was pure, unadulterated pride and celebration. Bo ran around the staging area, shouting at everyone, showing them the time on his phone. "Nice work," Jake patted Will's shoulders, his cheeks rounding in pleasure as his bushy goatee spread across his face. "You've still got it, bro!" Bo ran up to Will, pulled him into a rough hug, and thumped him on the back, still hooting over the victory. Bo stuck his phone in Will's face so he could see the time. "Not too many cowboys can shave their time that fast," Dylan shouted from the chute with a huge smile on his face and a big thumbs up. With his heart pounding like hammers falling on railroad spikes, Will realized the person he wanted to see most after this particular triumph was Emmy Jo. He scanned the crowd and found her walking toward him while clapping, a bright smile on her face. "Impressive, cowboy, but I'm still going to rope more than you," she said, clearly taunting him. "Be my guest, your majesty." Hardly able to contain his excitement to see Emmy Jo ride, Will swept his arm to the side as she passed him to mount the filly. She seemed to be more in control of her anxiety as she mounted this time and guided the horse toward the barrier. When Dylan opened the chute, the calf, larger than the others, ran like a flash toward the middle of the arena. Emmy Jo took off, twirling the rope and tossed it. It landed solidly around the calf's neck, but failed to knock the animal down. Emmy Jo ran toward the calf, ready to wrestle it to the ground, but something went wrong. The calf mewled and thrashed about. When Emmy Jo got close enough, the animal threw its whole body against her ribs and slammed her to the ground. She landed on her back, and Will could tell the wind had been knocked out of her. She didn't move for a few seconds, a look of panic etching deeper into her face as she tried to scoot away from the animal. A bunch of cowboys hopped the fence and ran toward her, grabbing the horse's reins and moving the calf away so it wouldn't injure Emmy Jo further. Levi ran into the arena and bent over his daughter. After about 30 seconds of the strongest tension Will could ever remember feeling, Levi extended his hand to Emmy Jo. She grasped her father's hand, and he pulled her up from the ground. Will remembered to breathe. She was okay, and that's all that mattered. He'd never forgive himself if something happened to her, especially while on the ranch. Emmy Jo walked gingerly toward the staging area, dusting off her arms and shoulders. Her father reminded her to swipe the dust off her backside. Isabel was quick to give a lending hand and offered Emmy Jo a place to sit down and rest, but she refused and walked toward Will. "So, I guess you win. You roped one more than I did," She approached him stiffly, the corners of her mouth lifting into a rueful smile. Nah, I think we need a rematch, Will said, shaking his head, taking in how rattled she appeared, even if she was trying to hide it. 1,000 thoughts ricocheted inside his head at once, but she's some kind of woman took root and dug deep. It's clear you know how to rope. You've proven yourself. Nope. Fair's fair, she insisted and gave him a sisterly pat on the shoulder and began walking toward Isabel, who sat on a bench surrounded by a bunch of cowboys. Will didn't like it at all, and liked even less that she'd be the center of attention of all those men. Will watched Emmy Joe walk away with longing in his heart, but well-wishers had encircled him, shoving their phones at him so he could see videos of his 8 seconds of glory. It was quite a crowd. He should have been grateful for the attention, but his patience was running thin. He didn't consider himself a people person. He felt as if he'd suffocate if he watched one more video or shook one more hand. And then he heard it. An eruption of loud cheers, whoops, and hollers. He pushed his way through the crowd to see Emmy Joe standing in the middle of the arena, her hands raised in triumph. She had talked Bo and Dylan into helping her rope one more calf, and she'd done it, apparently spectacularly. But she looked as if she might faint. He rushed into the arena along with Levi and Isabel. I'm exhausted, she said, staggering a bit when they reached her. Levi immediately pulled her close and made sure she was leaning on him as they began walking back toward the staging area. Are you okay? Will asked, walking beside them. As his brows clashed with concern and pain began to pound across his forehead, he realized he had never been worried about anyone like this before, except for his mom before she died. And he didn't know what to think about that. Yeah, I'm fine. Emmy Joe glanced at him with a tired smile. But then a twinkle lit her eyes. Her smile transformed into this mischievous, glorious ray of sunshine. And you can tell all your pals that the sparkly rodeo queen tied with the roping champ. Fair enough, Will chuckled. I think it's a little funny you're worried about that when you can hardly walk. Emmy Joe was battered, but she still had that fighting spirit. No wonder she was so determined to rope another calf. She had so much to prove, and not just to him. He found it admirable, even if it went against his better judgment. Here you go, baby girl, Levi said when they reached his truck, opened the door, and helped her climb in. Time to go home. Will watched the truck rumble away, kicking up dust as the sun hung low in the western sky. As he walked back toward the staging area to help put the animals away, he felt a sudden emptiness. It made his 8 seconds of glory meaningless. He tried to put his finger on it as he traded insults and stories with his brothers and the other cowboys. But his mind kept floating back to Emmy Joe and how he felt when he watched her go. He wanted to be the one to comfort her, to wrap her in his arms, to soothe her, and help her wounds heal. Reality came crashing down around him like a tsunami, destroying everything in his well-ordered world. That's what had been missing in his life. Someone to love. He could nurture the land and his animals, but it didn't come close to filling the gaping hole in his heart. Chapter 7. It's the best part of my job, Will thought, as he rode his horse surveying the northern reaches of the ranch. He'd never admit it to his loud and rambunctious staff, but he preferred the solitude. His weekly tour to make sure the animals were where they should be, the fences and other equipment were in working order, and the forest in exceptional health re-energized him in a way nothing else could. His mind often needed a break more than his blistered hands and bruised body. He enjoyed the open prairie, with its golden sunshine and the sweet grassy scent of the meadows. But the forest always enwrapped him, reached out to him and pulled him into a warm embrace. A disheartening juxtaposition of thoughts. To be home, to love home, but know it was no longer his home. His birthright squandered away in a game of cards. Still, he felt mighty fortunate to manage a ranch encompassing such a variety of landscapes. Riding and exploring had always been his escape hatch. That, and now, his newly acquired fascination with Emmy Joe. His route had taken him north, in the general direction of the cabin she was staying in with her family, and he wondered if he would run into her. The Jacksons were active outdoorsy types, and he'd heard more than a few folks in town mention they'd seen them hiking in the canyon or paddleboarding on the reservoir. Wouldn't surprise him to see Emmy Jo basking in the sunshine along the river, like she'd been doing the day they met. It had been a contentious yet flirtatious debate about river access that led them into a calf roping competition. He felt the corner of his mouth inching up into a smile, pleasure coursing through him. If she didn't love rivers so much, why argue the point? Why spend so much time figuring out how to get to them if not because she loved them? Ugh! Stop overanalyzing. Besides, she might not be out and about. The calf had slammed her pretty hard several days ago, and he didn't have the courage to check in on her. Now he was just blithering. He needed to snap out of it. He couldn't allow himself to fall for her. That was off the table. He was too beaten, too heartbroken, too distrustful. Laura had sealed his fate years ago. It didn't mean he'd dismissed the idea of getting to know Emmy Jo better. She had piqued his curiosity. If he had to label their relationship, he'd call it a rivalry. Friendly, but definitely a rivalry. The cap roping contest was proof of that. Will rode his horse Dante as his dog Atticus trotted ahead of them, beside a small tributary of the Hayfork that led deeper into the forest. Closer to the size of a small stream, the trail alongside it was narrow, wedged between a steep pine and oak-covered hillside and an occasional boulder on the other side. His favorite place on this trail, where the stream and rocks merged and the water cascaded down the steps, always amazed him. It didn't matter if the water rushed and splashed in the spring or slowed to a trickle in the fall. The sights and sounds always comforted him. Turning a corner in the trail, anticipating Water Rock as he liked to call it, he noticed shafts of golden light shooting through the canopy. The rays poured down on the highest boulder before the stream reached the edge of it and fell onto the other rocks below. The natural phenomenon alone was enough to take his breath away. But there was something else, or perhaps he should say someone else. He blinked a few times, wondering if his eyes deceived him. Emmy Jo sat lounging in the sunshine, leaning back on her hands, her head tilting toward the warm, glowing rays. She wore those tight jeans, darn her hide, with a flannel shirt open to reveal a tank top. She'd taken off her ball cap. With her head tilted back, her long wavy hair nearly reached her behind. "Well, that doesn't look like trouble at all," Will mumbled to himself. Running a hand to the back of his flushing neck, he knew full well his heightening attraction to Emmy Jo could get him into all kinds of trouble. With his heart pounding uncomfortably against his ribs and his breath caught in his lungs, Will expelled a pent-up breath and forced himself to shake out of it. He couldn't fall for a dream girl, because the fantasy always shattered. At least it did for him. But honestly, it was getting harder and harder to resist her. "I never in a million years," he said, raising his voice to be heard above the burbling of the stream, "thought I'd see a wood nymph on my ranch." Startled again, much to his delight, Emmy Jo sat up and looked toward him, placing her hand over her heart as her mouth formed into a perfect O. "Wood nymph?" she hollered back playfully. "I thought I was your little lady." Will couldn't help it. His cheeks pulled into an enormous grin and his shoulders shook with laughter. He looked down, not sure how to respond. She'd been so irritated with his use of little lady in the past. Of course, he'd said it repeatedly just to pester her. Now she seems to claim the title and tease him with it. He knew they were just flirting, but it made his heart soar to think there might be a part of her, even friendship, that she bestowed upon him. "And how am I on your ranch?" Emmy Jo hollered down to him as she slipped the ball cap onto her head, swiped the dirt from her behind, and walked toward the trail. "I looked up the boundaries." "You did," he answered, watching her clamber down the steep trail beside the cascading water. Emmy Jo met him with a bright smile as she looked up to meet his eyes. "I did. I was just about to take Annie Oakley up the mountain for some exercise," she said, gesturing toward her horse tied to a nearby tree, munching on tall summer grass. "Can you come?" "I'd be happy to accompany a lady." He winked, because he knew it bothered her, and gave her a nod as he removed his hat and placed it over his heart in a smart-alecky kind of deference. When Will combed his fingers through his hair to get the matted stuff off his forehead, he noticed Emmy Jo staring with an appreciative smile. When she caught his glance, she gulped comically, looked away, and laughed. "So, I'm not the only one who's attracted,"
Thank you.
She shook her head in embarrassment as she grabbed the reins to her horse, but then paused before mounting.
My brothers are fly fishing on the Hayfork, where it curves around a big sandstone formation.
I know right where that is.
I love watching them. They're good at it and know all the secret places where fish like to hide. But the forest drew me in today. And then I found this magnificent spot, she said, glancing longingly at the waterfall. Will couldn't help but notice how her desires aligned with his, how she loved her family and being around others, but sometimes needed a moment to recharge on her own. He was beginning to see how much they had in common. She loved horses, could ride better than most cowboys working on the ranch, and even tied with him in a calf roping contest. In what world did a rodeo queen tie with a roping champ?
It's one of my favorite spots as well. There's just something about it. He sighed contentedly and looked around, enjoying the scene before they left it behind. They both urged their horses forward and began moving up the trail. So, you actually looked up the boundaries of the ranch to make sure you weren't on private property? Emmy Jo soon reached a bend in the trail and waited for him. When he sidled up next to her and stopped, she turned toward him, angling her head over her shoulder. She aimed a seductive sidelong look in his direction, one eye closed a little more than the other, her mouth slowly curving upward into the most glorious smile.
I sure did.
His pulse spiked as he took in her expression. He could barely breathe.
Why?
He croaked, embarrassed his throat had gone dry. He was coming to appreciate her rebellious streak.
I thought you liked thumbing your nose at the rules. Well, there are limits to that.
She clicked her tongue at Annie, and the horse began climbing the trail again.
The forest changed as they gained altitude.
Tall pines grew thick between the aspen trees, which eventually tapered out.
I'm not usually a rule breaker, unless the rule is stupid, makes no sense, and is screaming to be broken. Then I might step across the line like I did when we first met, but I get it.
Cocking her head to the side, she raised her shoulder into a half shrug.
I understand why it's hard for ranchers like you to allow just anyone onto their land. Not everyone is respectful of it, and so many take advantage.
Exactly. What changed your mind? Will asked, wishing he could ride beside her and stare into her eyes. Startling and expressive, they had an incredible combination of fiery passion and sweet tenderness. The thought made him shudder.
I was convinced by an article I read in High Country News. It was well written and argued both sides of the issue to perfection. That Nathan Brittles knows what he's talking about.
She turned around in the saddle and tapped the side of her head with her finger for emphasis.
Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, I've read his stuff. True, Will thought, his gut tightening over the little white lie, but his chest inexplicably filled with pride. No one knew about his writing except for Jake and his dad. He knew he'd get teased mercilessly by others on the ranch and in town if they knew. Writing was his way of expressing his often less understood and perhaps unappreciated perspectives of Western life. I've got to say, Emmy Jo, he said, trying to deflect a conversation about Nathan Brittles, you've piqued my interest.
In what way?
Well, you're pretty famous. Emmy Jo stopped under the branch of a huge Douglas fir, the fresh scent spectacular, its trunk and exposed roots thick enough to house a den of mountain lions. Will thought the pine might have been at least 150 years old. When he approached, Emmy Jo opened her mouth, then snapped it shut. With a curious gleam in her eye, she motioned for him to continue. Just hear me out, Will chuckled. You've gained notoriety by writing for Greeley Unexpected. I've read some of your stuff, by the way. Not bad, he teased. And you're a regular correspondent for the Cowboy channel. People like that only pass through here on their way to something bigger.
I wouldn't have come here at all if it weren't for my family trying to protect me.
She furrowed her brow and pressed her lips together, then looked up through the branches of the tree as if her thoughts were 1,000 miles away.
But I love it here,
she said simply, smiling at him.
It's more beautiful than I expected. And I find myself feeling more at peace as I settle in and get further away from Carson's antics.
But why go for Miss Rodeo, Colorado? Will persisted. It seemed like a little girl's fantasy, usually realized in young adulthood. You've already done so much with your life, and you're on a great trajectory for your future. Do you really need another feather in your hat? Emmy Jo cocked her head in an inquisitive way, and chewed the inside of her cheek, listening intently.
You must think this rodeo nonsense is beneath you. Am I right? She raised a curious brow. And here you run one of the best training facilities in the state.
Not true, Will countered. Rodeo is an important way of life for many Westerners. Used to be a big part of my life. I still take pride in my animals and love living in a place where I can see the stars at night. I don't know. He paused and stared into her eyes. You just seem so much more accomplished than your average young woman dreaming of being a rodeo queen.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You've noticed that I'm a bit older than most of the other contestants who haven't been to college and so forth. So, she paused and smiled mischievously. You think I'm old?
Ugh, no, Will moaned in protest, but shook his head in laughter, his shoulders rising up and down against his will. Okay, maybe. He bobbed his head from side to side a couple of times, as if he were weighing an important matter. It's just unusual. It occurred to him how much he liked the idea of getting to know someone who was different, who lived on the outside of the box, who didn't meet people's expectations. So, tell me what's driving your pursuit of Miss Rodeo, Colorado.
Ooh, going for the title.
Emmy Jo exhaled deeply, a long tendril of her hair fluttering against her cheek. He wished he could reach out and tuck it behind her ear.
It's a pretty long story. Are you sure you've got the time?
I've got as long as I want. I'm the boss, remember? Will pretended to look at a watch that wasn't there, and she laughed. But we should keep going, he said, urging Dante forward and whistling at Atticus, who raced across the trail, barking and chasing a squirrel. There's a really beautiful view not far off.
I'm always game for a beautiful view,
Emmy Jo answered and clicked her tongue at Annie once again.
Anyway, I worked hard to get through college. She looked over her shoulder and gave him a shy glance that melted his heart. I started at 17 and went straight through, graduating when I would turn 21. Didn't take a gap year, even a semester off. I was single-minded and focused. I was so dang tired of people, men especially, not taking me seriously.
Will thought most men would probably find it difficult to remain focused in the presence of such a stunning young woman.
Respect for my intelligence was overlooked. My opinions were always dismissed. I just wanted to prove myself and to others that I could do this hard thing and graduate. And I did, she said brightly. But on graduation day, after I marched and celebrated the accomplishment with family and friends, got in my car, broke down, and sobbed my heart out.
Why? He asked, immersed in the story, moved that she shared this confession with him.
Because even though I already accomplished so much and landed a couple of decent jobs, I'd given up on my childhood dream.
To win Miss Rodeo, Colorado.
Yeah,
she answered softly. Why did you leave it behind? Dying to hear the answer, Will stopped his horse on a switchback wide enough for both horses to stand side by side and waited for her. He'd always known everyone had a story, but this one was a doozy. When Emmy Jo turned toward him, the somber expression on her face surprised him. She pulled the sleeve of her shirt up and exposed a thick 4-inch scar running along the bone on the underside of her arm.
Because I got thrown from a horse when I was in junior high. I was in 4-H class. This particular lesson was about horses, of course, she said with a rueful smile. And it was my turn to ride. But something went terribly wrong. Every time the teacher sees me, she pulls me into a hug and apologizes, even all these years later. There is just no explaining why the horse freaked out that day and bucked me off, shattering the bone. I had to have emergency surgery and plates screwed in to reattach the pieces of bone.
It's a wonder you ever got back on a horse again, Will said, truly in awe of her. Who would ever guess that a young woman who rides to near perfection had to conquer that demon every time she got on a horse?
Well, she sighed deeply, I still fight it. That's why I go through the same routine every time I mount Annie Oakley, especially when I practice or compete. I sing a fight song in my head, Don't Stop Believin'. She glanced at him, embarrassed. It's not so difficult when I'm riding to relax, which I really don't understand, she said, shrugging. The struggle with PTSD is real, let me tell you.
How long did it take for you to get back into riding? he asked, nudging Dante with his knees farther up the trail. They were almost to the top of the mountain. You're one of the best I've ever seen.
Pops tried hard for several years, she replied, following him. But I was so scared I couldn't even feed my own horse an apple.
What changed? Will asked and turned around to watch her, completely drawn in. Emmy Jo tapped her chin a few times, thinking, before she answered.
Drive, determination, the willingness to get back on the horse to conquer and fight for my dream.
So you started riding again after college? He asked, surprised she had mastered the art so well in so little time.
Yep.
I'll bet your competition is all horns and rattles about that.
Many are not pleased,
Emmy Jo giggled, her laughter echoing around the narrow canyon walls the higher they got.
They're a little jealous, I guess, since they've spent their whole lives riding. What about you? Why do you stay? Jake mentioned that the ranch used to belong to your family. I think it would be incredibly hard to work under those circumstances.
It is, he agreed with a sigh. Sadly, losing the ranch is all wrapped in my ex-fiancée. He knew the rumor swirled around town, and probably even farther than that, but he never uttered a word to anyone about it, except Jake. Somehow, Emmy Jo made him comfortable enough about opening up.
No way, she exclaimed. What happened?
I'll tell you, but first, Will turned around in his saddle and smiled at her. They'd reached the summit, and he couldn't wait to see Emmy Jo's reaction to one of the most pristine vistas in all of Colorado. You've got to see this, he said, dismounting. He held onto the reins of his horse and whistled for Atticus, who came bounding out of the brush with a friendly bark. Emmy Jo was lower on the trail and hadn't yet seen the other side of the plateau. When she reached the top and gazed at the scene, her eyes misted with tears, and she smiled.
Thank you for bringing me here,
she whispered reverently. They stood on the ridge, staring in awe at the vista before them. It was as if they'd made a pilgrimage to a holy place and stood silently in wonder of the beauty before them. A panorama of thickly forested ridges converged, creating a formidable mountain range. The peak of the tallest mountain jutted like a spike, but the sister peaks looked like the edge of a saw, sharp and jagged. On each side of the range, the land smoothed out into rolling hills as an aquamarine lake knelt at its feet, glistening in the sunshine.
Oh, this is glorious, she sighed, elated. The mountains are breathtaking. I love how puffy the clouds are surrounding them, but I don't think I've ever seen the sky such a perfect forget-me-not blue. Have you?
No, Will said, feeling happy and content that she loved the vista as much as he did. Although I don't like the look of them clouds coming in from the west. He glared at them, hoping they wouldn't travel here too fast. That could mean a hasty trip down the mountain. We'll be fine, he gave her a reassuring smile. We can tie our horses up over here. He pointed toward a small grove of straggly pine trees standing on the ridge. After they'd secured the horses, he pulled Emmy Jo by the hand to the top of a giant boulder. They sat together quietly, absorbing the beauty of it all. It felt like they were the only two people in the world. Emmy Jo leaned over and nudged his shoulder with hers.
Your turn,
she whispered, encouraging him with a sweet sidelong look. Warmth bloomed in Will's chest as he drew in a deep breath and sighed, trying to gain courage to tell a story he desperately wanted to leave behind. But Emmy had shared such a personal story with him, and he didn't want to be a jerk. I fell hard for Laura in college and thought we were meant to be. But after she visited the ranch a few times, her demeanor changed. She started asking me why my parents wouldn't sell. It's prime real estate so close to Primrose, he said, glancing at Emmy Jo hesitantly. Feeling the side of his mouth hitch up sadly, he shrugged. Our little town is becoming a haven for entrepreneurs and creatives. People have a vastly different vision for the place than the folk whose families have lived here for generations. It could become a gateway destination for tourists on their way to the San Juan Mountains and Telluride. Laura could tell there was change in the air, and as a business major, wanted to be a part of it. Emmy Jo had inched closer to him, their thighs touching. It was an unexpected thrill. Chills ran up and down his spine and along the tops of his arms. Besides being highly distracted, Will wondered if he would continue the story or not. He'd never been this open with anyone else about what had happened. The whole issue of trust, or lack thereof, came flooding back to him. He could feel himself shutting down as the anger and animosity in his chest gripped him from the inside. As if on autopilot, he couldn't control his mouth clamping shut, or his hands curling into fists. Emmy Jo turned toward him, urging him on with her warm eyes, and squeezed his hand in reassurance. Only then could he resist the urge to jump on his horse and bolt down the mountain. She began subtly, telling me and my parents the benefits of selling and how much money we could make. Taking care of the land is so ingrained in our souls, none of us could begin to imagine not living on the land under our stewardship. When we told her no over and over again, things got heated between all of us, and she left in a huff. I was completely gutted by the experience. Will paused and gulped, unsure if it was the right move to tell Emmy Jo the whole truth. She held his eyes so lovingly with hers, he knew he had to finish. I thought she was the love of my life, he said bitterly, realizing she held the land's dollar value and whatever commission she would make higher than me, cut to the bone. That's rough, Emmy Jo said, shaking her head with a scowl. I'm sorry it happened to you. Then Laura came back, all dewy-eyed and apologetic. I wasn't home at the time, but my father let her in. My mother was in hospice care by then. She'd battled cancer for several years. Dad was so grief-stricken by the thought of losing his wife, Laura could not have picked a better time to take advantage of him. But he's a kind, gracious soul, and welcomed her back with open arms. Little did he know that serving him his favorite whiskey and accompanying him to a poker game was all part of a devious, well-laid plan. He lost the ranch that night to my current boss, Mr. Rodrigo Schultz. What? Emmy Jo trilled, incredulous. That's just plain evil. How could she do it? Knowing how passionate you are about this place. I realized far too late I was just a vehicle so she could get what she wanted. She undoubtedly targeted me from the beginning and played me like a fiddle. I'm so sorry about your mother. It's just so sad. Emmy Jo grasped both of his hands and stared earnestly into his eyes. I can't imagine. She shook her head, the corners of her lips turned down. My mom is everything. Emmy Jo sighed and continued to hold his gaze. Will couldn't help but notice delightful gold flecks, like sunshine shimmering on a dark sea. He found himself mesmerized more by them than the amazing vista, and couldn't imagine never looking into them again. We're a couple of damaged souls, aren't we? She said with a mournful laugh. But we're moving on. Will cleared his throat, trying to conceal his growing attraction. It wasn't just her beauty that reeled him in like a fish on a hook, but her strength, determination, and incredible kindness. Sure enough. What's next for you? I hate the thought of it. One side of her mouth hitched up, and she gave him an apologetic glance as she let go of his hands. But I've got to leave. It's the next step toward reaching my goal. So, you're heading back to Greeley? Yeah. When? Maybe a few more days. Would you be interested in going fly fishing with me? Will asked suddenly and felt a huge wave of awkwardness crash over him. What am I thinking? They were friendly and had a bit of a rivalry, but he could not get involved. That's the way it needed to be. She was leaving, and he trusted no one. Except... No, he could never trust Emmy Jo either. But his mouth just kept going. I know you've got your brothers and all. Are you asking me out on a date? Emmy Jo playfully placed both her hands over her heart, a sweet smile slowly stretching across her face. I'd be a fool not to, he relented, knowing it was true despite his misgivings. You know, I might catch more fish than you. She narrowed her eyes, puckered her lips in the cutest way, and nodded slowly, pointing at him. It was hilarious. We tied at roping, but I think I can take you on in this fishing thing, and it might bug the heck out of you. You went behind my back and roped one more, He rolled his eyes and chuckled. You took advantage when I wasn't looking.
What all the losers say. Emmy Jo dismissed him with a wave of her hand.
Are you always so insufferable? He playfully tugged her by the lapels of her shirt, pulling her so close he could have kissed her. Surprised by his own actions, he loosened his grip, but had no desire to back away. His blood fizzed just looking at her.
Absolutely, she whispered, her breath soft and sweet on his face. I've had to fight for my place my entire life. I've got 3
rough and tumble brothers,
they said at the same time, and shared a huddled laugh.
Oh, heaven help me, he thought.
Will knew his attraction was strong, but what would a whole afternoon of fly fishing do?
Chapter 8. Thunder rumbled. Emmy Jo glanced nervously at the clouds and couldn't believe how fast they'd moved toward the ridge. She looked at Will. With his hands on his hips, he stood glaring at the clouds as if they were a recalcitrant ornery bull, contemplating how he might outwit it and chase it into a corral. She wished they could throw a lasso around those clouds and make them stay put. I guess we shouldn't have come up to the ridge today. Sorry about that, little lady. We'd better hurry, he said apologetically and began walking toward their horses. She jogged to keep up with him and was on her horse before he mounted Dante. Interesting, she thought, how she could bypass the demon when there were dark clouds on her tail. Will motioned for her to go ahead of him, and she urged Annie forward. Just as they hit the trail leading down the mountain, a deafening crack of thunder tore through the air, followed by a blinding flash of lightning, the potent smell of ozone permeating the atmosphere. It was so shocking. Emmy Jo ducked and covered her ears, accidentally dropping the reins. Annie Oakley flinched and began trotting down the narrow trail far too fast. In the few seconds that followed, Emmy Jo tried to grasp the reins as Will shouted, "Ha!" Then she heard Dante crashing through the trees and brush behind them, and before she knew it, Will and his horse stood right in front of them on the next switchback. Annie slid to a stop to avoid crashing into them and whinnied, tossing her head in frustration. "There now, Annie Oakley!" Will held up one hand to rub her nose and ever so slowly bent to pick up one of the reins, handing it to Emmy Jo. She smiled at him gratefully and reached over to grab the other rein. "Whew, thanks, Will," Emmy Jo said, unable to keep her voice from cracking in fear. "The thunder rattled me. I'm not sure Annie here has had experience with thunder that close either. My gosh, what a heart stopper!" She laughed nervously just as another clap of thunder made her wince. "Perfectly normal reaction. I'm glad I was in a position to help." He gave her a brief nod and tipped his hat just as the first drops of rain began to fall. "I'm afraid we're going to have to get wet. Hope you're up for an adventure." A wicked grin lit his face as he clicked his tongue at Dante, and they began moving down the trail. Emmy Jo leaned back into the saddle as Annie moved down the trail, buttoning her flannel shirt, tucking loose tendrils of her hair behind her ears, and pushing her ball cap lower onto her head. Anything to hunker down against the elements, especially the wind whipping around. Will kept checking on her from over his shoulder, probably wondering when she'd lose her cool and act like a spoiled diva. "The swine," she thought. Pressing her lips together, she tried not to smile, but it was impossible. If he was trying to draw out her inner diva, he was going to be mighty disappointed. She liked him more every day, even if he was gauging her behavior. This was a test, and she was determined to pass it. "What the?" Will pulled up on the reins, stopping Dante abruptly on the trail. Emmy Jo craned her neck, trying to see what was ahead of Will. He turned around with a grim smile and shook his head. "Can you believe this?" "What is it?" 6 cows from my ranch are chewing their doggone cuds right here in the middle of the forest. They've even got a calf with them. We've had to chase them down before, but I've never seen them this far from the pastures." "Can you come back and get them later?" she asked, noticing the occasional drop of rain had turned into a steady sprinkle. "It's lucky to find them so close to the trail. We've got to round them up now and guide them down the mountain." "We?" Emmy Jo asked in alarm. "I'm afraid so, little lady. You don't mind an extra bit of work, do you?" he asked, a devilish smirk on his face, clearly expecting her to resist the idea. "Will, I've never done a roundup before," Emmy Jo said. Even she could hear the panic rising in her voice. I wouldn't have the slightest idea how to..." But he stopped her. "All we have to do is encourage them to walk down the trail, same as us. They'll get the picture soon enough.
Encourage? What exactly does that mean?
It means we don't allow them to go anywhere, except on the trail.
Oh, boy.
Emmy Jo moaned, knowing that the ride down the mountain would take about 3 times as long. She was getting wet and beginning to shiver, but she would never give Will the satisfaction of showing weakness.
Nope, not ever.
Like everything else in her life, she had something to prove, and would work hard to achieve it. She'd planned on participating in a roundup at some point, just not one on a narrow mountain trail in a storm.
Baptism by fire,
he said as a sly smile stretched across his face.
All we got to do is get on each side of them and guide them toward the trail.
Clicking his tongue at Dante, he moved off the trail toward the nearest cow. The cow moaned in protest at his approach and began an ungainly gallop down the mountain. Will whistled and took off after it. Emmy Jo realized he was signaling Atticus. The dog shot through the bushes and crossed the trail, barking madly. The rest of the cows startled and followed their ringleader, leaving Emmy Jo alone on the trail with the calf. It had tried to bolt, but one of its hooves had fallen into a hole. It lay on the ground, mewling in pain. It was the saddest sound she'd ever heard, such a pathetic bleating, high-pitched call for help. The calf kept a fierce eye on the trail, knowing that's where the other cows had gone. It tried to get up several times to follow, but kept landing hard on its side. Watching its continued efforts broke Emmy Jo's heart, and she knew she had to do something. Dismounting Annie Oakley, she approached the calf and knelt by its side. It eyed her suspiciously, but didn't try to get away as she gently probed its leg. As she sat back on her haunches, she closed her eyes and raised her face to the splattering rain, wondering what to do. The calf looked to be only a couple of weeks old, but it weighed somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 pounds, and she was fairly certain it had broken its leg. Emmy Jo couldn't leave it up here. It wouldn't be wise to wait for Will to come back. Too much could happen between now and then. She wasn't interested in waiting for a predator to take notice of an injured baby animal. Drumming her fingers on her thighs, she pressed her lips together in determination and jumped to her feet. She'd made a decision. It would be hard to do, but she thought she and Annie Oakley could pull it off.
Okay, girl,
she said, walking back toward Annie. Emmy Jo stood close to her horse, almost under her head, and rubbed both sides of her long, graceful neck.
We've been practicing this for a while. We've got this. You and me, sweetheart.
Grasping the reins, Emmy Jo led her horse close to the calf. Muttering encouragement, she gently pulled the reins down under Annie Oakley's chin, applying steady pressure till the horse's nose neared the ground. Having practiced this move many times before, Annie knew to keep her nose there. Next, Emmy Jo grabbed a nearby stick and tapped Annie's stomach and back legs to get her back legs to move toward her front legs. Annie then bent her knees and lay down, her legs curled underneath her.
Oh, you are the best horse in the world!
Emmy Jo shouted exuberantly and threw her arms around Annie's neck.
No one can say you're just a performance horse. Good grief, you can do anything, can't you, girl?
She said, patting Annie.
Okay.
Emmy Jo took a deep breath and exhaled, trying to steel herself against what she thought would cause a good deal of pain.
Now comes the next part.
Kneeling down beside the calf, Emmy Jo put her arms under its body and tried to lift. This panicked the animal, and it tried to stand up. The effort failed, and the calf slammed down hard on Emmy Jo's hands. Quickly pulling her arms out from under the animal and muttering a few choice words, she stood up, shaking them out.
Worst idea ever! Use your head, woman!
She paced around the calf a couple of times, gnawing on her thumb, trying to figure out a way to move the calf from the ground to her saddle. Then, it occurred to her. Leverage. Sitting down in the mud next to the calf, Emmy Jo spread her legs as wide as possible, wrapping her arms around the middle of its body. She moved her legs under the animal, dug her feet into the ground, and pushed. Every single push caused her to grunt with exertion. Her legs and back were killing her, not to mention her arms as she tried to keep the calf from squirming too much. But she made progress. This might be the hardest thing she'd ever done, she mused, as a sheen of sweat developed, immediately turning cold on her skin, giving her goosebumps. And she was certain her mom would kill her for wearing such nice jeans on what should have been an easy trail ride. When she reached her horse, Emmy Jo was panting like she'd just run a mile at top speed. With her back against Annie Oakley's belly, She tried to catch her breath and gain courage for what she knew would be the most difficult part of the job. Using Annie as a stabilizer, Emmy Jo leaned into her horse, bent her knees, and somehow got her legs and feet underneath her. Squatting and out of breath once more, her thighs and lower back on fire, she twisted her body and hefted the calf into her saddle. It was surprisingly placid. And then she collapsed. Emmy Jo's legs had given out on her, but she was elated. She was muddy, aching, and exhausted, but she'd done it. Yes, yes, yes! Emmy Jo shouted, tilting her face up to the drenching rain, squeezing her eyes shut, pumping her fists victoriously into the air. When she opened her eyes, she stared straight into the cold yellow eyes of a mountain lion. Calmly assessing the situation, Emmy Jo guessed that her celebratory bellowing had given the powerful animal reason to pause. It stood frozen just a few feet away, just outside the cover of the brush. Emmy Jo's heart hammered in her chest, but her thoughts were clear. Pops had told her 1,000 times what to do. Her bear spray was tucked in a saddlebag. She'd never leave it there again. Maintaining direct eye contact, she grabbed a nearby rock and rose slowly to her feet. Raising her fists in the air once again, trying to loom large, she roared like a grizzly bear. When the mountain lion simply cocked its head in curiosity, she threw the rock, hitting the animal near its feet. It screamed, an eerie sound, almost like a woman in pain, and trotted back into the brush. Emmy Jo stood up, feeling like she'd just run a marathon, got in the saddle behind the calf, and clucked at Annie to stand up. They were finally on their way down the mountain. What a day, she moaned, shaking her head in disbelief. Let's go home. Don't forget to lock the gate on that corral, Will shouted angrily into the wind and rain as he climbed back on his horse, angling an angry glare at Jake. Wet, mud-splattered, and ornery, Will felt downright distressed about what had happened. It was difficult to keep the cows on the trail with only one rider. Atticus had been somewhat useful, but the cows often veered off, wanting to go their own way. He rode in the brush almost the whole way, whistling, shouting, and cajoling the unruly beast to get down the mountain. Worst of all, he felt guilty about leaving Emmy Jo behind. He thought she was right behind him until he realized she wasn't there at all. He had no idea what had happened to her and didn't feel he could go back to check. He'd been swamped right up to his eyeballs. Although he trusted her abilities completely, he was worried sick. If something happened to her. His thoughts lingered there for a moment, and he felt his heart drop to his stomach. He'd never forgive himself. Don't I always? Jake answered, his tone long-suffering as he double-checked the lock, giving the metal gate a great shimmy against the chain to make sure it was secure. The cows huddled together in the muddy pen, rain pelting their hides. We'll take 'em back out to pasture when the storm has passed. Although I don't see an end to it anytime soon, he said sharply as the wind blew sheets of rain into them. Will tried to keep the anger out of his voice, but watching those cows, now acting like submissive little angels, aggravated him. In the rush to get down the mountain, he'd forgotten entirely about the calf. He cursed under his breath. Could this day get any worse? Likely the biggest understatement I've heard in a while, Jake called out with a sly grin, rain dripping from his bushy goatee. When Will wheeled his horse around to head back up the trail, Jake hollered, Where are you headed, cowpoke? Isn't it about time to give your poor horse a break? I've got to go back for Emmy Jo. What? Jake said, astounded. She was with you? I can't explain now, Jake, Will yelled as Dante pranced impatiently in the mud. I'm worried about her. She's alone up there in the rain, and the calf didn't come down with the cows. It's all my fault. Levi'll have my hide. Hold your horses there, cowpoke, Jake cried, raising his hand, motioning for Will to stop, his eyes glued on something behind him. Will wheeled Dante around to find Emmy Jo riding her horse into the grounds very slowly. His stomach lurched, and he muttered a curse. This is my fault. Annie Oakley looked downtrodden and tired, her normally shiny golden coat rain-splattered and muddy. Emmy Jo was soaked to the bone and slouching in the saddle. Wondrous relief engulfed him like a flame, cleansing him of all his anger and fear.
Noticing he could breathe much easier, he didn't care one whit about those incorrigible cows. His mind flooded with gratitude. Emmy Jo was alive and well. That's all that mattered. Anything could have happened out there. Will jumped down from his horse and rushed toward her. Then he stopped dead in his tracks, his glance bouncing from the calf, now mewling for its mother, to Emmy Jo's face. She was so wet. Water dripped from her hair and clothes. Taking in her full appearance, he couldn't help but notice a sneaky little smile inching upward, rounding her cheeks in delight. "I got your calf for you." Emmy Jo's voice was raspy, but light-hearted, as if she just told him a great joke. I can see that," he said, rubbing the whiskers on his chin, contemplating. How did you get this animal into your saddle?" He couldn't imagine how she could have accomplished the deed. "Well, Annie and I have been working on her lying down for some time, and it came in pretty handy today." Yeah, but," he spluttered, "a 2-week-old calf is still about 100 pounds. "I've got some big guns," she said with a laugh, and raised her arm in the shape of an L, flexing her bicep. Will was glad the hard-pounding rain had slowed to a sprinkle. He didn't want to miss a single moment of her smile, her laugh, her wit, her beauty. Yes, she was more beautiful now than he'd ever seen her. Because she'd obviously fought hard to help him, and he appreciated it more than she'd ever know. No one had ever cared enough to know what he needed help with, let alone actually do something heroic to help him. He couldn't wait to hear the story. When he reached up to take the animal out of the saddle, she whispered, "Be careful. I think its leg is broken." "Jake, get the UTV over here, will ya?" Will hollered as his brother Bo rushed from the covered staging area of the arena, along with a couple of other rain-drenched cowboys, to help him lower the calf out of the saddle. "And tell Dylan to call the vet." "On it, boss," Jake said, splashing through the mud. "I'm glad you're okay," Will said, smiling up at Emmy Jo, holding his arms out to her. The gesture was purely instinctive. The moment he raised his arms up, he realized he shouldn't have. She might not be into it. The woman was capable of climbing down from her horse. She slid from the saddle, nevertheless, his gentle touch breaking her fall. Will didn't expect the quick intake of breath when he placed his hands upon her waist, or his pulse to spike when her knees buckled a bit, causing her to lean into his chest. It had been coming on so slowly, he hardly realized it. But he never imagined his life could encompass something so sweet and special as the opportunity to take care of Emmy Jo. "I'm okay, really," she said, offering him a weak smile. The innocent, unambiguous gaze hit him hard, with a blast of admiration. "You have no idea how good it is to hear you say that," he said, sincerity bursting from the depths of his soul. "This is absolutely the wrong time to ask, but I don't suppose you'll be up to our fly fishing date tomorrow. I think the storm will pass up by then." He felt completely selfish for even bringing it up, but knew he must. They had made plans, after all. "You want me to go fishing after I wrestled a 100-pound calf into my saddle, scared off a mountain lion, and rode who knows how many miles down the mountain in the wind and rain?" Her voice trilled a little high as she quirked a crooked smile and chuckled tiredly. A hot shower and a nice warm bed tonight, and I'm good to go." As delighted as he was to hear that their date was still on, Will's mind caught on a barb. "But you did what?" Will asked, shock and surprise running rampant through his veins. It was the last thing he wanted to hear, that she'd been threatened by a wild animal. Her father would certainly have some words with him over it. "No worries." Emmy Jo pulled a face and waved dismissively. "I don't think I was ever in danger." But you were face to face with a mountain lion. Seriously." "Sure enough." "Well, they are pretty timid by nature," he said, teasing her. He tried to tamp down the panic he felt, knowing the situation could have gone sideways easily. "Very funny." Emmy Jo gave him a gentle nudge against the chest, but then wrapped her arms around his neck and looked up into his eyes. "It would have dragged the calf off into the woods in a heartbeat if I hadn't have stood between them, roared like a bear, and chucked a rock at it." "Well, you kept a cool head, that's for sure." He was so drawn in by her eyes and the feel of her in his arms.
He would have given away the ranch were it his, just to kiss her. "I've been waiting hours, Mr. Hawkins. I'm on a strict schedule and don't have time for these kind of interruptions," came the outraged voice of Mr. Rodrigo Schultz as he walked out of the ranch house. Will noticed he stepped carefully on the wide flagstones without mud, so his shiny leather loafers wouldn't get dirty. Middle-aged, with specks of gray in his coiffed hair and neatly trimmed beard, Mr. Rodrigo Schultz exuded massive wealth, all the way from his designer sunglasses, which he still wore in a storm, to his Rolex watch and tailored suit. Although, Will thought, absorbing the man's spiffy appearance, he didn't understand why some men wore suits so tight and pants so short, everyone could see their bare ankles. Rodrigo Schultz's expression flickered with comprehension as he glanced from Will to Emmy Jo. A keen, leering smile etched into his face. His gaze lingered far too long on Emmy Jo, taking in her wet, clinging clothes. She'd been shivering in his embrace, but when she noticed the man staring so rudely, Emmy Jo stepped away from Will. Jutting her chin defiantly and staring the man down, she forced him to look her in the eye. Jake arrived with a coat and draped it over her shoulders. It made Will burn with contempt as bile rose to the back of his throat. He'd have given anything to have this moment with Emmy Jo in private. It was too special to share with someone whose thoughts ran to the baseline, someone who figured he'd bed her and be done with her. Will had never felt that way about Emmy Jo, and he never would. He cared for her more than anyone he'd ever known. He was just barely able to admit it to himself, despite knowing deep down it wouldn't lead to anything permanent. Apparently, he was a glutton for punishment. "Sorry, Mr. Rodrigo Schultz." Will walked up the path toward the house with his hand extended in greeting. "We had quite a problem rounding up those cows in the storm, but all is well. You will not lose any money. In fact, my friend," he said, pointing toward Emmy Jo, "rescued the calf. Broke its leg, but it will heal and add several more hundreds of dollars to the ledger when it grows to adulthood and we sell it." Good. Glad to hear it," the billionaire said, his eyes narrowed as he continued to assess Emmy Jo in a way that made Will want to punch him in the face. "Do you mind?" Mr. Rodrigo Schultz swung an arm up the path leading to the house. "We've got much to discuss, Mr. Hawkins. I want to make sure the money I've sunk into this place is paying off. It might be in a mine to sell, if I see it isn't." "Of course. Just a moment." Will jogged back to Emmy Jo. He didn't touch her this time, even though he dearly wanted to help her warm up and comfort her. Instead, he whispered into her ear, "Thanks for the adventure, Emmy Jo. Tell your dad not to kill me for leaving you on the mountain, and text me when you're ready to fish. That is, if you still want anything to do with me." He gave her an unsure shrug and walked back up the path toward the house and through the door. "Don't ruin the expensive wood floor with your muddy boots," Mr. Rodrigo Schultz said, looking down at the floor in displeasure. Feeling like an oft-scolded school kid, Will marched back out onto the porch with a sigh and took off his boots. Sure, the billionaire had invested money in the house and outbuildings, but this is where he'd grown up. It was his house, and he didn't take kindly to being chastised, especially by an outsider. If he'd brought mud into the house, then he'd clean it up. He didn't need to be treated like a child. Made him wonder if Mr. Rodrigo Schultz trusted him at all to run the ranch. When he walked back into the house, the screen door squeaked in protest, mirroring his great agitation. Excuse me, Mr. Rodrigo Schultz?" Emmy Jo had jumped onto the wraparound porch and stood in the doorway, smiling sweetly. Will felt his stomach tumble. The man did not deserve such a smile from Emmy Jo. The billionaire turned around, a smug expression on his face, as if he'd expected Emmy Jo to chase him down. "I know you're safeguarding your investment, but mud on the floor should be the least of your worries." Rodrigo Schultz took off his glasses and glowered at Emmy Jo. Will's heart soared. "I've never seen a better rancher anywhere, and I travel all over the West in my duties as Miss Rodeo Mountain States. I've had the opportunity to visit more ranches than I can count, and this is by far the best-run ranch I've encountered. Will," she said, darting a shy glance toward him, I mean, Mr. Hawkins' priority has always been what's best, not only for the people and animals in his care, but also for the land. It's becoming harder for ranchers to run a sustainable ranch.
earn a profit, and still nurture the land. In my mind, that should make him invaluable to you. It's a ton of pressure, but he's protecting your investment from the ground up. Literally. Mr. Rodrigo Schultz smirked.
Well, thank you for that enlightening view of my general manager.
He turned his back on Emmy Jo and walked down the hall toward Will's study. Will shot Emmy Jo a look of gratitude and then followed the despicable man. He'd give just about anything to change his life and not have to deal with the billionaire ever again. His mind quickly wandered to how lovely it would be to live simply with Emmy Jo at his side, running the ranch on his own terms, and chasing down big sky vistas with the woman of his dreams. There was only one problem. It was completely impossible. Chapter 9. A sudden realization sent Emmy Jo into panic mode. When she'd hastily packed for the cabin a month ago, she didn't think to pack fishing gear, and had nothing to wear for her date with Will. She prayed the Primrose outfitters in town stocked what she needed, waders that fit. With her mother, Jenna, and Rosie along for the ride, they'd made a girls' day out of it, and it had taken almost all day. She'd barely gotten to the ranch in time and felt a little distracted and fidgety, as if this whole fly fishing thing was just an anticlimactic way to end a busy day. It wasn't, and she didn't want Will to think so. Drawing in a few shaky breaths as she stood knee-deep in the Hayfork River, Emmy Jo focused on Will taking careful steps toward the middle. And her jaw dropped as she took it all in, completely blown away. It was as if he and the glorious setting were in a Hollywood movie, the scene romanticizing this man's relationship with the great outdoors. The western sun hung low, casting long shadows and a penetrating golden glow. It seemed as if the air shimmered, motes and mayflies dancing in the dustlight, as 1,000 diamonds glittered on the river's surface, the contrast darkening the deep forest green of the pine trees. It couldn't have been more beautiful. A man in his element, truly at one with nature. Will had mentioned in passing that fly fishing was often best right before sunset. He could not have been more right, she thought, watching trout rise to the surface of the water, the ripples a kind of soft staccato rhythm, adding to the burbling of the river. Enjoying the scene far too much and paying little attention to her footsteps, Emmy Jo did what was becoming her forte, slipped over a mossy rock and stumbled, careening straight toward him. "Hang on, I've got you!" Will had somehow managed to scoop her up by the waist and pull her close while grappling with the fishing rods in his other hand. He was close. So close. She felt as if the skin under her arms would ignite from landing against his chest and set the rest of her on fire. Thinking it would be wise to back away and gain her balance on her own, she couldn't quite convince herself to do it. Emmy Jo was drawn in, so mesmerized by him. She could hardly breathe. With the sun sparkling in his eyes, the color was more astonishing than ever, so much like the sky on a radiant summer morning. "I'll never let you fall again," he whispered, his gaze intent, a gentle touch of reassurance that she would never have expected from an oft-times crotchety cowboy. Emmy Jo couldn't help but wonder what he'd meant. He'd taken pleasure in watching her fall into the river the first time they met, and was as unpleasant as a human could be on the trail and in the coffee shop. But he'd given her solid encouragement and advice while they chatted in the barn, and he'd been a Prince Charming on their adventurous horse ride. Was he being literal or figurative? Did he actually mean, "I'll always be there for you, Emmy Jo. I'll never let you fall"? "You know," he grinned mischievously as his eyes swept over her face, bringing her out of her contemplation, "you've got incredible balance on a horse. What I can't figure is," he righted her balance and scratched the whiskers on his chin thoughtfully, "why can't you get your legs under you in a river?" "Very funny," Emmy Jo swatted him. "Just teach me how to fish. I've been wanting to learn how to do this forever." "I thought you already knew how to fly fish." A wrinkle appeared between his brows as he scratched the side of his head in thought. "I've been a couple of times with my brothers, but they are impatient and I've never learned properly. Pops is a bait fisherman, so no help there. I've spent hours on my knees catching night crawlers so we could fish early in the morning." "You know how to dig worms?" An incredulous expression lit his features,
his brows lifting in surprise. There are not many women in the world who'd be willing to do that. Nevertheless, it's an unwitting error on his part. Excuse me? Emmy Jo put her hands on her hips and moved closer, her face just inches from his. Her heart skipped a beat and skittered somewhere high in the clouds. Pops always reels them in. I'm sure he does, but my dad would say it's a crude method, he said softly, the corner of his mouth hinting at a smile, as he tucked an errant tendril of hair behind her ear. As his fingers lingered on her cheek, a pool of tingly heat rippled through her body. Her arms rose involuntarily, desperately wanting to return his touch. At that moment, her universe began to spin inward, her full attention focused on Will. With thick brown hair curling at the nape of his neck and a few days' growth on his face, he was the epitome of rugged and handsome. Besides, he cleared his throat and looked down, breaking the moment, there are far superior ways of wooing a trout. Wooing a trout? Emmy Jo chuckled. As the irony of the phrase settled in, her laughter turned into a full-throated guffaw. She wondered how a cowboy at heart could have such a fine way with words. Was he trying to send her a message? Perhaps he was trying to woo her, too? The thought ignited a fire within her, and heat sizzled all the way down her back. What does your dad know? She asked with some sass, trying to cover her enormous attraction to him. Besides being a rancher his entire life, he's also a fly fisherman. The practice is a bit hard to resist with the river running through the ranch. He taught me everything when I was a kid. When we lost the ranch, he began tying flies and guiding for Primrose outfitters in town. The whole thing just makes me sad, Emmy Jo stomped, her foot making a splash. Well, they're learning to live with it. Will gave her half a shrug as he turned his attention to the rods. He's chastened, doesn't drink anymore, and he ties one heck of a fly. Is there any way to get the ranch back? Emmy Jo asked sincerely, motivation filling a well deep inside of her. She despised injustice. There was something wildly fishy about this situation, present activity excluded. Some technicality? The way you describe the situation doesn't sound legal. Hard drinking and gambling are time-honored institutions in the West, as you well know, even though most gambling is illegal now. He handed her a rod, a new fly tied onto the line. I believe this particular poker game fell under the social gambling exception. There's just got to be more to it, she said, feeling as if she had a bee inside her bonnet. It's really beginning to bug me. What Laura and that horrible Mr. Rodriguez whatever pulled is such a scam. I can't believe there's no way around it. Do you think we didn't try? He replied calmly, lifting a brow, a note of finality in his voice. Why don't you head upriver and watch me? I'll show you how to cast. Emmy Jo turned away from him and trudged against the current, the water sloshing around her thighs, walking a fair distance so she'd be out of range of his hook. When she faced him once again, he'd already begun to cast, his line dancing through the air. Backlit by the sun, it was romantic and rhythmic, as if she were watching a poem glide on the air. Will's wooing trout comment now made far more sense. What fish on earth could possibly resist the perfectly presented fly? He let the fly gently land on the surface of the river and took up the line slack, patiently waiting for a trout to explode from under the water and seize his offering. Ready to give it a try, Emmy Jo angled the rod behind her to cast and threw her arm forward, bending her wrist in a forward motion. She lost control. The fly whipped frantically around and almost hooked her ear. Will looked up just in time to see the line spool at her feet. He reeled in and began wading toward the bank. He deposited his rod on shore, leaning it against a tree trunk, and met her in the middle of the river. Let me help you with that, he said and gave her a sympathetic smile. I should have watched you cast before I took off on my own. I've done it before, she sighed in embarrassment. I just got distracted by watching you. You look like a pro. It's just, I don't know, second nature, I guess. It's not really hard to learn. He stepped behind her as he placed his right hand on her arm to guide her through the motion of casting, his chest skimming her back. There were layers of clothing between them, not to mention the waders, and yet, Emmy Jo felt every pinpoint of contact. Her skin tingled, setting her nerve endings on fire. It was desperately hard to ignore and almost impossible to focus on casting when every cell in her body cried out to drop the fishing rod and pull Will into a kiss. It's like this, you see? Will had positioned the fly so it wouldn't get caught on either of them and guided her arm back and forth to the 10 and 2 positions on the clock. This had never made sense when Cole and Clint instructed her in their fleeting way. But here, in Will's grasp, it all made perfect sense. The number 2 was behind her shoulder and the number 10 in front of her. That's great, he said enthusiastically. You're really catching on. Now, when you cast, don't bend your wrist. I think it's what messed you up before. You know, I think you're right, Emmy Jo replied, enjoying the rhythm of the movement. How he moved his hand down the length of her arm to position her wrist better. How he smiled when he caught her glance. She felt her face fire up with a delicious blush. It's not all about casting, you know. You've got to read the river as well. You see those rocks over there? Will pointed downriver, his eyes squinting from the sun. Fish like to get out of the current sometimes. They linger in places where the water is calm. Try casting over there and see what happens. He walked toward the shore, turned, and folded one arm across his chest, the other resting under his chin. Emmy Jo was a little embarrassed to have him watch her so closely, but decided she wanted to prove that his efforts at instruction were successful, and that she hadn't turned into a pile of goo in his embrace. Even though she had. Even though she knew it would lead to nowhere good. Get a grip, girlfriend. I cannot fall for this handsome cowboy, Emmy Jo chided herself. Even if he is showing a side to his personality that is absolutely irresistible and unlike any other man I've ever met. With a deep breath to gain her bearings and an emphatic nod of her head, she raised her rod behind her shoulder and launched the line forward, the fly zipping back and forth through the air. She wasn't nearly as good at it as Will, but she was much improved, and it felt good to have more control. The fly landed near the mark, and she took up the line slack, waiting for the tug. She practically danced with joy and shouted at Will, "Ha! I did it!" He waved, then smiled, and turned to grab his rod just as Emmy Jo felt a hard tug on the line. I think I've got something here, she screeched as the line dragged away from her quickly. Pull up and start reeling, Emmy Jo, Will shouted, sloshing toward her, a net in his hand. It looks like a doozy. You don't want to lose this one. Emmy Jo pulled up on the rod, and it bent as she began to reel in the line. The force made her dig her feet harder into the bed of the river to keep her balance. The trout worked ferociously to escape, breaking the surface in a series of jumps to dislodge the fly, and trying to swim away. When the fish was finally close enough, Will scooped it up with the net. Emmy Jo bent down toward the water to get a better look. A large brown trout, probably 16 inches, struggled against the net, trying to flip out. That's a beauty! Will lifted the brim of his fishing hat higher on his forehead and whistled. It sounded a lot like a cat call, but Emmy Jo knew he was just as impressed with the fish as she was. You lucky son of a gun, he said, shaking his head in surprise. And on your first successful cast, too. Bent over from holding the net in the water, he looked up and fired a 1,000-kilowatt smile. Beginner's luck, I'd guess. You keep telling yourself that, cowboy, Emmy Jo replied as she reached in to pull the fish out of the net. Will you help me get the hook out of its mouth? Sure thing. Will tucked the net under his arm and gently pushed the hook backwards out of the fish's mouth. You don't seem too worried about handling a slimy fish. Hey, if I can dig up worms, fish scales are no match. Words to live by, he said, taking his phone out of a pocket in his fishing vest. You don't mind if I record the moment? Of course not. Emmy Jo straightened her posture and held the fish gently in both hands, its gills gasping for oxygen. Take it quick. This little critter needs to get back in the water. Will took a series of photos and shot her an inexplicable expression. It looked like admiration, but she must be reading it wrong. What reason did he have to admire her? This was just dumb luck. They both bent down as she placed the fish back into the water, one hand under its belly, the other around its tail. It took a moment of encouragement from her as she moved the fish's tail back and forth. It seemed to snap to attention with a powerful swing of its tail and they watched it swim away, with big smiles on their faces. How about we take a break? Our cook at the ranch rustled up some mighty fine victuals for this adventure. Emmy Jo shook her head and chuckled. The Western slang rolled out of him like water running downstream, a natural phenomenon that clearly could not be changed. She couldn't fault him for it anymore, even though he'd used phrases of a bygone era to spectacular efficiency when they first met, irritating her to death. And yet, Will had modern sensibilities that felt more progressive than most men she knew. It was a strange paradox, contemplating a man who looked and sometimes acted as if he belonged in the Wild West of the 19th century, but who understood the 21st century. A rare gift, to be sure. A mystery, she thought, recalling her brother Wesley's earlier description of the man she met at the river. Somehow, the contradictions just worked well for Will, and she found she quite liked it. Chapter 10. When they walked back into the clearing where Will had parked his old Ford truck, a surreal scene greeted them, surprising Emmy Jo. She stopped to take it all in. A picnic had been spread out on a blanket with fluffy pillows for reclining, and a stack of books to read under a huge cottonwood tree. A small vintage chandelier hung from the branches, glittering while the sky burned with a sultry sunset, as if red-hot embers filled the passing clouds. A campfire burned in a pit as lanterns blazed on surrounding rocks. Amazed by Lone Star played softly in the background. The food looked and smelled delicious, and she couldn't help but wonder who followed them in and set it all up, until she saw Jake disappear behind a huge pine tree, his boots thudding on the ground. Jake even peeked from behind a branch, tipped his hat, and grinned before taking off again. Boy, you really did turn this into a date. Emmy Jo gave him a playful sidelong look and chuckled. She walked to the truck, shed her waders, and threw them in the back. 1 minute, we're fishing. She jutted a thumb over her shoulder toward the river. And the next, a deluxe dining experience awaits. I wanted a picnic, but Jake, well, Will said slowly, looking around and rubbing the back of his neck as his cheeks turned a delightful shade of pink. He turned it into something a bit more. Jake did all of this by himself? No, he had help from our crabby cook, Betsy. They bedevil each other a lot, but I think there's something between them. Besides, he lowered the gate of his truck, tucking the rods in and stepping out of his waders. Jake could charm the socks off an ornery Arabian stallion if he put his mind to it. Are these pulled pork sandwiches and sweet potatoes? Emmy Jo asked, kneeling on the blanket and lifting the lids to smell what was inside. Actually, Will held up a finger to correct her as he knelt down, leaning on his haunches. It's pulled pork sliders and roasted sweet potato salad with red onion, avocado, craisins, and spinach. Betsy told me to tell you that. Impressive. Emmy Jo's eyebrows rose to the middle of her forehead. But it doesn't sound like typical ranch food at all, she said, hoping her tone sounded tongue-in-cheek, and waved her hand dismissively. Are these books for decoration or a way to expose your deep, dark secrets? They're some of my favorites, he answered a bit sheepishly and shrugged. Betsy likes antique books and said they'd go well with the chandelier. Emmy Jo noticed that he didn't exactly answer her question. A mystery man indeed, she thought, as she crouched down to get a closer look at the titles. Dante's Inferno, Lonesome Dove, The Virginian, To Kill a Mockingbird, and True Grit. I think I now know where your animals got their names, Dante and Atticus, but... Emmy Jo drummed her fingers on the top of the stack. You have a good mix of classic and Western interests. Emmy Jo arched an inquiring brow and smiled. But I'm not sure if this is what I signed up for. Where's the good old-fashioned cowboy grub anyway? She finished, a teasing lilt to her voice. I told Betsy you were not as highfalutin as I once suspected, and that pork and beans would be fine. Although, if you know anything about those books, you might just be highfalutin after all, Will insisted with a twinkle in his eye, as a satisfied smile stretched across his face. But we don't need to eat only staples from the chuck wagon, so to speak. Betsy wouldn't hear of it. She's trying to get everyone at the ranch to eat healthier anyway. She did splurge and make us a fancy dessert, though. He scratched the side of his cheek as he held up a bowl and examined it more carefully, an adorable crinkle appearing between his brows. think it's some kind of fluffy peach concoction.
Well then, I can't wait. Emmy Jo shifted her weight to sit down on the blanket, crossed her legs, and grabbed a plate to dish up some food. She took a bite of a pulled pork slider and thought she might have died and gone to heaven. The sweet, tangy flavor lingered on her tongue. Oh, this really hits the spot. Her stomach growled, and she laughed. I had no idea I was so hungry. Hey, she said suddenly, dying to know the answer to a question that had been circling in her head for a while. Can I ask you something?
You can ask me anything, Will replied and sat down, eyeing the sweet potato salad a little dubiously. Then he lifted his shoulders into a shrug and dumped a huge spoonful onto his plate.
Anything?
Sure.
When did you start having misgivings about Laura? Emmy Jo asked, hoping she hadn't offended him. You're such an obvious catch. I mean, besides the grumpy cowboy routine. She chortled and shook her head. I'm having a hard time reconciling why she chose the land instead of you. Will puffed out a long breath and looked toward the waning sunset as if he were trying to gain courage. The sky had turned a dusky purple and stars were beginning to appear. I'd rather face an angry bull than talk about Laura. He lowered the hoods of his eyes and proffered a troubled side-eye, his mouth a grim line. In fact, I never talk about Laura. Emmy Jo didn't necessarily want to prod him into talking if he didn't feel comfortable doing so. Except she had a burning desire to understand him better, and thought his experience might help her in handling Carson. You must have known something wasn't right even before you broke up, she said gently, hoping he'd open up to her. You got me there. Sighing, Will put his plate down. She was never right for me. I should have seen it from the beginning. A groan rumbled through his chest as he looked at Emmy Jo, his eyes full of pain. I'm just a small-town chump, and I guess I wanted to see the other side of life. Laura was from Denver. Wealthy, sophisticated, striking. She actually said yes when I asked her out the first time. I couldn't have been more surprised. He paused, his expression vulnerable. She seemed the perfect girlfriend, acted really into me, followed me on the rodeo circuit, nursed my wounds, celebrated my victories. My college years are full of memories of her, he said wistfully, his eyes far away. I wish she hadn't changed so much when she came to visit. It's like my parents and I became obstacles to her vision of how the land should be managed. I've wondered ever since if being my girlfriend was all just an act to get the land. He drew in a deep breath and exhaled. Then the corner of his mouth hitched up into a delightfully crooked smile. I feel like you're poking me with a cattle prod, he said. Why? He stretched the word out playfully, picked up his plate, and bit into his sandwich. Because I'm trying to understand you. Emmy Jo cocked her head and narrowed her eyes in thought. Maybe having someone else know how much Laura hurt you will help you get past it. That there's called vulnerability, little lady. Will ramped up his Texas twang to absurd proportions. It's a terrible weakness in a cowboy. Nope, I don't have the luxury. Your turn to get poked. He pretended to jabber with the imaginary cattle prod. The drama with Carson hasn't faded away just yet. What made you decide to dump him at your engagement party? That's an abrupt move. I'll bet he was like a deer caught in the headlights. Oh, I should have seen this coming, Emmy Jo moaned with a laugh. All right. I'll share because you did, just to make things even. But you better not go spilling the beans, she warned, pointing a finger at him. That goes without saying. Will nodded once and took another bite of his sandwich. Like you, I should have seen how bad he was for me much sooner. The truth of the matter is... She paused, meeting Will's eyes. There was something about them, a strange mix of softness and intensity, that comforted her as she told the story. Emmy Jo knew she could trust him with this damaged part of her soul. I did see it, but I didn't know how to get out of it. We seemed destined to be together since we were kids, and I couldn't imagine life without him. He was wrapped up in all my dreams for the future. He was always mischievous and sometimes got into trouble. Part of his charm. she said with a frustrated sigh and rolled her eyes. But that tendency became much worse after he got injured. I stayed because I thought he needed me and I wanted to help him. I saw the man he could become, she said sadly, shrugging her shoulders. Her eyes unexpectedly pricked with tears. I suspected he'd been fooling around, but I had no evidence. When I finally got the evidence, I did what I should have done years ago. Kicked him to the curb.
I'm glad you did it before he dragged you through the mud.
Breaking up with him hasn't stopped that.
I'm sorry he's hurt you. You don't deserve it.
Neither do you.
Emmy Jo hadn't realized how cozy they'd gotten. She didn't know who'd closed the distance. With their knees almost touching, his hand enclosed around hers. This was a dangerous move for two people who claimed they weren't in a position to get involved. And yet, she liked being close to Will. I really like you, Emmy Jo, he said, caressing her knuckles, which inexplicably exhilarated her. However positive the message, his eyes were pained, as if he waged a battle within his soul. I sense a but coming. As she prepared herself for rejection, Emmy Jo couldn't banish her complete awareness of him, how her mind scrambled in his presence, and how she hoped something more would develop, even if it made no sense at all. We're both going in different directions. His emotions warred on his face, utterly belying his words. You're leaving, and my life is here. Bad timing for us both, I guess, Emmy Jo answered as her stomach dropped. She couldn't meet his eyes. The thought planted a deep ache in her heart. Even if the timing were right, he said, squeezing her hands as goosebumps rippled over her skin. I don't think I'm in the right place for a serious relationship. Me neither. There wasn't enough air in the entire forest. Her throat would surely constrict. If this relationship makes no sense at all, he said, achingly soft and sweet, touching her tenderly under her chin to meet his gaze. His expression was raw and uncertain. Then why do I want to kiss you so much? Her heart suddenly skittered out of control as warmth surged through her veins. I just have that effect on people, she teased him, because she couldn't begin to express how his words affected her. Lucky is the man who has the pleasure of getting to know you. Will's voice was rough and low as he threaded his hand under her braid and placed it on her neck, pulling her close. Emmy Jo could feel his breath on her lips. He looked down at their hands, his finger brushing her palm. It sent a thrill racing through her system that she could hardly contain. The world stopped. And kiss you. Emmy Jo could barely stand the anticipation as she waited for him to close the minuscule gap between his lips and hers. In all her life, she'd never wanted anyone to kiss her more than she did at that moment, grumpy cowboy or not. Something more claimed her attention within the mists of desire. She wanted a world where they could be together. And just as surely, she felt her heart wrench apart at the realization. It was never going to happen. Too much kept them apart. But his lips were so close, and she couldn't wait to feel their softness as his masculine scent overwhelmed her. Sage, sandalwood, and something astringent she couldn't quite place. Maybe citrus. Just a breath away now. It was going to happen, even if they'd probably never see each other again. Ugh, you gotta be kidding me! A familiar voice carried across the clearing. Startled, Emmy Jo and Will jerked apart and tried to act like they hadn't been in the throes of almost kissing. Clint and Cole had stumbled into the area on their way back from fishing, flashlights aimed right at them. What the? Cole exclaimed. No way!
You're not going to kiss him, are you? Clint asked in disgust. That's messed up, Cole said, a grim expression on his face. I think you two have bigger problems to worry about, Emmy Jo snapped, jumping to her feet in irritation. Oh, yeah. Clint groaned and put his head in his hands, shaking it. Then he straightened up and said, Mr. Hawkins, Let me go first, Will interrupted, standing up. He looked Clint directly in the eye. I've been a real jackass. What? They all three turned their heads toward Will in surprise. The boys exchanged incredulous glances, then eyed him suspiciously. Look, Will sighed. He looked up through the canopy of trees, then smoothed his whiskers. What happened on the trail was unfortunate. Someone could have gotten hurt pretty bad. And I'm not a fan of those one-wheeled contraptions and don't think they belong on the trails, but I blew my stack. It was wrong to respond that way to you and your family, and I'm very sorry. Emmy Jo watched her brothers. She'd never seen such dumbfounded expressions on their faces before. What? You've got nothing to say? She asked, amused by their reaction. Normally, they would have continued the teasing until they'd run off whoever was bothering them. They took their taunting abilities to the next level and were proud of it. But Will seemed to have calmed the snarling wolves. She wished her parents were here to witness this moment. Mr. Hawkins. Clint was the first to master his expression and cleared his throat. I'm very sorry for the trouble on the trail last week. I'm sorry too, Cole added, looking a bit sheepish. Although older than Clint by a few minutes. He was the shy one and followed Clint around like a little lost puppy. Apology accepted, Will said cheerfully as he strode over to them and shook their hands. I hope we can be friends. Friends? Clint asked, a kind of humorous horror playing on his face. You're kidding, right? No offense, chimed in Cole, but we don't take kindly to a grumpy cowboy trying to kiss our sister. She's had enough trouble with men in her life. Okay, guys, that's enough, Emmy Jo trilled nervously, mortified that her brothers elaborated their true intentions, and shot Will a look of alarm. Why don't you get going? Tell Mom and Pops I won't be too much longer. Cole and Clint snapped their flashlights on and began walking toward the edge of the clearing. But then, would you like to join us? Will asked. It caught the boys' attention, halting them in their tracks. We have a lot more in common than you think. You want us to eat with you? Cole asked, using his flashlight to point from himself to Will and Emmy Jo, his eyes as big as the rising moon. No way, Clint said, eyeing the feast. He licked his lips, swallowed hard, and turned his flashlight off. Emmy Jo could tell his mouth was watering. They'd probably forgotten to bring food with them on their fishing trip. There's a ton of food here, Will gestured toward the blanket. We need a few more mouths to eat it up before the bears come sniffing around. Jake! He hollered, his voice ringing through the forest. You may as well join us too! As they all sat together enjoying the delicious food, Emmy Jo was proud of Will for being so gracious. He could have run everyone off and pulled her into a passionate kiss as soon as they disappeared into the forest. As much as she would have liked being in his embrace and feeling his lips upon hers, she admired his forbearance. She hoped it was because he wanted to be a gentleman and was trying to impress her. How long had it been since a man really cared about what she thought? Though unused to the idea, she rather liked becoming accustomed to it. And yet, as Emmy Jo watched him banter with her brothers and Jake, she knew allowing her burgeoning feelings to take shape was a mistake. A serious relationship with Will wasn't even remotely possible. They lived almost 500 miles apart and had vastly different lives that would never bring them together. They were both damaged goods and not likely to get over it anytime soon. Worse, she wasn't protecting her heart the way she swore she would after Carson. It couldn't be helped, and she couldn't do a darn thing about it. Emmy Jo was falling for a man she could never have.
Chapter 11.
How long's it been since we've been to lunch, son?
Frank Hawkins asked as they stepped through the door of the depot, Primrose's one and only burger joint. Renowned throughout the region for their best green chili burgers and cheese fries, the former train station was always packed.
Too long, Dad.
Will stepped into the restaurant behind him and saw Emmy Jo and her family seated at a table. His breath got caught in his chest and he found himself smiling. Most of the family was oblivious to him as they munched on their burgers, but Emmy Jo offered a smile that warmed his insides.
Seems Roy's too busy tying flies and showing tourists the prime fishing spots along the Hayfork. I really wish you wouldn't give up the river's best fishing holes,
he said as they claimed a booth that had just been vacated near the front door.
You mean your fishing holes?
Frank chuckled and sat down.
That's right,
Will agreed with an emphatic nod of his head.
I don't like traipsing upriver to find my favorite spots taken up by out-of-state technecks who'll tell everyone about this great place where they can catch a dozen rainbows. I hear you, son. I'll try to refrain.
His dad feigned a chastened expression and picked up a menu.
I gotta say, though, I do get bigger tips from the yahoos when they catch more fish.
He paused and looked at Will over the top of his menu, an eyebrow raised in question.
So, what's this out here about you taking a lady fishing?
Will narrowed his eyes, drew in a deep breath, and blew it out slowly, trying not to look as perturbed as he felt.
It's a small town, Will,
Frank said, his grin widening as he switched glancing from Will to the menu and back again.
She's right over there.
Will tilted his head toward Emmy Jo and her family on the other side of the restaurant. Just as his father turned around to follow his gaze, Emmy Jo scooted out of the booth and walked toward them. A dazzling smile graced her face when she stopped by the table. Will felt his stomach drop, as if he'd been bucked off a bronco and hadn't yet hit the ground. His whirling thoughts cruised into slow motion, giving him the clarity he lacked. He felt an overwhelming sense of loss, in the anticipation of pain as the situation came into focus. He hadn't realized until now how much he was going to miss her. "Hello," she said, extending her hand to Frank. "I've been dying to meet you. I'm Emmy Jo Jackson."
Ah, now it all comes together.
Frank stood to greet her and put his hand on top of hers with a twinkle in his eye.
You're the favorite to win the Miss Rodeo Colorado pageant, and you're training in our neck of the woods. I've seen you ride at the ranch. Looking good. Well, it's a pleasure, young lady, he said, shooting Will a knowing grin. Will just telling me about his recent fly fishing adventure.
Oh, really? What did he say? Emmy Jo raised a coquettish brow and bit her lip as she stared at him. Will raised his clasped hands to his chin and studied her for a bit before he answered. How was he going to live without looking into her big brown eyes and contemplating kissing her sumptuous lips? Their date had far surpassed his expectations, even though he'd missed the chance to kiss her, which was bittersweet at best. It had been a long time since he'd really wanted to court a young lady, but a vibrant life awaited Emmy Jo, far away from him. He'd never ask her to stay in Primrose to date, not when she had so many opportunities ahead of her. He cleared his throat and said,
I was about to tell him that you hooked more fish than I did.
Emmy Jo grinned and glanced between them, theatrically cupping her hand over her mouth to stage whisper into Frank's ear, all the while staring at Will.
Did he also tell you I beat him at calf roping? You did not.
Will chuckled and rolled his eyes, a smile tugging at his lips. He loved playing this game.
Dad, don't listen to a word she says. It was a dead tie. She's a tease and a cheat. Glad to hear it. Someone's got to keep you on your toes.
It's so nice to meet you, Mr. Hawkins. Emmy Jo shook his hand one more time.
Call me Frank, he said with a wink.
Sure thing. She winked back and turned toward the counter to order more fries, then sidled over to refill her drink.
Well,
Frank was reluctant to pull his eyes away from Emmy Jo.
She's already won the tiara in my mind. A real princess. She seems like a good, kind woman to boot, unlike...
You don't need to go there, Dad. And Emmy Jo is... His throat went dry as he tried to characterize her. Words seemed so insufficient. He swallowed hard. She's amazing. Tell me about her. His dad quirked a brow and smiled, encouraging him. Will thought about it for a moment, wondering what he could tell his father that would help him understand how much he liked Emmy Jo without giving too much away. His relationship with Emmy Jo was fast becoming the most precious and important thing in his life. Emmy Jo had surprised him on their date. Maybe he was just too inexperienced around women, was too used to women. Correction, he thought. Too used to one woman who cared far more about looking like she belonged in a high fashion magazine and stealing prime land for a strip mall. He hadn't expected Emmy Jo to relish their date as much as he did. He was passionate about the river and the canyon it snaked through. After his experience with Laura, Will didn't think he'd ever meet a woman who would love the area as much as he did. She loves being outside. Will gave his dad a crooked smile, as if he just unlocked the secret to a puzzling mystery.
Well, that's an improvement over the last one.
She's adventurous. Will put his elbows on the table, raised his hands to his face, and hid his chin behind his clasped hands. He allowed himself a satisfied smile as he contemplated Emmy Jo's qualities.
She saved a calf on the mountain in a thunderstorm the other day. I heard about that. The news raged through the ranch and the shop.
She's willing to try new things she's unfamiliar with. Isn't easily spooked or grossed out, and seems completely energized by nature. She's smart, funny, hard-working, talented.
I don't know, Dad.
He paused, looking at Emmy Jo as she walked back to the counter to grab her fries.
I could go on and on. I can see that, his dad said with a knowing grin. Are you ready to order?
Yeah, let me get this. What do you want?
An elk burger with all the fixings.
Will walked to the cash register and looked up at the menu, trying to decide what he wanted to order. Emmy Jo met him at the bar, and they exchanged fond glances. He couldn't help smiling. When he finished ordering and paying for the food, Will heard the door squeak, the bell on the handle jingling. He looked over his shoulder and saw a slick-looking cowboy scan the crowd before his eyes landed on Emmy Jo and stayed there. A wicked grin stretched across his face as he took in Emmy Jo's appearance, a form-fitting flannel shirt tucked into tight jeans, her long, wavy hair falling to her waist. The cowboy's expression then transformed into something raw and primal, an eagerness to dig into Emmy Jo as if she were a prime New York steak. Bile rose in Will's throat and his jaw clenched tight. He recognized the man right away. Carson Delacroix, her ex-fiancé, the man Emmy Jo and her family had been hiding from. A fierce desire to protect Emmy Jo rose up inside Will's chest. He couldn't remember wanting to face the devil more. What he wouldn't do to shield the woman he cared for, and the pain and humiliation reaching out like a barbed wire fence to snag her and keep her tangled up. He imagined how good it would feel to use his fists to pummel that pretty boy face and wipe off the horrible smirk. Carson gave Will a confident nod. He sauntered up to Emmy Jo with his thumbs through his belt loops and rocked back on his heels. He raised a cocky brow and tipped his hat.
Well, howdy there, Emmy Jo.
Emmy Jo turned, her eyes wide with surprise, but she kept her cool. Glowering, she tried to brush past him, but he grabbed her by the arm, spilling the fries she just ordered.
Hey now, where do you think you're going?
Carson asked in a sugary sweet yet cagey tone of voice.
You're very hard to track down. I can't believe you've been hiding from me.
Funny how that message got lost on you, Carson, she said, yanking her arm from his grip, a look of scorn on her face. I didn't want to be found, especially by you. Then, as if she felt she owed the man an audience, folded her arms across her chest and sighed. Why are you here? While Carson took his time answering, everyone in the restaurant quieted. All eyes focused on the warring couple near the front door, the tension thick enough to slice. Emmy Jo's father noticed the trouble and stood up, along with his 3 sons, watching every move Carson made. Will could tell they were weighing if and when Emmy Joe would need them to jump in and intimidate, if not escort the gentleman out by force if necessary. Will leaned an elbow on the counter and crossed his legs, watching the showdown. Carson noticed him and glared. Will returned the glare with equal ferocity. He wasn't about to back down. Good thing there were no holsters with loaded pistols, he thought, because this felt a lot like the start of an old-fashioned shootout.
I think we need to talk,
Carson finally said, switching his glance to Emmy Joe, his tone soft yet plying.
If you wouldn't mind.
Emmy Joe laughed. It was mocking, disrespectful, very unlike her, and the last thing Will had expected her to do. He was so proud of her for standing her ground. Emmy Joe waved her finger in front of his face, and then moved in close enough to jab it into his chest.
Never gonna happen, Carson. Especially after all the lies you've spread over social media about me. I can't believe, she said, her voice getting shrill and angry as she continued to jab, you'd think I'd ever speak to you again.
Carson's face transformed from honeyed to maddened in a fraction of a second. His hands flew to her upper arms, and he squeezed, shaking Emmy Joe in his grasp. Will stepped toward them, but Emmy Joe stopped him dead in his tracks with a look of warning and a fierce shaking of her head. Then the restaurant suddenly exploded into pandemonium, everyone shouting at Carson to let go of Emmy Joe. The kid who took their orders held the phone to his ear, eyes darting nervously, undoubtedly calling the police. Emmy Joe's dad and her brothers began walking toward them, but Emmy Joe warned them off. She seemed to know Carson would go no further.
Please, Emmy Joe.
Carson loosened his grip, his tone of voice whining and desperate as his eyes darted toward the crowd. Will wasn't sure what to make of the act. The man had an audience and seemed to know how to work it. Will wondered if the quick change in demeanor was all part of a plan to make Carson look sympathetic somehow. Will would not have been surprised to see the whole miserable episode uploaded on the internet. There were plenty of camera phones poised recording the action.
I need you, baby girl,
he sniffled, but he couldn't quite get his eyes to glaze with tears.
I'm so lost without you. Can't we get away from all this and just talk?
Will sighed and stifled a bitter chuckle. What a rounder.
Carson,
Emmy Joe whispered, her voice seething with contempt.
Let go of me now, or I'll have my entire family string you upside down and skin your hide.
She shimmied out of his grip when her father and brothers inched closer, their presence threatening enough to make Carson lose his hold.
You relinquished any claim on me as a lover and a friend when I found out you had never been loyal to me. I sure had high hopes, but it's obvious I wasn't good enough to inspire any improvement. You'll never change. I don't know why I ever thought you would. I can't believe I've wasted so much of my life.
Pulsing with anger, she balled her fists and stomped,
hoping you'd just live up to your potential and be a good man. But I'm done.
She raised her arms in surrender and backed away.
You just need to accept it and walk away,
she said, pointing to the door. For some inexplicable reason, Carson got a goofy grin on his face and leered at Emmy Joe.
You're still in love with me, Emmy Joe. I can see it in your eyes. You want nothing more than to head to that cheap motel over yonder and give me some lovin'.
He even wiggled his eyebrows a couple of times, a sadly comical yet desperate attempt to win a dying situation.
For heaven's sake, Carson,
Emmy Joe sighed in exasperation and looked as if she'd gag.
Give it up. Emmy Joe,
he pleaded, outstretching his arms to her, as if he were confident she'd jump into his embrace.
If we could just be alone. Please, just stop.
Emmy Joe shook her head sadly and walked toward the table. Her mother stood with open arms, waiting to pull her into a hug.
If I can't have you,
Will heard Carson mutter under his breath,
then no one can.
And he knew exactly what that meant. He would try to hurt Emmy Joe, today or sometime in the future. As far as he knew, she wouldn't admit whether or not Carson had hit her, but Will had his suspicions. Desperate men did desperate things. Just as Will was about to confront him, Carson took a few steps to catch up with Emmy Jo, swirled around her roughly to face him, and raised his hand to slap her across the face. But Will grabbed Carson's wrist before he could land the blow and twisted his arm high behind his back as he howled in pain. Emmy Jo's family stood like sentries surrounding her, their eyes glued to the action unfolding in front of them, ready to make a move.
You conniving little whore! Who is this guy?
Carson shouted at Emmy Jo, straining against Will's powerful hold.
Let me go!
He shouted. Craning his neck to look over his shoulder at Will, the slippery devil broke loose, turned to face him, and raised his fist to smash Will's face in. Except Will was faster. He punched Carson in the nose and sent him flying backwards. The crowd rushed out of the way as he stumbled through chairs and rolled over a table, finally landing on the floor.
You'll have to walk over my dead body to get to Emmy Jo,
Will said, his voice grinding low and gravelly as he looked down at Carson, feeling nothing but pure contempt. He sighed and turned away, the adrenaline ebbing as he looked at Emmy Jo to make sure she was okay. Her expression shocked him. He'd never seen her look so aggrieved, disgusted, and angry. Will was hesitant to approach her, so he stepped away from Carson, checked his bloody knuckles, and shook his hand out. He thought she might shoot him a glance of appreciation. Instead, she shook her head in misery and looked away, wiping a tear from her eye.
Will, I know you were trying to help, but this is the last thing I wanted.
We're here, Emmy Jo said, her voice tremulous as she looked at her family,
because we wanted things to de-escalate. We thought if I got out of the limelight and didn't respond to Carson's ridiculous allegations, the social media storm would just die down. Now that's not going to happen. Look at all those phones!
She moaned and gestured toward the patrons in the restaurant. Some of them had the good graces to look ashamed and stuff their phones back into their pockets. Others just kept filming. She gave Carson a final look of revulsion before heading toward the exit, her mother and brothers following in her wake. The hushed crowd parted so they could leave. When she walked out of the door, Will went to the window and followed her progress to the car. She stopped and put her arms on the top of the window frame, rested her head on her hands, and sobbed, her shoulders shaking. A horrible feeling of regret sank to the bottom of his gut, making him feel nauseous. He wished the circumstances were different, but he couldn't let Carson hurt Emmy Jo. No one else had heard Carson utter those terrible words. Still, he'd never felt more ashamed in his life. He would probably never see Emmy Jo again, he mused sadly as he watched her through the window. Her mother folded her into another embrace as her brothers, sister-in-law, and the baby got into their cars. His heart ached at the realization, wishing he could spend just 5 minutes with her so he could explain what had happened. He thought he was doing right by a lady. Somehow, it turned out to be completely wrong.
How had it come to this?
Will groaned inwardly. They'd built up such a fun, easygoing, bantering relationship, and began what he thought would be a lovely romance, only to have it crushed by this low-life dandy of a cowboy. What an absolute insult to the trade. The owner of the depot had pulled Carson up off the floor and ushered him into the back of the restaurant, followed by Levi Jackson. He could hear them both lecturing Carson about the damage he'd caused, and that they'd call the police and haul his sorry rump to jail if he didn't leave.
Only a fool chases a woman who doesn't want him,
Levi shouted, his voice carrying into the restaurant, the patrons absorbing the conversation with silence and with wide eyes.
You are forcing Emmy Jo's hand. She'll get a restraining order if you don't stop this nonsense. She hasn't done it yet because she just wants this situation to disappear. Now, if you want to jeopardize your mother's campaign, your stupidity today will do it. The press will have a heyday. If your mother wasn't the governor, I swear I'd lock you up myself, the owner hollered. Now get out!
Looking only slightly chastened, Carson staggered out of the door and cast a lingering look toward Emmy Joe before climbing into his ridiculously oversized Ram truck, the kind with 4 wheels at the rear for hauling huge loads. No one needed that much truck for just driving around, not even a rancher. Carson revved the engine loudly a few times. Will suspected he'd done it to see if Emmy Joe would look his way before he left. She didn't. Carson roared out of the parking lot, those 4 wheels kicking up all kinds of gravel and debris. Will couldn't have been more disgusted. Then he sighed in resignation. Emmy Joe would soon be hundreds of miles away from him, living a different life, meeting new people, new men. The sting of jealousy wrapped itself around his heart and squeezed. What man wouldn't fall madly in love with her within the first 5 minutes? Then his breath caught in his chest, realization dawning on him like a perfect pink sunrise. He had fallen in love with her within the first 5 minutes. And how easy it had been to do that as he remembered her stomping out of the river. His heart did a somersault at the realization, but the lead weight in his stomach sank even lower, making his gut tighten in pain. He was in love with a woman he would likely never see again. Unless he changed his mind about living on the ranch. Could he do it? Could he leave his dad and the land he loved so much behind? Would Emmy Joe still be interested in him after this horrible debacle? This embarrassment? Levi walked to the window, stood next to Will, and draped an arm over his shoulders.
I had no idea she'd get so angry. Her strategy has been to avoid Carson and let things die down. We should have paid closer attention to her earlier. She was shaking her head no pretty vigorously. She's a very strong-minded woman and doesn't want help unless she asks for it. The boys and I have tried to be respectful of that, but it's very hard, as you saw today. Sometimes the father just wants to get his gun out and point it at the sorry loser. He said with a longing sigh. Will wasn't sure if Levi was being serious or not. His huge handlebar mustache twitched as he shot him a shrewd sidelong look. It was self-defense, but now I wish I hadn't thrown the first punch. I hope you believe me when I say I'm not a fighting man. I can get angry, but I rarely, if ever, fight. His words sounded hollow, even to himself. Doesn't feel like it right now, but this incident really will fade away, Levi said, his tone fatherly and admonishing. I keep trying to tell Emmy Joe that. Give her some time.
Will wished he could believe him. He'd be surprised if Emmy Joe didn't leave town within the hour. He'd never see her again, unless... A pain ripped through him, and he rubbed his chest. He didn't know if his heart could take it. Chapter 12.
And now,
Emmy Joe heard the deep voice of the announcer as she stood backstage with the other contestants.
a word from our current Miss Rodeo, Colorado, Isabel Pomeroy.
After an ecstatic response from the crowd, Isabel's voice carried throughout the ballroom, drowning out the sounds of people still eating their $55 lunches, the fee for the fashion show better known as the appearance category in the Miss Rodeo, Colorado pageant.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your kind applause. You've shown nothing but love and support as I've toured our great state over the last year and tried my best to represent Colorado and promote the sport of rodeo. It has been the greatest privilege of my life so far. I'm excited for a future filled with more opportunities to share what I've learned as I move forward with my life. I'm grateful to you for welcoming me into your communities and for your friendships I've made. But now it's time to move on. Your next Miss Rodeo Colorado is right behind these curtains. Let's welcome these amazing women.
The crowd erupted in cheers, whistles, and applause as Wild Hearts by Keith Urban thumped to the speakers, reverberating loudly through the ballroom. Emmy Joe felt a zing of energy as she climbed the stairs to the stage in her mother's latest design, a snazzy, multicolored, sequined knee-length dress with a dark brown underlay. Perfectly placed leather fringe flowed from the shoulders and waist, all the way to the hemline, allowing the sequins to pop from behind and shimmer under the lights. A matching belt with a bright gold buckle cinched her waistline. Her mother had paired the dress with matching leather boots and hat, with huge sparkly earrings. Emmy Jo hit the runway confidently, pushing her pelvis forward and taking long strides. But unlike high fashion models, rodeo queens smiled and smiled big. Not an artificial, pasted-on grin, but something that shone warmth and intellect. Smiling with the eyes. Her cheeks already ached, but she couldn't imagine being anywhere else at this moment. She'd rehearsed walking down the runway 100 times, counted how many steps to the end, contemplated what kinds of turns to do while maintaining eye contact with the judges. Despite the long road of learning to get back up on her horse, literally, losing to Isabel, and winning the Mountain States title, this felt like her year for Miss Rodeo Colorado. Everything was going so well. After her performance in the public speaking and personality categories, 2 of her strongest suits, and in addition to her long list of accomplishments in volunteering, she might just have a shot at winning this thing. Emmy Jo felt confident, happy, and totally in control of the outcome. All she had to do was keep her head on straight and do what she'd practiced 1,000,000 times. When she got to the end of the runway, she slowed and executed 2 half turns, making sure she maintained that critical eye contact with the judges. When she turned once again to walk back up the runway, her gaze lingering over her shoulder, she caught sight of Carson. Emmy Jo's stomach dropped, her insides twisting into a gut-wrenching knot. He sat at a nearby table with his bull-riding buddies, following her every move like a predatory tiger, looking as smug and triumphant as the day he won his bull-riding championship. Suddenly feeling as if her head were in a fishbowl, and she'd teeter out of alignment, focusing on every step and drawing every breath became the most important thing in Emmy Jo's world. Beads of sweat sprouted under her heavy makeup and snaked down her spine. She didn't stumble, but her smile faded when she made eye contact with him, which was probably just as bad. If the judges noticed, it could be a problem. Heaven knows they'd mark down scores for a scuff on your boot. A recurring thought circled in her head to the foot-stomping rhythm of urban song. Why didn't I get the restraining order? Laying low to combat Carson's constant social media hounding had backfired. Now it seemed he was determined as ever to sabotage her chances of winning. This time, he would get in her face to accomplish the deed. He knew his presence at the pageant would sway the gun of her laser-sharp focus, making her feel distracted and threatened. Well, she wouldn't let him, she thought, as she straightened her spine and jutted her chin, heading down the runway once more. This time, Emmy Jo searched for her family in the crowd and felt relieved when she saw their proud, happy smiles. They were her biggest supporters, not only for the journey to the title, but for her ailing heart. She insisted on handling the mishaps in public, Carson's ongoing cruelty and the embarrassing situation at the restaurant, but they kept her from dwelling on misery in private. They were her lighthouse on the cliff while she endured a stormy sea. Pop's wolf whistled and gave her a double thumbs up, raising his hands high above the crowd. The gesture made her feel giddy. Her dad simply did not care what people thought of him. He'd do anything to show his support. But the guy sitting next to Pops, who's that? She thought as she made a full model's turn at the end of the runway. She looked over her shoulder to be sure. Oh, no. What is he doing here? She whispered to herself as she walked off stage, trying not to let tears leak out on her way to the dressing room. She'd bolted from Primrose a month ago because she couldn't face Will, and didn't yet have the emotional capacity to talk things out. The sweetest romance, one made of dreams, longing looks, gentle touches, and wishing for kisses along the river, began to unravel. What had happened at the burger joint left her feeling miserable. It was heroic of Will, standing between her and the devil himself, but she'd been worried that 2 men locking horns over her would escalate. And it did. It was embarrassing, to say the least, to have her personal life plastered all over social media. The incident was like pouring lighter fluid on a simmering fire. With the Miss Rodeo Colorado pageant so close, she needed people, and the judges, to focus on her potential to represent the state, not on her disastrous love life. When Emmy Jo got back to Greeley, she was determined to put them both behind her. It was the only way she could forge the future of her dreams. Men just couldn't be a part of it. Except she could not stop thinking about Will. How his luminous eyes crinkled when she was being sassy. How his gentle hand guided her in the river as they fished, making her shiver with desire. There was more passion in Will's little finger than Carson had ever shown her, and it made her breathless just thinking about it. She had never felt so loved and treasured in her entire life. And he hadn't even kissed her. She'd clearly wasted her precious time being so devoted to Carson, a man who only loved her for what she could do for him, making him look good in the eyes of others. Being away from Will had hurt her heart more than she'd been willing to admit, until right now. The surprise appearance bothered her a bit. What could have brought Will from the ranch to the pageant? Greeley was an 8-hour drive from the ranch. She knew ranchers were busy this time of year, branding and ear-tagging the calves, as well as selling finished beef at regional farmers markets. Will understood the stakes, knew how important it was for her to keep her head in the game and not be distracted. There he sat, blue eyes ablaze, capturing her in a current that led directly to him. And yet, she couldn't help thinking, it was awfully sweet of him to come. With the fashion show over, Emmy Jo changed into black jeans, a crushed red velvet blouse, a turquoise and silver concho belt, and a fur-trimmed turquoise vest. She stared at herself in the mirror and placed her cowboy hat carefully on her head, trying to regain her composure. She'd give anything to be in the arena with Annie Oakley right now. That's where she was most comfortable, where her talents truly shone. But it was time to rub elbows with the guests. Most were sweet and excited to be a part of the festivities. Others, men and women alike, used the opportunity to either build her up or sow seeds of doubt. Psychological warfare at its finest. As she wove her way through the crowded ballroom to her family's table, she saw Carson grab another contestant by the hand and kiss her blatantly on the mouth. He shot Emmy Jo a grin, one filled with malice, trying to elicit a response from her. Bailey, one of the newbies who'd never competed before, raised an eyebrow and smirked. They're perfect for each other, Emmy Jo thought. Mom caught Bailey trying to rip the zipper out of her evening gown and stalking other contestants' wardrobes. "Take him off my hands, please," she whispered. "Ignore him." Isabel came up behind Emmy Jo and stood shoulder to shoulder, watching Carson with contempt. "Why is Bailey falling for his story and letting him get so close? The judges will notice that," she said wisely. "They do like rodeo queens to appear single, at least during the pageant," Emmy Jo answered ruefully, "which totally begs the question." "You mean about you and Carson planning to get married before last year's pageant?" Isabel asked. "Yeah. Crazy how I was willing to give it all up for him." "You wouldn't have been able to compete." Isabel turned toward her and rubbed the top of Emmy's arms, smiling sympathetically. "I'm glad you figured out what a low-life, good-for-nothing cow pie he is before you said I do." "Me too. Dodged a bullet." Emmy Jo sighed in relief. "Oh, hey," Isabel said, grabbing Emmy Jo by the hand and pulling her through the crowd. "There's someone I want you to meet." "Who?" Emmy Jo asked, accidentally bumping into a couple of people. She offered them her apologies and followed in Isabel's wake. "There you are," Isabel called, waving to a handsome gentleman in a well-cut suit. He didn't look like he belonged at a rodeo competition at all. No hat, boots, or belt buckle. He sported a gorgeous silk tie, Oxford's, and a warm smile for Isabel. Just seeing how they looked at each other made Emmy Jo wonder if there was more happening between them than mere friendship. "Emmy Jo, let me introduce you to James Davenport. He's a solicitor from England." "It's so nice to meet you." Emmy Jo shook his hand. "He's been researching Will's case," Isabel said brightly, beaming at James. "Will's case?" Emmy Jo asked, her glance bouncing between the two of them. What are you talking about?" "Getting the ranch back," Isabel whispered with an awkward smile. "Oh," Emmy Jo breathed in realization, the dots finally connecting. Upon returning home, Emmy Jo had hoped to put Will out of her mind, but it was impossible. Every day that went by, she found it harder to wipe his visage from before her eyes, despite training hard for the pageant. Will's eyes crinkling with laughter when he teased her. Will's eyes glittering when he caught her from falling into the river. Will's eyes smoldering when he was about to kiss her. It just wouldn't stop. Emmy Jo found herself pining for him, wanting to talk things through with him, wishing she could go back to him. He'd infiltrated every part of her life, and she missed him. But she didn't have the nerve to call or text, because no matter how deeply she'd fallen for him, it didn't solve their problem. Very simply, they lived too far apart, and neither of them could sacrifice what they were doing to move across the state.
So she called Colorado Legal Aid. Why? To see what could be done to get the ranch back. Because if she couldn't be with him, maybe she could help him. After an inordinate amount of time zoning out and making things wildly awkward, Emmy Jo finally pulled herself together. Please forgive my bad manners. This has thrown me for a loop. How do you know about Will's situation? Did you call Colorado Legal Aid regarding the case? James asked, his expression showing a little confusion, but mostly concern. Well, yeah, but... Emmy Jo sputtered. You're from England, or are you working here now? What is going on? She shook her head in frustration, still unable to wrap her mind around a British solicitor taking on Will's case. Okay, Isabel said, grasping Emmy Jo by the shoulders, looking earnestly into her eyes. Sorry I caused so much confusion. Let me be crystal clear. Apparently, they referred Will's case to the Aaron Kelly law firm. That clears things up? Emmy Jo trilled, sarcasm ringing in her voice. Who's Aaron Kelly? I'm sorry, but I still don't understand the connection. My flatmate at Oxford, James said in an upper-crust British accent, smiling, his glance bouncing between her and Isabel. Look, it's really very simple. I'm staying with Aaron right now. I'm in the States on a work visa as I prepare to take the US bar exam, and I spend several hours per week working in his law office. He accepted the case from legal aid and asked me to do some research on it. And I think I've got some good news. No kidding, Emmy Jo said, the shock beginning to wear off. Meeting a fancy British lawyer at the appearance category luncheon was hardly what she'd expected. There are a couple of things that have been successful in suits like this before. I think there is a slight chance of getting the ranch back if you can prove Mr. Frank Hawkins didn't think the bet was real and that it was taken by devious means. What do you mean? Emmy Jo cocked her head and narrowed her eyes, feeling a pinch between her brows. Disappointment began to swirl in her stomach. We already know it was taken by devious means. Well, for example, James explained, if you could prove that Laura did more than serve Will's father whiskey, making him chemically impaired and not in a proper frame of mind. You mean like slipping him some kind of drug? Isabel asked, arching a curious brow. And setting the whole thing up as a ruse with the intention of the ranch falling into Mr. Rodrigo Schultz's hands, Emmy Jo finished, setting up the dreadful scenario. Her stomach now felt leaden, as if lava had pooled there and cooled into solid rock. Exactly, James said. Emmy Jo looked down in despair and shook her head sadly. I don't think anyone has proof of something like that. I think I do, James said, a twinkle in his eye. What do you mean? Emmy Jo asked, her head popping up. For the first time since she'd heard of this injustice, a tiny seed of hope planted itself in her heart. Maybe there was a way to help Will and his father get the ranch back after all. Well, I've heard about Laura through my good friend here in the States, James said. Aaron has seen Laura work operations like this before. She's never been caught. Let's just say he would enjoy the opportunity to see her take a tumble. Where did you say the game took place? I could have Kelly's investigator see if there's any surveillance video. Really? You do that? Emmy Jo practically squeaked, thinking how much she'd love to give Will the news, even if she was not entirely sure why he'd come to the pageant. He said it happened at the old Edna Hotel in Primrose. He's actually here today. Do you mind if I tell him about this? Of course not. James nodded once in approval and wrapped his arm around Isabel's shoulders, smiling down at her. It's so nice to meet you, James, Emmy Jo said, shaking his hand once again, thinking she'd have to tease Isabel with a "I told you so" at some point. And you, he replied with a slight bow. It was out of place at a cowboy-themed function, but thoroughly adorable. Good luck, he continued encouragingly, his green eyes mesmerizing. Isabel tells me you're the one to beat. She would know, Emmy Jo said, pulling Isabel close enough to whisper in her ear. You owe me some serious deets. A Brit? Really? Emmy Jo shook her head in bewilderment, marveling at her friend. We've only been out on a few dates. He hasn't even kissed me yet, so don't get your hopes up, Isabel whispered back. Then he's not as smart as he looks. Emmy Jo gave Isabel a big sisterly squeeze before letting her go. It took Emmy Jo a few minutes to find her family's table. The crowd was thick. Many people stopped to shake her hand and wish her luck in the horsemanship competition. When she arrived, her mother pulled her into a hug, then stepped back to admire the outfit while holding Emmy Joe's hands. I thought for sure the red blouse would clash with the turquoise vest, but the colors actually complement each other, Shawnee said, one corner of her mouth hitched up into a satisfied smile. You pull this off so well, Emmy Joe. There isn't a better person suited to model these clothes. I love how the black jeans, hat, and boots just pull everything together. Thanks, Mom. Emmy Joe kissed her on the cheek. I couldn't do it without you. You should totally go into business. You're so talented. You might as well start making money, she said, chuckling.
Oh, my girls.
Levi approached them with his camera phone poised, shooting a video.
Let me get in on some of this love.
He wrapped his long arms around them both and kissed them each on the cheek.
You're going to win this, Emmy Joe. I can feel it in my bones. Everything is going perfectly. Horsemanship is your strongest talent in this competition. I mean, once we get you up on the horse.
Pops winked, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and pulled her tight for a big daddy squeeze. Thanks, Pops. I really needed that, especially with all the outside things getting louder inside my head.
What are you talking about, baby girl?
Pops stood in front of her with his hands on her shoulders, searching her eyes. Didn't you see Carson at the front table? Oh, that snake, Shawnee moaned and dropped her head into her hands, as if she were warding off a headache. What are we going to do about him?
He's doing it to unnerve you, no question about that,
Pop said, patting her back in reassurance.
But you're strong. Don't mind him and you'll be fine.
You've got this, Emmy Joe, her mother said, pulling them both into a hug. What is Will doing here? Emmy Joe asked while they huddled. She couldn't control a tear from streaming down her cheek. She swiped at it quickly and tried to ignore their questioning glances. I know he's never been interested in rodeo pageants before because we've talked about it. You don't know? Shawnee asked, surprised. As you know, we didn't part on the best of terms. Emmy Joe pulled away as she spoke, justifying once more her actions, at least in her head. She should have talked to him before she left town. She immediately had misgivings about the decision, the embers of regret igniting into full-blown remorse. Heat rushed to her cheeks at the admission. The ranch is so far away from here. I just figured what we started in those beautiful mountains was over. Why would any man chase me down? For real, Emmy Joe? Her mother snorted through a cynical laugh. Have you forgotten about Carson already? You obviously have something that makes men want to chase you down. Oh. Emmy Joe scrunched her nose up at the realization. I guess I shouldn't toss Will and Carson into the same hat, should I?
Not even for the second it takes a bronc to throw off a rider,
Pops added with a wink. I never expected that, especially after what happened at the depot. She let the news sink into her bones, calming her. She wasn't much of a damsel in distress kind of woman. She took pride in handling life's unexpected and sometimes unwanted turns with pride. But Carson wouldn't be so brazen if Will was staring him down. Actually, I have some news for him. Oh, really? Shawnee arched a curious brow and folded her arms, waiting for an answer. Yeah, tell you later. I'd like to find him before the pageant heats up again, she said, grabbing each parent's hand and squeezing before she took off. Energized by her excitement to tell Will about James Davenport's discovery, Emmy Joe scurried through a trail in the crowd, scanning everyone. Movement at a nearby exit caught her eye. In the brightly lit corridor just outside the ballroom door, a woman wearing a tight red dress, spiked heels, and a curtain of silky black hair sauntered toward Will. She put her arm on his shoulder and sidled close, whispering in his ear. Will frowned, but tilted his head to the side to listen to the woman more carefully. There was such intimacy to the scene that it made Emmy Joe's throat tighten. She could hardly breathe. Fire-hot darts piercing her heart could not have felt worse. Laura, Emmy Joe muttered in anguish. Her chest constricted and felt as if an anvil had landed on it, smashing her hopes, her dreams, her confidence, her ability to focus, everything she needed to win. So, Will had not come to the pageant to chase her down after all. As Emmy Joe stood in the doorway watching the scene unfold, tears streaming down her face, only one thought came to mind. She loved Will, for all the good it did her. And she knew it with her whole heart, because nothing she'd experienced before hurt this much.
Chapter 13. After refusing Laura's lascivious invitation to hook up, Will immediately began searching for Emmy Jo around the arena, the horse stalls, and Levi's horse trailer. He finally found her in the most unexpected place. She'd taken her horse out into a grassy field full of huge oak trees, just opposite the RV and trailer parking lot at Island Grove, home of the Greeley Stampede. Annie Oakley was lying down, her legs tucked beneath her. Emmy Jo sat cross-legged, lounging comfortably against the horse's belly. As Annie curved her neck toward Emmy Jo, she reached out and stroked the horse. If it hadn't been for the chaos of so many people far behind him, Will could easily have imagined this scene taking place somewhere deep in a quiet forest. It was a tranquil little bubble in a land of fierce competition, heated tempers, and mind-boggling stress. What these young women put themselves through for a crown, he thought. In response, Emmy Jo had woven a cocoon around her and her horse, a safe haven to meditate and get her mind right before the horsemanship competition tomorrow. As he walked closer, Emmy Jo looked at him. He was sure she'd tell him to go away, but she didn't. A good sign, he thought, as he crouched in front of her. I guess Pops couldn't convince you not to talk to me. I really don't need this kind of distraction right now, Will. She acknowledged him with a painful, fleeting glance, but her eyes settled back on Annie. Besides, I don't think we have anything to talk about. We have so much to talk about, Emmy Jo. Will knelt in front of her like a penitent, broken man, acknowledging his sins. I came here because... He paused, unsure if he should tell Emmy Jo how he truly felt. He was terrified of opening his heart to her. As much time as he'd spent in her presence over the last couple of months, they'd only officially been on one date. A dream date, he thought, still remembering how she'd made him feel so loved and wanted. I left Jake holding the reins at the ranch, and he's none too happy about it. He wanted to be here for you. He tried to lace his voice with a touch of humor. I already know why you're here, Emmy Jo said, her voice strangled with emotion, her gaze faltering. A deep sense of foreboding filled him as he waited for her to finish. I saw you with Laura. He shook his head and blew out an exasperated breath. She came out of the woodwork, Emmy Jo, he said forcefully, hearing the desperation in his voice. He couldn't lose this chance with Emmy Jo. Not now. Not after the sacrifices he'd made to be here with her. I had no idea she was here. Laura means nothing to me, and you know it. You, he said, pointing a finger at her for emphasis, are the most amazing and wonderful woman I've ever known in my entire life. Emmy Jo lifted one shoulder in a careless shrug. Will's hand fell in frustration, hitting his thigh. He wondered how many times he'd have to tell Emmy Jo that he was done pining over Laura. Yes, the woman had cut him to the bone, but that was 5 years ago. Somewhere between the time he'd met Emmy Jo at the river and now, he'd allowed himself the freedom to change his hard, fast rule about never getting involved with another woman again. In fact, the possibility of a romance developing with Emmy Jo was the only thing that had kept his head above the sorrowful waters he'd been treading for almost a month, since she'd left Primrose to prepare for the pageant. I don't know how I'm going to do it, he said, trying again to make some headway with her, hoping she'd just look at him. But I'm willing to sacrifice whatever it takes to make this work. I know we haven't talked about it, Emmy Jo, but we were just flirting, weren't we? Emmy Jo looked at him directly, the matter-of-fact tone to her voice piercing his heart. I never thought anything solid would come from it. Did you? I mean, why would it? She said, twirling a strand of Annie Oakley's mane around her fingers. I only planned to be in Primrose for a short time. I'm on the rebound. You're still angry. It's not a good time for either of us to trust someone with our battered hearts. Besides, it's hundreds of miles between Primrose and Greeley. Neither of us has time to spend on the road just to hang out. Despair seemed to beat at Emmy Jo, her eyes full of pain and regret. Her lips pressed into a somber line. She looked as if she was trying to resign herself to a new reality. Besides, I can't possibly be what you want. Not after what I saw. Her comment made Will freeze, his heart nearly stopping, then pumping furiously.
What had Emmy Joe seen?
He'd done nothing. He'd rebuffed Laura right away, but not until after she'd gotten way too close. He felt a cold, plummeting sensation in his stomach. He should never have allowed Laura to step inside his personal space when he saw her in the corridor. He'd give anything for the chance to go back in time, turn his back on her, and walk the other way.
I can assure you that whatever you saw was just another charade.
He felt panic rise to his throat and raised his hands in a pleading gesture.
I think Carson put Laura up to it. He somehow enticed Laura to slink up to me to make it look like we're a couple. Izzy mentioned she'd seen them together at a bar in Denver. I'd bet good money they planned this. The clod is still trying to get into your head, he said heatedly. Don't let him do it, Emmy Joe. Besides, Laura stomped away from me after I gave her a piece of my mind.
Emmy Joe didn't answer. Her gaze had shifted from Annie to the parking lot behind him. Her eyes seemed out of focus, staring through the chaos as if it were 100 miles away. What was she thinking? Would she kick him to the curb like she'd done to Carson? God help him. He wouldn't survive the night. He'd laid his heart and future on the line by coming to Greeley. How mad was she really? Emmy Joe sat up a little straighter and offered him a small, sweet smile, one that most assuredly was an olive branch. He would open his hand and take it.
I rebuffed her in front of a group of cowboys who'd been checking her out. They snickered when she stormed away. Trust me, she was plenty mad.
He shot her a crooked smile and shrugged. I guess that's a good thing. The corner of her mouth quirked up, the tension around her eyes subsiding. He felt breathless and happy. Maybe he just won round one.
Just wondering,
Will said, scooting closer to her, but still on his knees. He put a finger under her chin, gently lifted, and she met his gaze.
Did you catch the part about me willing to make sacrifices for us?
Emmy Joe looked down, but gave him a shy smile. Yeah.
I tried to stay away.
Will drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly, his heart pounding.
But I can't do it anymore. Too much has happened. Too much has changed.
Will, Emmy Joe held up her hand, interrupting him. I love that you're willing to open up to me. She finally looked deeply into his eyes, a probe so pleading it nearly ripped his heart out. But this, she pointed back and forth between them. I don't mean to put you off, but I've really got to focus. Annie Oakley's emotions seemed to mirror Emmy Joe's, and she snorted in irritation, shaking her large head.
I know,
he moaned and looked up through the trees in frustration. The thought caused fear to flare within him.
The timing stinks, but please just hear me out.
He raised his hands in surrender, and then let them fall to his thighs as he locked eyes with her.
I think we've been fighting the same battle, trying to bury our feelings for each other deep down, letting everything else get in the way of our happiness.
Emmy Joe seemed to have stopped breathing, her eyes wide with surprise. Then her features collapsed quickly, emotion overwhelming her, tears threatening to fall. It doesn't matter. She sniffled and raised a hand to her forehead, as if warding off a headache.
Emmy Joe.
Will put his hands on her shoulders, searching her eyes.
I know you're upset with me over my behavior at the depot. The reason I threw the first punch, escalating that situation, is because Carson said something in the restaurant that no one else heard.
What? She whispered, her eyes wide with curiosity.
He said, if I can't have you, then no one can. You have no idea how much those words have haunted me.
A bitter chuckle escaped his lips.
No,
Emmy Joe said, stretching the word out, shaking her head in disbelief. You'd think he'd hurt me if I went out with other guys? Emmy Joe goggled, her eyes wide, her mouth open as realization set in.
I think that's exactly what he meant,
Will said, his jaw set firmly. Her breath then became ragged and halting, threatening to hyperventilate. Carson,
isn't capable of that, is he? How am I ever going to be free of him?
Deep breaths, Will encouraged. Up you go, he said, pulling her into a kneeling position as he embraced her and rubbed her back. I know it goes against your strong sense of independence, but please let me and your family step in to face Carson for you. Let us be your seconds in this ongoing duel. He's not intimidated by your show of strength, although he should be. If he were a gentleman, he'd apologize and let it go. But he's not. He's not, Emmy Jo, Will said harshly, hands on her shoulders, as he pulled back, shooting her a ferocious glare. Fury flared within him. Vicious snakes do not back off just because you ask them nicely. I believe he's capable of physically harming you at some point. This game he's been playing is just the beginning. I know you're in a bad place right now, and my heart grieves knowing I'm a participant. No one wants you to win this thing more than I do. Trust me on that. It's not because of Carson. It's not because you've worked harder and deserve it more than anyone else. It's because... Will paused, unsure if he should put his feelings on the line. Every part of him was in turmoil, from the ragged rhythm of his heart to the sharp pain in his gut. He'd done it in the past, and it had not turned out well for him. He'd been crippled by the betrayal. Except no one had ever made him feel as loved and wanted as Emmy Jo. His own heart welled with the deepest kind of love and respect for her. He knew now that she was the woman of his dreams, and didn't want to turn his back on her or the life they might have together.
What is it, Will? What's going on?
She looked into his eyes with curiosity and concern, her gaze darting back and forth between them. I love you.
No way.
Emmy Jo goggled at him and pulled away, her brows knitting together in confusion, as a humorous look of disbelief sprawled across her face. If the moment hadn't been so serious, he'd have thought it was funny. A bout of disappointment sliced through him. This was not the reaction a guy hoped to get when he pledged his love.
But,
Emmy Jo stammered.
You're still so beat up and broken over Laura, and I have a lot to prove. I never expected anything serious to come from it.
Never? An explosion rocked through him. Will felt his brows furrowed deeply, a distressed scowl digging into his face. They never said the words, but he thought Emmy Jo cherished their time together at the ranch, in the forest, and along the river as much as he did. That their experiences had led to something deeper than either of them expected. If their short time together was not an indication of that, then she was the best actress in the world.
No,
her playful expression faltered. Then she shook her head miserably, her eyes welling with tears.
We spent so much time training at the ranch, fly fishing along the river, riding in the mountains. We took trails to some of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in my life, places where I'm the happiest. Because I was with you, she said, smiling through her tears. But I can't find the path to be with you. There is so much keeping us apart. The ranch, the pageant, a year of traveling the state if I win, hundreds of miles, broken hearts, not enough trust. It's just too much.
A mean ache slashed through him, and he clenched his eyes shut. The stakes had gone up so high, he didn't think he could control them. Will leaned back on his haunches and tilted his head toward the sky. I guess you're right, he sighed, despondency thick in his voice. Couldn't find the courage to chase after you. Letting you go seemed the noble thing to do. Chalked it up with being incompetent, especially in matters of the heart. Will managed the courage to look at Emmy Jo and saw her staring intently, surprising him. Swiping his palms on his jeans and swallowing hard, he continued. You have such an incredible future ahead of you that has nothing to do with me. That reality sank deep. I sat alone night after night, staring out the window of my study with Atticus in my lap, trying to find some solace. I honestly don't know how I kept breathing. Every time I looked out there, all I could see was you. Your memory is indelible and seared itself into my soul. But then I realized something.
What's that?
Emmy Jo asked, a quizzical expression lighting her eyes. That I had been fighting a losing battle. Despite all the obstacles we face, I never wanted to stop loving you. With tears stinging his eyes, he looked up through the trees, trying to gain courage. I haven't courted you properly, Emmy Jo. His voice was ragged with emotion. There hasn't been enough time. He pulled her more roughly toward him than he should have, wrapping her in his embrace, her head to his heart. Then he stood and extended his hand to her, pulling her up from the ground. May I court you?
I'm wondering how, she giggled. but yes, Will.
Emmy Jo's eyes swept his face rapturously as she wrapped her arms around him, sending a delightful ripple of pleasure up his spine. Will had dreamed of their first kiss and desperately wanted it to be magical and unforgettable. Emmy Jo clung to him and trembled in his embrace. He looked down into her face, so lovely yet creased with such sorrow and anxiety. He wanted to be soft and smooth with her, to prove that he was a gentleman, not some animal like Carson. But he was in so much agony over her, and so much in love with her, that he brought his lips to hers a little more roughly than he intended. And his world exploded. Will couldn't stop kissing Emmy Jo. He kissed her face, her eyes, her cheeks. He tasted her tears. She seemed to heal a little with every kiss, becoming more relaxed and melting in his embrace. He relished how she banished the barrier between them, letting her body meld into his. His touch alone seemed to offer the balm she so desperately needed. She tightened her grip and leaned into his chest with a sigh, then reached up around his neck, pulling him closer, the ardency of her gaze telling him that she needed more of his tender kisses.
What about the ranch, Will?
Emmy Jo asked, a shadow of concern traveling over her face.
It's so important to you.
Not as important as you are to me, he answered in a husky whisper and pulled her closer, diving in for another heart-pounding kiss. He pulled away to look at her, to take in the look of love on her face, and gave her one more gentle kiss.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I have to tell you something.
Emmy Jo's eyes rounded in realization as she snapped her fingers and quirked a silly sweet smile.
I met Izzy's new boyfriend. Well, a guy she seems interested in anyway. A bloke named James Davenport from England, if you can believe it.
What does some Brit have to do with anything? Will asked teasingly through the fog of desire, delivering sweet kisses all over her cheeks. She cupped his face in her hands, shifting his focus from the delightful kissing to what she was saying.
I called Colorado Legal Aid while I was away from you, hoping to put fresh eyes on your case and see what happened. That Brit is a lawyer, Will. His best friend practices here in Colorado, and I think his lawyer pal has been spurned by Laura because James said he really wants to take her down. They're going to send an investigator to the Edna Hotel to search the surveillance footage, see if Laura did more than serve alcohol to your father.
You're kidding. He took a deep breath and looked away, hardly believing his ears.
There must be a good reason for him to pursue it.
Who would have ever thought that leaving home sweet home would get me my girl and my ranch back? Sakes alive. He pulled her close, whispering into her hair. I'll never leave your side, Emmy Jo, he said, nuzzling her neck. No one has ever cared enough to fight alongside me for what I think is important. Emmy Jo pushed his cowboy hat off, letting it fall to the ground. She ruffled the top of his hair, then let her hand slide slowly, sensuously, to the back of his neck. He could barely breathe. Bunching the curls at the nape of his neck in one hand, her other hand caressed his stubbled jaw.
Well, get used to it, cowboy,
she answered in a sultry voice, arched an alluring brow, and laid on him the hottest kiss of his life. Chapter 14. Emmy Joe stood by the trailer, holding Annie Oakley by the reins. Will was true to his word. He had not left her side since they'd kissed in the shade of the oak tree. Even Annie didn't seem put out by another man in her life. If anything, her horse was now doubly spoiled by Pops and Will. They both took excellent care of her. With the horsemanship competition in less than an hour, Will insisted on saddling her horse, brushing Annie's hide down to a gleam, and rechecking the gear so there would be no malfunctions. She was grateful. Emmy Joe had just barely escaped her mother, who'd been hovering for the last hour to make sure her appearance was perfect. The sun beat down hard. Emmy Joe could already feel beads of sweat under her hatband and sprouting under her bright pink cowgirl shirt. Her mother had slaved for hours over this one. Both front panels and sleeves were decorated with some of Colorado's state symbols: the hair-streaked butterfly, the columbine wildflower, and the blue spruce pine in aquamarine, purple, and white sequins and rhinestones. As much as she loved the look of her mother's remarkable creation, she itched to high heaven. Of course, she'd deal with it, she thought as her mouth curved into a small smile. Her parents' love for her was overwhelming, spoken as much by their actions as by their words. She wouldn't let them down. "You okay, Emmy Joe?" Will asked, smiling at her from over the saddle, brush still in hand, as he continued to smooth the horse's coat and soothe Annie before the competition. "Yep," Emmy Joe replied with an emphatic nod that belied how she truly felt. She had everything going for her, but Carson's presence and the backstabbing from some of the other contestants was unsettling. She just couldn't think about it. She needed to focus. "Just working through the mental checklist." "I've never seen anyone more prepared. You're gonna rock this, little lady." Will walked in front of Annie and patted her nose. "You too, Emmy Joe." He winked at her, but this time it was okay. She loved how his sense of humor was starting to emerge. "I guess you've got two little ladies now, huh?" she said with a saucy toss of her head. "You bet." Walking up to her, he placed his hands on her shoulders and looked down, his eyes sweeping her face. "You know, when I met you, you were wearing no makeup at all, but this is intriguing. One of those days you're going to kiss me with those deep red lips." "Rein it in, cowboy." She could feel her cheekbones lighting up with a pretty pink blush. Emmy Joe put a hand on his chest and pushed playfully. "I've got a job to do." "You blush beautifully," he said with a devilish glint in his eye. Emmy Joe rolled her eyes and chuckled, loving how she'd been able to penetrate the grumpy cowboy veneer. Will definitely had a light-hearted underside that only seemed to surface for her. "The truth is, I'm feeling much calmer since, well, since we kissed under the tree yesterday," Will teased, his eyebrows bouncing up and down in a frisky sort of way. "No, since you spilled your guts and told me you can't get over me," she said, nudging his shoulder with her own. "I don't recall it going down like that." He scratched his whiskers and pursed his lips in thought. "Admit it. You're crazy about me." Emmy Joe put her hands on her hips and then jutted a finger into his chest. Will shot her a sultry smile that made her insides dance, took off his hat to hide their faces, and pecked her cheek. "I think we need to adjust the balance of power in this relationship," he whispered huskily into her ear. "Admit you're crazy about me." "I'm crazy about you," she whispered back and put his hat back on his head. "Pardon me, Emmy Joe," came a woman's voice from behind. "May I have a moment of your time?" Emmy Joe froze, her hands still on the sides of Will's hat, her eyes wide as she stared into his eyes. She could feel her pulse pinging in her forehead, threatening a headache. She recognized the voice, but didn't think she'd ever hear it again. At least not in person. Will raised a curious brow. Emmy Joe lowered her hands and swallowed hard, giving him a confident nod, letting him know that she could handle the situation. "Governor," she said politely, turning toward the woman. "This is my friend, Will Hawkins." "Ma'am?" Will tipped his hat. "I can see that," Diana Delacroix replied with a knowing smile. The smirk dug a little too deeply into the thick foundation on her face. Carson's mother had always dressed to the nines. Well-styled hair, a light summer blouse, a pencil skirt, and high heels that showcased shapely legs. She had vied for Miss Rodeo Colorado when she was young, too, and won public speaking and second runner-up. "Might I have a word, Emmy Jo?" Emmy Jo hesitated, her stomach dropping into a free fall. Her heart rate suddenly raced like a plane about to take off, but she couldn't convince her feet to move. What could the governor have to say? A mother interfering with her son's personal life just didn't seem to fit the situation. This must be about something else, but what? The situation made Emmy Jo's stomach twist into knots. I don't... Emmy Jo stammered and shook her head. Sighing, she said, I really don't think it's a good idea to talk right now. I need more time to prepare. I know you're getting ready to enter the arena for the horsemanship competition, but I have it on good authority that it'll be another 30 minutes before the pageant officials call, she said, gesturing toward a large black SUV. It was the last thing in the world Emmy Jo needed or wanted to do at this moment. It would most certainly pop the bubble she'd created within the last couple of days, as she worked on slamming the door to all the distractions circling in her mind. But she could hardly say no. Emmy Jo took a steadying breath and exhaled deeply before following the governor to the car. Before climbing into the back seat, she stole a glance toward Will. Standing near Annie with his feet apart, he placed both hands on his hips and tilted his head down, peering at them from under the brim of his hat. He looked tense and irritated, like a famed gunslinger ready to draw his weapon. Emmy Jo was grateful he had her back, letting her know he would never walk away. As the AC blasted cold air and the security detail in the front seat pretended not to listen, the governor said, "You're aware I'm running for re-election?" "Yes, ma'am. Pretty hard to ignore. It's all over the news." Emmy Jo smoothed her sweaty hands on her pants and kept her eyes down, as if trying to decipher the intricate stitching on her hot pink boots. "This business with you and Carson has turned ugly. I'd hoped it would disappear. Instead, you disappeared and sparked the embers already glowing in the ruins of your relationship. I hate to ask it of you, but I need you to explain publicly what happened, so Carson's misdeeds don't taint me by association anymore." Emmy Jo's head popped up, and she gaped at the governor in shock. "This ridiculous drama has started to affect my campaign." The governor ignored Emmy Jo's reaction and looked out the window into the frenzy of all the people there for the event. "In all honesty, my numbers are dropping. A public comment from you about the breakup would go a long way to getting my campaign back on track. If you help me, I could certainly assert my influence." The governor's tone was light-hearted, as if she were offering a child an ice cream cone for good behavior. The knots in Emmy Jo's stomach tightened further, threatening nausea. Surely the governor didn't mean she tried to sway the judges. She wanted the Miss Rodeo Colorado title so badly she could taste it. But she would never in a million years accept a sullied crown. This needed to be a fair contest. Emmy Jo didn't want to go down that road with the governor, so she steered the topic toward Carson. I don't know what Carson has told you," Emmy Jo stuttered, her heart racing, her palms glistening with more sweat despite the cold air. "Or if you've seen his social media smear campaign against me, but I'm not obligated to explain anything. I was sorely tempted several times to defend myself. My family and I decided it was best to focus our efforts on winning the pageant and not engage in the mudslinging. Besides," she said, rubbing her temples with her fingers, full-fledged pain now taking anchor behind her forehead, "I just want to put the whole miserable thing behind me." It was a momentous effort to stand up to the governor. Exhaustion swept over Emmy Jo, her energy draining as quickly as water running down the sink. "Yes," the governor nodded, her eyes narrowed in thought. "Your family circled the wagons around you quicker than a rattlesnake poisoned to strike." "You know, Governor," Emmy Jo began sedately. She wanted to conserve precious energy for the competition, but quickly abandoned the idea. Diana needed to know what had truly happened. "I stayed with Carson for years, even after I started having misgivings about his behavior.
I didn't dump him until after his former lovers came forward and revealed how much he'd slept around on me, when he claimed he'd done no such thing.
The governor chewed the inside of her cheek as she digested this information.
I had a feeling it was bad,
she finally said, sighing.
I just didn't know how bad. Woman to woman, I feel terrible about what Carson has done. You don't deserve it. I always thought you were the best thing that ever happened to him. But this is politics, and I'm dealing with an image problem. If you just explained your side of the story, it would go a long way in helping the voters view me with more sympathy. Right now, they think I enabled Carson.
Emmy Jo bit her lip, but didn't say anything. Either Diana Delacroix had no idea the depth of Carson's depravity, or she turned a blind eye to it a long time ago.
I think often of Theodore Roosevelt's quote about his daughter Alice. Something about how he could run the country or control his daughter. He couldn't possibly do both. That's how I feel about Carson. He has been unmanageable most of his life. I agree, but I still won't do it, Emmy Jo said, anger pushing through her veins as she tried to control her voice. You were always good to me. I wish I could help you, but I can't touch this with a 10-foot pole. I have to appear untainted as well. I'm sure you understand my predicament.
The silence between them engulfed the inside of the car. The rush of cold air seemed to thicken the atmosphere, the tension inflating the inside of the car as if it would explode. Even the security people in the front seat acted uncomfortable, one clearing her throat, the other adjusting his tie. The driver studied Emmy Jo in the rearview mirror through dark aviators.
I thought you might be stubborn about it, the governor puffed out a frustrated breath. But I have a grudging respect for you, she said, offering Emmy Jo a sad smile. I think it would be better for your campaign if Carson apologized, Emmy Jo said boldly, looking the governor dead in the eye. Carson has done so much damage, to you and to me. If he had just left this whole thing alone, we'd be much further along in the recovery process. Carson destroyed my life for a time. It's only since I've gotten back up on the horse, so to speak, that I can finally see the goodness in my life without him. Yes, I can see you've rebounded nicely. She tilted her head toward Will, the corners of her eyes crinkling with mischief. He'd taken a more relaxed stance, leaning against Annie with his arms folded, one ankle crossed over the other. It didn't look like he'd taken his eyes off the governor's SUV. There is so much background noise in this pageant, so much distraction, so many people trying to knock me off my horse. Figuratively, of course, but it's difficult to tune out and focus only on the tasks at hand. I'm just not sure I can win this title. The governor opened her mouth to object, but Emmy Jo held up a hand to stop her. It's really okay. I've worked hard and have given it my best shot. The truth of the matter is, I can now see my life beyond the pageant, and it's better than I ever imagined. If I don't win, if I don't get the opportunity to represent my state, I know I can help in other ways. Shoot, maybe I'll follow in your footsteps. I'd be honored if you did, the governor chuckled. Don't jinx yourself. You might win this thing yet.
Excuse me, darling,
Emmy Jo heard Pop say as he knocked on the window. When one of the security detail lowered it, he tipped his hat toward the governor and said,
It's showtime.
Coming, Pops. Emmy Jo hopped out of the car, relief surging as a new dose of adrenaline spiked. Pride burst like a blood vessel in her heart, leaching the most sublime satisfaction. She'd won the governor over. Now, if you'll excuse me, Governor, I've got to go knock some socks off.
Chapter 15. Searching for signs of anxiety, Will watched Emmy Jo closely in the staging area near the entry gate to the arena. She always seemed so composed, so in control, but he knew she battled demons every time she got on her horse, making her accomplishments all the more stunning. He could only imagine how difficult it had been for her to face the governor at such an ill-chosen time. Why couldn't the woman have waited? She must have known Emmy Jo would turn her down. Made his blood boil. His instincts kicked into overdrive. He wished he could do more than just stand by Emmy Jo's side. It had taken almost all of his self-control not to lash out. Emmy Jo stood close to Annie Oakley, her cheek nestled against the animal's coat as she reached under the horse's neck and curled her fingers into the mane. It was a quiet moment. He and Levi kept their distance. He could see Emmy Jo trying to reweave the cocoon that had been punctured by the governor's visit. She was decked out in hot pink, from her boots all the way to the sparkling shirt Shawnee had made for the horsemanship competition. A white riding hat completed the ensemble to perfection, accentuating her long wavy hair, big brown eyes, and bright smile. She seemed fairly at ease as she checked a few items on her horse, adjusting the saddle and reins, perhaps unnecessarily. She smoothed Annie Oakley's neck and spoke a few last-minute endearments, then ducked under the horse's head to the left side in order to mount. Will watched for signs of Emmy Jo's fight song, the one that got her foot in the stirrup and her rump in the saddle. But she stood frozen, her left hand holding the reins, her right hand grasping the saddle horn, staring at the ground. When Levi inched closer and spoke softly to her, Emmy Jo shrugged and shook her head no. Will didn't know what it meant, if she was suggesting she'd be able to mount in a few minutes or not at all. Clearly frustrated and uncertain about what to do, Levi caught his eye and beckoned him over. Will followed him away from Emmy Jo and Annie.
I think the meeting with the governor has really rattled her,
he whispered, his hands on his hips as he stared at his daughter.
I'd sure love to give that woman a piece of my mind. Puh,
he spat, kicking up a little dirt.
We're way past what Emmy Jo usually does to mount her horse. We haven't come all this way for her just to give up. You have any ideas?
I might. Will winked and patted Levi's shoulder as he walked toward Emmy Jo. Hey there, little lady. Will shot her an encouraging smile as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his hand reaching up under her hair to rub her neck. The tension had built up, making her muscles feel like he was massaging a rock. Hey, yourself, cowboy. She cast him a quick, nervous glance, but went back to staring at the ground. She wasn't tapping her fancy boots to her fight song yet. He needed to find a way to lead her to that juncture in her mind.
How did you feel when I kissed you under the oak tree?
She raised her head and looked at him as if he was the craziest man in the universe. What does that have to do with anything? She practically snorted.
Just answer the question,
he said, caressing her cheek with the back of his knuckles.
Okay, whatever. Emmy Jo tittered slightly. Let's see. I felt a lot of things. Happiness, excitement, a big thrill.
Her teeth tugged on the bottom of her lip, and it was all he could do to not keep from kissing her again.
Drill down a little deeper,
he said affectionately.
How did you feel when you were in my arms?
Relaxed,
she answered with a shy smile.
Like everything else in the world just disappeared.
That's what I was hoping you'd say.
He raised his eyebrows and flashed her a seductive grin as a delightful blush ripened her cheeks. He looked around to see if anyone was paying any particular attention to them. Everyone seemed preoccupied, so he moved a little closer to whisper in her ear.
I'd give anything to wrap you in my arms and kiss the living daylights out of you right now.
Emmy Jo's breath hitched, and a corner of her mouth inched up into an alluring smile.
If it weren't for the crowd and your obligation to look flawless, I'd deprive you of that lipstick right now.
Scoundrel,
Emmy Jo whispered. Then she arched a sexy brow and said, Well then, cowboy. I'll just have to make sure you get your chance. Will thought his heart would jump right out of his chest. What this woman did to him. How do you feel? Will put his hands on her shoulders once again, trying to take stock of her mood. She felt infinitely more relaxed, as if a wave of relief had poured over her, making her limbs, shoulders, and back more pliable. Ready to knock 'em dead. A huge smile overtook her face. She turned toward Annie Oakley, put her foot in the stirrup, and mounted her horse without chanting the words to her fight song.
Well, who would have known?
Levi walked toward them and stopped, scratching the side of his head in amazement.
That's some serious flirting would relax my girl, get her up on her horse and without the usual rigmarole. Wait till I tell your mother.
He waggled his eyebrows comically a couple of times.
She's gonna flip.
Emmy Jo smiled, a sweet pink blush rising on her cheeks once again, as Annie pranced a little in anticipation. Will just shrugged and tried to suppress a wicked grin.
I think I'm gonna have to keep you around, young fella.
Levi grinned through his handlebar mustache and elbowed him.
It looks like my gal needs you.
I hope so, Will said, looking at her proudly. Emmy Jo had beat back her demons and was on top of her horse, looking every bit like a reigning rodeo queen. So long, Miss Rodeo Mountain States. Hello, Miss Rodeo, Colorado. A burst of warmth bloomed in his chest at the thought of it. Emmy Jo Jackson was one incredible woman. And she liked him. Maybe even loved him. A woman he could trust. That truth burrowed deeper into his heart by the second. She was definitely the first to penetrate the grumpy cowboy veneer, his way of fending everyone off. It had been simpler that way. No one could hurt him. Now he didn't have to worry about it anymore. The thought caused a pool of tingly heat to ripple through his body. Emmy Jo clucked to her horse, and they all began walking toward the gate of the arena.
You're gonna rock this, sweetheart,
Will said, looking up at Emmy Jo and patting Annie Oakley's neck.
That's right, baby girl,
Levi agreed with an emphatic nod.
Keep your head straight and you'll win. Go through the mental checklist,
he said as Emmy Jo guided her horse through the gate into the arena. Emmy Jo nodded and smiled confidently over her shoulder. Both Will and Levi rested their arms on the gate. They watched in anticipation as Emmy Jo and Annie ran along the rail to begin the horsemanship pattern with a perfect seat in the saddle, straight back, excellent posture, holding the reins with her left hand. She was so good at this, had so much control with her legs, she hardly bounced in the saddle. Emmy Jo signaled Annie. The horse trotted to the center of the arena, loping in a circle before coming to a stop facing the judges. The animal was poised as usual when Emmy Jo signaled her horse to back up, but she shimmied her head in response to the tightness of the rein. Not a big deal, Will thought. The judges knew that horses didn't always respond perfectly to the directions from their riders. Next, Emmy Jo pulled the reins slightly to the left to signal Annie to spin in place. This seemed to irritate her more than backing up. She swished her tail in frustration and stamped her hooves a couple of times before finishing the task. Emmy Jo kept control and smiled like a champ through the whole ordeal, but it would certainly cost her points. She then tightened her legs over Annie's ribs to signal her to lope around the rails one more time before darting to the center of the arena for a grand finale, a dramatic sliding stop. Everything seemed fine until Emmy Jo pulled on the reins. Annie Oakley bent her back legs to begin the slide, but something went horribly wrong. The sliding stop turned into an uncontrolled, halting, bumpy skid. The horse's head and neck curved toward the ground. Annie almost fell face first. By some miracle, Emmy Jo managed to hold on. With the daunting and nearly death-defying task completed, Annie snorted in irritation, shaking her head, her mane flipping over her neck a couple of times. It made a few of the judges laugh, and most of them clapped as Emmy Jo bade Annie Oakley to ride the rails one more time before exiting through the gate. Will could feel the blood drain from his face as they approached, realizing fully what this meant for Emmy Jo. She'd entered the competition as the favorite, the one to beat. And now, due to the mishap, she might not win the title. Shawnee kept a running tally as the pageant progressed. It was guesswork, of course, but Emmy Jo had probably scored high enough in the other categories to win. Still, it was dicey. It made him sick to his stomach to think that Emmy Jo's dream might be lost because her normally compliant horse had failed her. As soon as Emmy Jo made her way through the gate and dismounted, Will was right by her side, along with Levi.
You did great, Emmy Jo.
Will pulled her into a hug, lifted her hat, and kissed the top of her head. She sighed and held on to him like she never wanted to let go.
I can't believe you didn't get thrown, baby girl,
Levi said, shaking his head.
You and Annie got lucky. We could have had some serious injuries today.
What's wrong with Annie? Emmy Jo asked over her shoulder as she pulled away to check her animal. Hold on to her, Pops, she said, handing him the reins. She bent down, pulled Annie's back hoof up to examine it, and gasped.
What is it?
Will crouched beside Emmy Jo to get a better look.
Her slide shoe is loose, Emmy Jo shouted and let go of Annie's leg. Can you believe it? She marched around Annie and grasped her other hind leg. I can't even... How did this happen?
Will doubted it was a malfunction. He had his suspicions.
This just can't be, Levi frowned. I checked her shoes just yesterday. They were fine. Unless...
He tapped his lips in thought and furrowed his brow.
We haven't been with her every second, Emmy Jo. Someone must have been watching and slipped in to mess with her shoes when we weren't around.
Could Carson and his cronies have gotten to her? Will asked, his glance darting between them. His heart panged as he registered the distraught looks on their faces.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of security, but I suppose it's possible,
Levi said. Surely he wouldn't stoop so low, Emmy Jo said sadly and walked to the front of her horse.
But then again, he might.
Levi tilted his head from side to side, weighing the possibility, his features hardening, looking more convinced all the time. I should have checked them before we got her saddled for today's competition, Will said. The realization was like a sudden punch to the gut. I feel like this is my fault. I'm sorry, Emmy Jo. It's not anyone's fault, Emmy Jo moaned, holding her head in her hands. I just can't believe this. I think the crown just fell out of my grasp. But it's okay, Emmy Jo said soothingly to Annie, rubbing her snout and patting her jaw. You're still the best horse in the world.
She's a magnificent horse, even if some claw did mess with her shoes.
Levi tugged on the reins and began walking. Let's get her to her stall and fix her shoes. And then I'm going to get my gun, he whispered out of the side of his mouth to Will. Pops, Emmy Jo chided, but then her determination wavered. Tears welled in her eyes and threatened to course down her cheeks. What if this cost me the title? She whispered. Will grasped her hand and squeezed as they walked beside Emmy Jo's dad and her horse. You've blown away the competition in all the other categories. A stumble won't even be a blip on the radar. I don't think I could do this without you, Will, she said, squeezing his hand in return. She seemed to be overcoming the panic that had been there just moments before. We'll get through it together. He gave her a reassuring smile and kissed the top of her hand. An unguarded look of love, warmth, and desire emanated from Emmy Jo's eyes, a sultry promise for the future that he knew was just for him. A shiver rocked through him as the realization sank in. Emmy Jo just might love him as much as he loved her. And that was a miracle, whether she won the title or not. Chapter 16. And now, the deep voice of the announcer echoed loudly through the outdoor stadium, drowning out the din of the crowd. Emmy Jo stood in the middle of a portable stage decorated with U.S. bunting flags around the edges, and squeezed the hands of the contestants beside her. The air buzzed with excitement, the energy between them palatable, each young woman having worked her guts out for the right and privilege to stand on that stage. Emmy Jo could see all of her family off to the side on the front row cheering for her, whistling loudly and clapping. She never would have imagined her younger brothers, Cole and Clint, acting like cheerleaders with a siren-wailing bullhorn. They were annoyingly loud, but everyone around them seemed to be enjoying their energy and enthusiasm. Wesley sat little Rosie on the guardrail in an adorable cowgirl outfit with pink boots and a hat with a blinking tiara. Please welcome the Miss Rodeo Colorado contestants! The raucous crowd erupted in cheers, stomping, clapping, and whistling, enjoying a hot summer night at the rodeo. It shouldn't have surprised her to see Carson in the crowd. If he'd actually sabotaged her horse, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to see her go down in flames. She refused to be cowed by his intimidation tactics. That fact alone made her stand taller and jut her chin in defiance. Hopefully she'd win based on her performance in each category, but it'd be nice to win so she could shove it back in Carson's face. The joke's on him, she thought. Pops and Will had tightened Annie's shoes and stood guard all day and night, just to be sure nothing like that happened again. Carson sat on the opposite side of the stadium from her family, slamming back beers, kicking up his heels, and getting rowdier by the second with his old bull riding buddies. It gave her a slight thrill to see Will sitting just a few rows behind them. He wore his familiar scowl, and she was sure he was grinding his molars. Will had zero tolerance for people who didn't play by the rules, and even less for criminals. "The award for Miss Congeniality," the announcer's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, the hum of the crowd quieting down a bit to listen as the winners of the Miss Rodeo Colorado contest were revealed, "goes to Bailey Penrose."
That's about right.
But nerves danced at the bottom of Emmy Joe's stomach anyway. Carson's new girlfriend was going out of her way to win over everyone. She'd be discovered in the end. For all the fake smiles and phony sentiments, she'd been caught sneaking around trying to harm the outfits of the frontrunners. The moms were disgusted and wanted to report her. Emmy Joe and her closest friends in the pageant, Lindsay and Gina, just wanted to get through without an incident. Carson stood up and wolf whistled, clapped his hands, and shouted so loudly even the contestants could hear, "You're gonna win this, baby!" Will looked even more disgusted and stomped off. "The Test Award winner is Sage Burton!"
No need to panic.
Emmy Joe's heart pumped so riotously, she was sure everyone in the arena could hear it. She knew she'd never win the Test Award. It was far too technical. Sage was following in Isabel's footsteps to become a veterinarian. It was a rare contestant who could get all the answers right, even though she'd studied harder for the test than ever before.
But it's okay.
Emmy Joe drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly, immediately feeling her rapid heartbeat slow down. No contestant wins all the categories. She kept her eyes on Will as he walked away from Carson. Then he climbed the steps to the VIP box and spoke to an usher. The usher disappeared and the governor came out. She and Will stood in a huddled conversation, their glances darting around the stadium.
What on earth are they doing?
It was almost too much to handle. Emmy Joe tried to keep her emotions in check, but she was trembling, and the women on each side of her could tell. They squeezed her hands in reassurance. In what world did Will just walk up and ask to speak to the governor? And the governor accepts the invitation? Her head was spinning. "The award for most photogenic goes to Gina Richens!"
This is well deserved.
Gina was beautiful inside and out, and photographed better than anyone else in the pageant. It was getting harder to enjoy the victories of her friends as she kept her eyes trained on Will and Diana Delacroix. Even Carson had noticed Will speaking to his mother. When the governor shot her son a ferocious glare, he didn't blanch a bit. Instead, he glowered right back at her. "The award for public speaking goes to Emmy Joe Jackson!"
Yes, yes, yes!
Hope flooded Emmy Joe's heart all at once. Taking a step forward, she smiled and waved to the crowd. She'd worked the hardest on this one. She thought perhaps the points she scored here would elevate her overall score, especially on points lost on horsemanship. Will caught her eye and waved back. It was a bit far away to tell, but the governor seemed to look pleased. She shook Will's hand and went back into the VIP box. "The Appearance Award goes to Emmy Joe Jackson!" Before Emmy Joe could register any emotions, mainly that she'd won 2 categories in a row, she heard her mother screech from the sidelines as she took another step forward and waved. Emmy Joe couldn't be happier for her mom. No one had come close to creating such gorgeous designs or stunning ensembles than Shawnee Jackson. Maybe now, Mom would open up a shop and cater to this thirsty rodeo queening crowd. Will had joined her family and hugged her mother.
My, he's quickly becoming part of the family.
The thought warmed her heart, making her feel less jittery and more in control of herself. With 2 categories in the bag, the chance of winning the title might be possible after all. "The Horsemanship Award goes to Rachel Flores!" Emmy Joe's heart would not slow down. Her hands would not stop trembling. She found it hard to clap enthusiastically for her friend. Not that she expected to win horsemanship after her disastrous performance, but because this category held the highest value and therefore the most points.
Just breathe,
she said, holding tighter to her friend's hands.
It's still possible. It's still possible, she kept chanting to herself.
And now, your new Miss Rodeo Colorado royalty.
The crowd went crazy for a moment and then hushed to listen to the results.
Fourth runner-up is Lindsay Wardle.
The woman beside her let go of her hand, stepped forward, and waved. When she stepped back in line, she whispered out of the side of her mouth,
You still have a chance, Emmy Jo. Thanks,
she whispered back.
but I don't think so.
Her jaw was set, and her eyes felt like steel. She had to brace herself against the reality of not winning.
Third runner-up is Gina Richens.
The woman on the other side of her stepped forward and waved.
It's going to happen, Emmy Jo. Just you wait,
Gina whispered as she grabbed hold of Emmy Jo's hand again and squeezed. The tension was unbearable. All these women stood on a sun-drenched stage, sweat beating under their heavy makeup, smiles plastered on, and squeezing the life out of their friends' hands.
Second runner-up is Brandy Martinez.
Only 2 more names. If I'm not the first runner-up, there is actually a chance. Or no chance at all.
The thought made her bottom lip inadvertently wobble. She pressed her lips together and tried to smile.
First runner-up is Kelly McCarthy.
It's not going to happen,
Emmy Jo's heart plummeted.
but it's okay.
Breathing in and out deliberately, Emmy Jo focused on Will. Because of him and other important realizations, she'd begun to understand that her life would be magnificent, even if she didn't win. Her eyes pricked with hot tears nonetheless, and she tried not to cry. Losing it on stage would be such poor form. She was better than that and wanted to be happy for her friends. Despite a couple of women in the pageant being difficult and trying to win unfairly, Emmy Jo had made some terrific friends. Women she could imagine being close to for the rest of her life. Then, inadvertently, Emmy Jo glanced at Carson. She'd never seen him looking so smug. He stared at her with a malevolence that she found quite shocking. What had she ever done besides try and protect herself from him, and only when it became necessary? Emmy Jo watched as the governor walked up to her son and sat down, nestling herself between him and his cronies. She crossed her legs and looked at the contestants on stage. Then she said something that made Carson stare at her in surprise. He looked from side to side and dismissed his friends. They walked away, but he seemed just as arrogant and cocky as ever. Emmy Jo had never seen this dynamic before between Carson and his mother. He didn't appear to be bending to her will, but it was interesting to see her try and gain control in this setting. She tried to feel satisfaction over the fact that maybe Diana Delacroix was finally reining in her son.
And now, ladies and gents,
The announcer said with a drum roll in the background. The crowd had silenced completely. If it had been late enough for crickets, Emmy Jo was sure she would have heard them chirping. This is what everyone was waiting for, what all the young women had trained for, all the guts, all the glory, all the hard work culminated right here. Emmy Jo swallowed hard, tightening her hold on their hands. Isabel, who'd been helping give the awards on stage after her last ride as queen, smiled and winked at Emmy Jo.
Your new Miss Rodeo Colorado is contestant number 10, Emmy Jo Jackson!
As the crowd roared with approval, excitement surged lightning fast. Relief washed over her like a refreshing swim in a cool mountain lake. Emmy Jo's hands instinctively rose to her cheeks, and she took in a couple of noisy, screeching breaths, as if she were about to hyperventilate. Isabel rushed over to her for the first hug. When she looked around, she noticed most of the women on stage were clapping for her and standing beside her to get a hug. Emmy Jo just couldn't believe it. Stunned, she covered her mouth with her hands as tears streamed down her face. She'd done it. She'd finally conquered her dream. Isabel beckoned Emmy Jo forward to wave to the crowd. She still quivered, but from joy and delight rather than anxiety. It was a much nicer feeling. When Isabel presented the silver and turquoise tiara, Emmy Jo bowed so she could place it on her hat. Then Isabel pinned the Miss Rodeo Colorado sash to her shirt. Emmy Jo then blew kisses to her family. Will stood amongst them looking like he'd always belonged. The mayor of Greeley presented her with the belt buckle, and suddenly the governor was there with a proud smile on her face, pulling her in for a hug. She whispered into her ear, "Just so you know, despite his untoward behavior here at the pageant, Carson has agreed to apologize for sabotaging your horse and for the smear campaign. We will be appearing together after the festivities tonight to set the record straight. You were right. The only way to make things right for the integrity of this pageant and my campaign is for him to apologize. Then I'm going to keep him on a mighty short leash. He's got a lot of thinking to do about his future. You helped me see that. Thank you. Your friend, Nathan Brittles, is something else," she said, tossing her head toward Emmy Jo's family and Will. Emmy Jo's brows collided in confusion, but was overwhelmed with so many other emotions that she couldn't dwell on it. Nathan Brittles? What does he have to do with anything? Pops walked into the middle of the arena, pulling Annie Oakley by the reins. Emmy Jo practically jumped down the stairs to greet him and pulled him into a hug. He gave her a whopping bear hug in return. "Thank you so much, Pops," she said through her happy tears.
"I never doubted you, baby girl."
"I know. It's one of the things I love about you."
"Hop on and take your first ride as queen."
"Sure thing."
She took the reins from Pops, sidled up to Annie Oakley, and felt the inclination to raise her left foot into the stirrup, but she couldn't make herself do it. It was the same old thing, the same old fear and insecurity, that Annie would buck her off at some point, and she'd break her other arm or something much worse, like her back, and never walk again. She knew she was lingering too long, and people would wonder why she wasn't more excited to take her first ride as queen. It would be one of the most glorious moments of her life, one that she would remember forever. But how to take that first step? Then her fight song blasted through the loudspeakers. She heard the familiar orchestration and guitar riff before the singer sung the first line. It was purely instinctive. She couldn't help the cheesy grin that stretched across her face or the chuckles that kept her shoulders shaking with laughter. Scanning the stands to see who convinced the pageant officials to play the song, she caught sight of Will. He had climbed the steps to the tech booth and stood chatting with a guy at the door. They both smiled, and Will gave her a big thumbs up. Emmy Jo mounted Annie and settled into the saddle with no problem. She couldn't believe her luck. It was so surreal to finally win the title, to earn something that she'd pursued with blood, sweat, and tears for over 2 years. She did it, despite Carson doing his best to thwart her. It really was a miracle. Or not. She heard the horrible words before she saw Carson leaning over the railing nearest her, shouting the filthiest insults with a look of sheer murder on his face. He was crazed and raging. Emmy Jo was grateful the railing kept him in place, along with a few rather large cowboys who'd surrounded him. When he finished spewing his venom, the crowd had quieted somewhat, and some had taken an interest in the unfolding drama. Emmy Jo just stared at him calmly, serenely, as if he were a butterfly on a flower. "I forgive you, Carson," she said. The crowd gave her a standing ovation as the cowboys near Carson escorted him out of the arena. She nudged Annie in the ribs and took off running, riding the rails, waving and smiling. It didn't matter how much her cheeks hurt. It was the best kind of pain, the kind that delivered perfect satisfaction. She was finally Miss Rodeo, Colorado. Carson was gone from her life. And she had Will. Amazingly, she thought as the crowd roared their approval, having Will in her life had become far more important than winning the title. She was glad of it. Will was responsible for that, made her heart warm with an inexplicable love and admiration for him. She allowed herself an indulgent smile. Emmy Jo never imagined that her life would come together in the most unexpected and wonderful way. That her pursuit of the Miss Rodeo Colorado title would take her to one of the most pristine wilderness areas in the state, and that she'd fall in love with one heck of a grumpy cowboy. Chapter 17. All Emmy Jo wanted was to get off her feet and sip a cool drink. Despite changing out of a typical rodeo queen ensemble, a sheen of sweat still shone on her face and arms. After she'd won the title, it had been a long evening full of official duties. Lots of schmoozing with sponsors, facilitators, and friends. She smiled and laughed so much she thought her cheeks would freeze into place. She shook so many hands she felt like her fingers were glued together. Finally free from her responsibilities, she began to notice all of her aches and pains as the adrenaline in her body slowly ebbed. Her feet were on fire, and her back, neck, and shoulders felt as stiff as a board. A headache pounded hard against the sides of her head. She stood in the entrance of a huge, newly renovated barn and looked up. Impressed by the design of the rustic wooden pillars and beams, Emmy Jo was in awe of the huge wagon wheel chandelier, every surface wrapped in twinkling fairy lights. She also quite liked how the whole place shimmered under the glow of white paper lanterns. It smelled wonderful. Fresh bales of hay stacked in the corners. Fancy leather horse tack sat on sawhorses nearby. Metal jug vases stuffed with wildflowers added a fresh scent, along with hay and pine shavings strewn all over the floor. Emmy Jo found Will at one of the buffet tables near the wall, chatting with Pops, sipping a cold root beer from a bottle. He looked hotter than a pistol. He dressed up in freshly pressed Wranglers and a slim-cut white cowboy shirt that somehow broadened his already impressive shoulders and slimmed his taut waist. Smiling in appreciation at such a fine-looking man, she could hardly believe he was hers. She couldn't wait to slide her hand around his arm and claim him for a couple of slow dances. It would feel heavenly to lean on him, lay her head on his chest, and have him wrap his arms around her.
Well, howdy there, Your Majesty.
Will tipped his hat and grinned mischievously before taking another swig of his soda. No more, little lady? Emmy Jo asked, looking at him askance, an eyebrow raised in question.
No, I do not think so,
he replied, a look of mock seriousness playing at the corners of his mouth. Why not? I've come to like being your lady.
You've worked hard for the title, so I feel it is my duty to call you by your proper name.
Well then, she said in her silkiest voice, sauntering up to him, grasping both of his hands. I say you address me as such, she stage whispered into his ear, only in private. Will didn't blush often, but she was glad to see she had such an effect on him. He cleared his throat and brushed the back of his neck with his hand. Pop smirked into his glass, his handlebar mustache rising, his cheeks rounding into a smile before he walked toward his wife. We've taken Your Majesty off the table, and if you use my full name, Emily Joanne, she said, fired up in a light-hearted way, I might have to hog-tie you.
Okay, I'll take the bait.
Will's smile stretched a mile wide as he put his hands on her waist.
Why?
Because my mom calls me that, and only when I'm in trouble.
I'll remember that.
He pulled her into a lingering hug, his chin resting on top of her head. Like a bubble swelling, she felt the exhilaration of being so close to him grow and grow. What should I call you? Emmy Jo pulled back as she put her hands on his shoulders and cocked her head. She bit her lip in thought, hoping he wouldn't take offense at bringing up his secret. Not the one about his grandma, but the other one. Will cocked his head and narrowed an eye at her, his face awash in confusion. I think you've been keeping a secret from me, she persisted, gently tapping his chest with her finger.
And I think you're exhausted.
He chuckled and kissed her cheek. Would you like to sit down? Yes, I dearly love it, but not until you tell me the truth.
About what?
He lifted a brow. Nathan Brittles.
Oh,
Will whispered, sadness carving into the lines of his face. His glance traveled around the room, and she couldn't help but notice his tortured expression.
I'm sorry, Emmy Jo.
Did you think I couldn't be trusted? Will swallowed hard, the tendons in his throat tense, strangled with emotion.
It's hard for me to trust anyone because of Laura. Not you, he hastened to add. You've proven yourself to me in ways that still amaze me. I'm under contract not to divulge who Nathan Brittles really is, but I was too busy falling in love to realize I hadn't said anything about writing under a pen name. It's an old habit, not to tell anyone. My conscience only niggled at me once about Nathan Brittles, but I should have told you about him. About my writing. Forgive me?
I guess. Emmy Jo raised a corner of her mouth and shrugged flirtatiously.
Can I trust you not to out poor Nathan Brittles?
He gave her an adorable, crooked smile. I suppose, she said, giving him an indulgent smile.
When did you know?
Not until the governor hugged me on stage and told me she'd had a chat with Nathan Brittles.
You didn't figure it out until then?
Will asked, surprise raising the tenor of his usually deep voice.
You sure read a lot of his articles.
I know, she exclaimed. I can't believe it didn't hit me right between the eyes. It's not as if you two are different, like, at all. She laughed. So, it was Nathan who asked for an audience with the governor.
Emmy Joe aimed a one-eyed glare at him in playful accusation.
Yes.
Will pushed his hat back a bit, grasped her hands, and touched his forehead to hers. It sent a thrill up and down her spine.
Because she's familiar with your articles?
Yes. He breathed in relief and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close. Her heartbeat always skyrocketed when she was in Will's embrace, sending pulses of pleasure through her whole body, desire tingling every nerve.
You should have told me,
Emmy Joe pouted.
I know. You can hold it over my head for the rest of forever,
he said, angling in for a kiss.
Oh, don't worry. I plan to do just that.
Emmy Joe turned her face away, just enough to let him know she was none too pleased.
Is there anything else hidden in your closet?
She glared, pointing at him.
You now know me better than my dad, my brothers, or even Jake.
He gave her a lopsided smile.
No more keeping secrets,
she scolded as a huge smile overtook her face.
Promise?
With all my heart.
He nuzzled her neck, then took her hand and began leading her towards some chairs in a corner.
Let's get you off your feet.
Just as he said it, music slammed through the speakers. A rowdy country song, Sell Me a Fake ID by Big and Rich, caused most of the young people in the barn to screech with excitement and drag their partners onto the dance floor.
You want to dance?
A wry smile formed at his lips as he extended his hand toward her.
Can you dance?
Emmy Joe asked, completely skeptical. She couldn't think of a single time she ever noticed Will stomping his foot to the beat of any song.
Oh, darling,
you have no idea. Will grasped her hand and pulled her toward the dance floor, stepping in time to the beat of the music.
A writer and a dancer? Who is this guy?
If Emmy Joe believed it was impossible to become more attracted to Will, she was dead wrong. She couldn't remember another time in her life when she'd been so dazed by a thoroughly masculine, yet sweet and thoughtful man. Her entire being thrilled at the thought. As everyone gathered on the dance floor, someone shouted,
"We all know the moves to this one! Let's rock!"
Lucky for her, she learned the steps to this country tune a while ago. Then another person shouted,
5, 6, 7, 8,
accompanied by some hoots and hollers. Then the stomping, shuffling, and twirling began. The sound of all those cowboy boots rustling on the hardwood floor echoed loudly through the barn. It was exhilarating. As Emmy Joe danced beside Will, she was shocked from the ends of her hair flipping down around her tank, tight jeans, and bright red boots. He knew every move by heart, knew how to finesse the dance steps, the turns, everything. He looked mighty fine doing it, too. She'd always appreciated how good he looked in his Wranglers, but his moves took his cowboy appeal to the next level. A flush shuddered through her.
"I didn't know you line danced,"
she hollered at him over the loud music.
You don't know everything about me yet,
he said with a wink.
"Apparently not,"
Emmy Joe said, enjoying herself immensely. She planned to savor every little surprise.
All you need to know is I hope to dance with you.
He fired up a 1,000-kilowatt smile. She couldn't ever remember him smiling like that. In fact, she knew he wanted to keep his grumpy cowboy veneer intact. So this smile, and the pure joy it exuded, was a rare gift. If they hadn't been in the middle of a complicated pattern of moves, she would have grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and kissed him hard. How she'd come to adore this man. When a slow country ballad started playing, most of the hyped-up crowd walked off the dance floor, surrounding the bars and buffet tables. Emmy Joe watched them go and felt a little conflicted. She was exhausted, the balls of her feet on fire again, but she didn't want to miss the opportunity to slow dance with Will. He gently grasped her hand and pulled her into his embrace, his hands settling comfortably on her waist as they swayed to the music.
"I can't believe you know that dance,"
she said, her hands laced around his neck.
"It's kind of a tricky line dance. You've got the moves.
She paused and whispered the rest out of the side of her mouth. What's that? He quirked a curious brow, a devilish glint lighting his eyes.
Oh, nothing.
She widened her eyes and shook her head playfully. I heard it anyway. I'm glad you like what you see. Somehow the glint in his eyes transformed into the sweetest, most satisfied smile she'd ever seen, as if he'd taken the hardest test of his life and passed.
How could I not like what I see? Every woman in here is staring at you.
Good. Now you know how I feel when all these cowboys stare at you. Wrinkling her nose, Emmy Jo shook her head, disagreeing, and decided to change the subject.
Where on earth did you learn to dance like that?
Well, my mom taught me when I was a kid, he said thoughtfully, his eyes misting a little. Told me every gentleman needed to know how to dance.
I'm envisioning you and your mom dancing in the kitchen.
Emmy Jo cocked her head and narrowed her eyes, conjuring the image, loving him more for it. There was a lot of that, but I mostly spent hours watching my folks dance. There was a lot of love and laughter in the kitchen as they danced their favorite songs from the radio. Alan Jackson or Garth Brooks would come on, and Dad would run over to Mom, scoop her up in his embrace, and twirl her around. My brothers and I and the dog would often have to run to get out of the way. He gave her a small, sad smile, making her realize more fully that, at his core, he was still a little boy, missing his mama.
I can imagine. I'm sorry you lost your mom too soon.
Then later, because my kid brothers would have none of that, he said, his voice becoming lighter and happier. Well, let's just say I watched a lot of YouTube videos.
You should show them to me sometime.
Emmy Jo chuckled, feeling warm and happy under his ardent gaze. Standing in his bright beam always made her feel as if the sun had come out from behind the clouds. Because she was tired, so tired, she laid her head on Will's chest to relax, reveling in the strong beat of his heart. After a few moments of bliss, he took her by the hand, a mischievous smile stretching across his face, and he dipped her. With an unexpected squeal of laughter, all the tension that had built up over the day, the weeks, the months, drained away as easily as a mountain spring rushing downhill. No one had ever made her feel that way before. Will looked at her with such love in his eyes, now burning with white-hot passion. He angled in to kiss her, and she couldn't wait for the sizzle when his lips touched hers. But then, Cole and Clint ran up to them shouting and shoved one of their phones into her face, even while Will held her in the dip, now somewhat awkwardly. These two have the worst timing, Will grumbled into her ear and sighed as he brought her to a standing position.
What are you doing?
Emmy Jo instinctively turned away from the phone.
You've got to see this,
Cole insisted.
Well, what is it?
She asked, fumbling for the phone.
Carson is apologizing,
Clint yelled, bouncing in place.
It's live on Facebook right now.
Emmy Jo took the phone and looked at the screen, adjusting the sound. Carson was at a press conference speaking at the microphone, his mother standing behind him in the background with a stern expression. They'd obviously caught the broadcast somewhere in the middle.
Didn't realize the consequences of my actions.
Emmy Jo snorted and rolled her eyes.
Embarrassed my mother. Endangered her chances for re-election.
You got that right.
And to Emmy Jo Jackson, our new Miss Rodeo, Colorado. I am deeply sorry.
He looked straight into the camera, his eyes glazed with tears.
I acted out of spite. It was immature and wrong.
He mumbled something else, lost his composure, and hustled away from the cameras.
Wow,
Emmy Jo said, stunned.
I never thought that would happen.
Congratulations, little lady. Will kissed the top of her head and smoothed her hair. The paybacks are finally coming to haunt him. You should be proud of yourself. You never acted vindictively toward him. Not once.
His mother must have coached him big time,
Cole said wisely.
Carson's so stupid he couldn't pour pee out of a boot.
Sorry, Em. He shrugged apologetically.
Or finally froze his trust fund. No apology necessary, Cole. He bamboozled me for a long time.
Emmy Jo shrugged and gave the circle of men a lopsided smile.
Whatever gets him to stop badgering me. Mom! Pops!
Clint shouted as both boys started chasing after their parents.
Check this out!
Hey, Will whispered as he put a gentle finger under her chin and lifted her face toward his. She met his tender gaze. It's over. I was prepared to look over my shoulder the rest of my life to protect you from Carson, but now we don't have to worry.
I'm relieved about that, Emmy Jo said and laid her head back on his chest. I forgave him.
I knew you would. She could hear Will's voice rumble and vibrate in his chest. It was a delightful sensation.
When he was shouting those awful things at me in the arena, my whole being screamed at me not to. But I've always thought it would dig a much deeper hole into my soul if I didn't.
A wise woman indeed.
When Emmy Jo lifted her head to look at him, Will's expression had changed. Passion sparked in the depths of his sky-blue eyes. He grasped both of her hands and interlaced his fingers with hers, her pulse skittering out of control. He then arched his brow, as if asking permission to kiss her. She gave him a sly grin. On the hay-strewn floor, under the sparkling light of the wagon wheel chandelier, with wildflowers filling the air with a sweet summer scent, Will cupped her cheeks and lowered his face to hers. When his sumptuous lips touched hers, Emmy Jo finally saw the fireworks she'd heard so much about. She felt the sizzle, the electricity, the lightning that had been so bereft in her life. How could I not have known about this until now? As her lips moved with his, she realized that she'd just been going through the motions with Carson. As her breath mixed with Will's, the warmth of his lips and the strength of his hands proving his love, it was as if she'd been waiting for this moment her entire life. It was the clarity she needed. Emmy Jo finally understood that being with the one she truly loved gave her much-needed strength, more than anything she'd ever done before. She could finally be her true self. Oh, I have a surprise for you, she said, out of the blue and breathlessly. We have a date with James and Izzy.
Oh, yeah?
Will pulled back and gave her a flirty smile.
Well, not right now. I'm doing something much more important.
More important than getting your ranch back? Emmy Jo asked between his sultry kisses.
Yes, he said. Cupping her face in his hands, he gave her the most ardent look of love. You are more important to me than getting the ranch back. Chapter 18.
Hold on, Will said at the same time as James Davenport, both pointing at a computer screen as they hovered over the shoulder of the video technician. James had invited Isabel, Will, Emmy Jo, and his father to Aaron Kelly's law office to view the surveillance video from the Edna Hotel recovered by Kelly's investigator. It was an absolute miracle to discover that the hotel owners and manager had decided years ago to keep their videos in cloud storage for a period of 7 years.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to get in the way, Will muttered and smiled awkwardly.
He stepped away from the technician, gesturing for Aaron and James to take over. Sitting next to the technician, Aaron Kelly took off his glasses and focused keenly at the computer monitor, then put them back on as he looked at multiple high-definition screens mounted on the wall opposite his large mahogany desk. Can you go back? James asked the technician. Right there. He pointed hastily several times at the computer screen, then cast his intense gaze at all the screens. Did you see that? Will shot his father a hopeful look and squeezed Emmy Jo's hand in solidarity as they all stared at the screens, trying to decipher Laura's actions. Isabel stood nearby, one arm folded across her chest, the other raised to her chin, eyes narrowed. She seemed poised, ready to pounce and catch Laura in her misdeed. Will moved closer to the wall, put his hands on his hips, and looked up, squinting at the screens. Can you play that again? He asked. It's a quick move, but I think Laura definitely put a few drops of liquid from a vial into Dad's drink. I think we've got her! James made a fist midair and pumped it with a satisfied smile after viewing the video one more time. I'm confident we can convince the judge to overrule the contract now that we have proof that Laura added something to Frank's drink while playing that game of poker. The game was technically under the social exemption rule under the law, Aaron said, standing to join the conversation. It's speculative at this point, but we'll have to determine what was in the vial. The use of a banned drug to impair him is illegal, along with the fact that Mr. Hawkins did not understand he was making a real bet.
You got that right. I had no idea it was a real bet.
Frank said angrily. Color had risen to his cheeks.
The drug, whatever it was, and alcohol made me as loopy as Daffy Duck. I thought it was just a bit of fun. I never imagined Laura would scheme so hard to take away everything that means the world to us. I'm sorry, son.
Frank held his hand out to Will. He took it, pulling his dad into a rough hug, thumping him on the back. The circumstances made it much more feasible for Mr. Rodrigo Schultz to win, Aaron continued. And it's clearly illegal. I'll add this video as more evidence to the lawsuit and file it with the court tomorrow. Shouldn't take too long before the ranch is back in your capable hands. He smiled widely and gave them all an encouraging nod. What'll happen to Mr. Rodrigo Schultz? Emmy Jo's expression was dark, her brow furrowed. His name will be included in the lawsuit, Aaron replied. If things go our way, he's going to have to let the ranch go. And there may be jail time, especially if we can prove that he and Laura colluded. But I imagine he has an expensive lawyer, so it's doubtful.
Thank you very much, Aaron and James,
Will said, shaking their hands, hardly able to wrap his brain around such a surreal situation.
I never dreamed we could get the ranch back. It just seemed so cut and dry when Dad emerged from his hangover and admitted what had happened. The process was lightning fast after that. Mr. Rodrigo Schultz's lawyers served the paperwork the next day. I was so distraught over my mother's illness and then the ranch. I didn't even read the documents. I just signed my inheritance away.
We're very interested in looking at them if they were perfectly legal, James said, his eyes glinting like steel. If they fooled Frank during the card game, they may have done the same with the contract, knowing you'd be too incapacitated short-term to make a proper judgment. You should have hired an attorney, mate. He patted Will on the back sympathetically.
True enough,
Will replied, feeling somber and embarrassed over the way he'd behaved. His response had been immature. Perhaps he could have stopped the takeover with some slick legal maneuver of his own. But with Laura's betrayal and his mother so close to death, he had other problems that forced his focus away from the ranch.
Thank you for investigating this situation. How a lawyer from England did this?
Will shook his head in wonder.
Must have been outside of your purview.
But not mine, Aaron answered with a satisfied smile. I've been hoping Laura would trip up at some point. If not for your two shooting stars, you lucky devils, he said with a bit of envy in his voice, as his glance bounced between Emmy Jo and Isabel. Laura would have kept running scams for years. Emmy Jo strutted toward Isabel with her hand held high. Isabel swatted Emmy Jo's hand in a high five, and they pulled each other into a hug while laughing. Standing together with their arms wrapped around each other's waists, they turned their attention back to the men, all of whom just kept staring at them. It was an overjubilant reaction to the situation, Will thought. Emmy Jo and Isabel were just having fun. But the men stood transfixed, seemingly awed by these two beautiful rodeo queens. They weren't in rodeo queen garb, but they were both striking in their own way with miniskirts, tall cowboy boots, and denim jackets, making it hard for guys to peel their eyes away. Will was the first to clear his throat and break the spell.
Are you saying Laura has done this before?
Will asked, reeling, feeling like the biggest idiot in the world.
How could I have missed that critical piece of information? You're saying I could have stopped this?
How could you have known? Emmy Jo asked, her expression now fierce, looking as if she'd like to horsewhip Laura herself.
I don't know,
Will answered in frustration, rubbing his face tiredly.
It just seems like I missed all the clues.
You were in love. Isabel walked across the room and patted him on the shoulder in consolation. You are not to blame.
Laura sure made it feel like love,
Will said grimly and couldn't bear to look at Emmy Jo. How he wished he didn't have to dwell on his past feelings for someone else. It was mortifying to be in the same room with the love of his life and admit the passion he'd had for another woman. But that's the right thing here, he thought. His relationship with Emmy Jo went beyond the physical into another realm of love, built on admiration and respect. What he'd had with Laura didn't even come close to this. Someone has needed to get Laura off the streets for a long time, Aaron said, bringing Will out of his reverie. She tried to scam my family through a romantic relationship with me. He tugged at his collar uncomfortably before glancing at the screens once more. I'm glad we found a way to stop her from hurting anyone again.
Are you saying that Laura scammed you too?
Will looked sharply at Aaron, feeling his brows knit tightly together. I met her in law school in Denver after my undergrad stint at Oxford. After our relationship developed, she came to visit. She saw the ranch land and immediately got her hooks into all of us. She had my grandmother convinced to sign away the whole family's inheritance to her.
That sounds familiar.
A scornful smile twisted Will's lips. How is it even possible? Emmy Jo asked as she walked back to Will and grasped his hand. She gazed into his eyes as she often did to gauge if he was okay. He couldn't wait for her to soothe his troubled brow. Her motives seemed so transparent.
They really weren't,
Will replied. He felt a blush riding high on his cheeks. How he wished he didn't have to talk about this in front of Emmy Jo.
Laura is far more clever than we give her credit.
Ah, well, men are often blinded by, James began. No need to go there, James. Isabel walked over to him, looked up to meet his eyes, and wrapped her arm around his. It sounds crazy, but my family almost lost everything. Aaron chuckled uncomfortably. I'm glad we'll get the opportunity to
nail her hide to the wall,
Will said, zero sarcasm tinging his voice. Absolutely, Aaron answered with a fierce nod. As correct as a euphemism could possibly be. James walked toward Frank, extending his hand. Frank, it's good to meet you, sir.
Thank you for taking the time to investigate and bringing your lawyer friend into the fray. It is much appreciated, gentlemen, Frank said brightly. You've saved the day and changed our future with this swift action against Laura and Mr. Whatever, he flailed, the name getting stuck on his tongue. We can't thank you enough.
Actually, Aaron walked toward Frank with a shifty grin on his face. I can think of a way you can thank us. You're a fly fishing expert, right? I've heard amazing stories about you. Frank's smile spread so widely Will thought it could have reached all the way across the Hayfork River.
You got a hankering to wade in pristine waters and try your hand?
Frank walked up to Aaron and draped a fatherly arm over his shoulder.
Is that it, son?
You got it, Aaron said cheerfully and beckoned Frank to sit near him at his computer to show him his fly fishing research. Cheers, mates. James ushered Will and Emmy Jo to the door, opening it for them. Isabel told me you've got an appearance to make. Good luck with the school, kids, he chuckled. We need to teach him some Western slang mighty quick. Will watched as Emmy Jo pulled Isabel into a hug. I'm working on it, Isabel laughed. But he's heading back to England soon, she said and cast James the saddest look Will had seen in a while. So I doubt I'll have much of an impact. Will had no idea what sort of relationship they developed, but his heart broke a little for Izzy. I'm sorry to hear it, Emmy Jo replied and patted Isabel on the back. She wore a look of sympathy for her friend. Just then, Frank said,
No, you don't want to go there. The Hayfork River has the best fishing in the state.
Chuckling over Frank's comment, Will grabbed Emmy Jo's hand as they walked through the old mansion, now a refurbished law office. They walked out the front door and stood at the top of the steps. Will turned toward Emmy Jo, put his hands on her shoulders, and searched her eyes.
If what James and Aaron are saying is true, and Dad and I get the ranch back, I won't be able to spend much time with you, Emmy Jo. Not as much as I was planning on, anyway. Not owning the ranch has made it easier to delegate the responsibilities to others. I've been hiring out a lot. It's driving Jake crazy. I guess I'm a little confused. She cocked her head and her eyebrows flew together in confusion, a look of panic reaching her eyes. I thought I did the right thing by getting lawyers involved. Oh, of course it's the right thing,
he said, trying to soothe her as he cupped her cheeks in his hands.
In a perfect world, I could have both. You are number one in my book, little lady.
I used to think of our situation as a huge barrier. Emmy Jo turned around and leaned into his chest as he wrapped his arms around her waist. It felt like home, the way she nestled, warm, comfortable, happy. He could easily visualize them doing this every day. He felt a flush rise, heating the back of his neck.
What I wouldn't give for that.
Gazing at the front garden leading from the mansion to the street, she said, You staying at the ranch and me traveling to do my duties. If I won the pageant, I couldn't see past it. The ranch is just so far away from everything. But now I see it as an opportunity. She looked at him over her shoulder and shot him a sweet smile that warmed his heart. What do you mean? Will asked, tightening his hold around her waist, peering around her shoulder to look at her more carefully. In some ways, we're worse off than we were before. You can't even stay at the cabin anymore.
Who says so?
Emmy Jo turned her head and kissed his cheek. You're staying at the cabin? He stood apart from her, hands on hips, and scratched the side of his head in confusion. What's going on here? She arched a playful brow. Then she leaned forward and kissed him gently.
If you get the ranch back.
She smoothed his brow and ran her fingers over his face in the most comforting way. Will could feel the tension drop right out of him, as if he were a young kid sliding into a pool. He'd come to treasure Emmy Jo's touch more than he thought possible. He'd always been too independent to believe he needed such solace.
Your dad won't have to tie flies for a living anymore, or guide fishermen along the hayfork, except for maybe Aaron.
She threw her head back and laughed with such joy. The sound of it made his heart quicken.
It will allow him to come home and run the ranch. That will free you up a bit, won't it? He'll still need you, of course, but there won't be as much pressure, and you can spend more time with me, she finished with a dazzling smile.
Wild horses couldn't keep me away.
He turned her toward him and pulled her close, their foreheads touching. He savored the closeness of her touch, sweet breath, soft hands, and her plump red lips, just a breath away.
I was hoping you'd say that.
She tucked some hair behind her ear and fingered the hair at the nape of his neck. He shuddered in pleasure. It was one of his favorite things. He raised his eyebrows and flashed her a seductive grin as a delightful blush ripened her cheeks. A rush of anticipation stirred as he pulled her tight with one arm and brought his lips to hers. Their lips moved together in a symphony all their own, the cacophony of the outside world drowned in their newly found passion for each other. Emmy Jo's hands traveled from his waist and clasped around his neck, leaving a trail of heat in their wake. His pulse spiked when he deepened the kiss. In response, Emmy Jo moved impossibly close, melding into him as she'd done before, grasping clumps of his hair.
You've been teasing me with those red lips for too long. I couldn't resist anymore,
he said breathlessly, leaving another trail of teasing kisses up the side of her neck. Will whispered,
I never thought I'd get a dream kiss from the girl of my dreams on top of the steps to a law office.
We should probably call it quits,
Emmy Jo said, looking over his shoulder.
I think we've attracted some attention through the windows.
When Will turned around, he could see a number of people clapping and whistling, as well as James and Izzy giving them a big thumbs up, silly grins on their faces.
Amazing how every kiss with you is a dream kiss. I don't care one bit that they're watching,
Will said lovingly and put his arm around her waist as they walked down the stairs. Epilogue. 1 year later. Will rode his horse along the tiny 2-track road, meandering through some of the luscious parts of the forest on his ranch. He and his father had changed the name of it back to the original, passed down from their ancestors, the Hayfork River Ranch. It was simpler, easier to say, and the perfect description for the lay of the land. His cattle often strayed into these parts of the ranch, and it was good practice to know the forest so well, just in case he needed to rescue his stock from bears or other predators. But he'd come to this part of the forest for another reason today. He was meeting the love of his life in the place they'd first met. He could hardly wait. When he reached the meadow near the river, he surveyed the area, searching for Emmy Jo. He thought she might be sunning herself on the same rock where he'd surprised her, and she'd fallen backwards into the river. When she'd stomped out, madder than a wet hen, he'd been instantly smitten. Love at first sight. He'd never believed in it before. If only he'd admitted it to himself at the time, he could have saved himself a lot of trouble. He realized now that's not how life worked. Looking back on how their relationship had developed, Will had needed the jolt to his heart. He needed to snap out of his anger and animosity and learn to trust and love again. It had taken an incredible woman to do that. It had taken Emmy Jo. Will guided his horse through the meadow, his eyes trained on the river, but he still didn't see Emmy Jo. Curious, he thought, as he dismounted and led his horse to a tree, tying the reins over a low branch so the animal could graze. Wondering if Emmy Jo just hadn't shown up yet, he pulled his phone out to text her. When she didn't answer right away, He scratched his head and walked along the bank of the river once more. Before genuine concern arose, Emmy Joe had stepped out from behind a large boulder in the river, waiting and holding a fishing pole. It was clear she hadn't seen him yet, because she turned away and began casting upriver. Relief flooded his veins as his heart clanked out a few extra beats in anticipation. The golden glow from the near-setting sun lit the scene to perfection, her long blonde hair glowing. The light reflected on the river and shimmered in the air, heightening the bright blue of the sky, the deep green of the trees, and tinting the clouds along the horizon orange as Emmy Joe's fishing line danced through the air. He'd never seen her cast so well. So mesmerized by the beauty of the scene, Will knew this image of Emmy Joe would burn into his brain, and he'd remember it forever. A feeling of warmth tingled up and down his spine as prickles traveled along the surface of his skin. He closed his eyes in pleasure, letting the feeling sink in. The sensation made him realize how lucky he was to fall for a woman who enjoyed the outdoors, whose love of mountains, forests, and rivers radiated from the soles of her waders all the way up to her ball cap and sparkling in her eyes. He couldn't imagine loving her more. Will brought his fingers to his lips and whistled loudly, catching her attention. Emmy Joe acknowledged him with a look over her shoulder, then reeled in her line. Wading through the middle of the river, she splashed toward him with a bright smile on her face. When she got closer to shore, she did what he'd been expecting all along. Seriously, the woman couldn't not fall in a river to save herself. Except, Emmy Joe didn't fall when she slipped this time, just did a little dance to catch her balance. It was adorable. "You thought I was going to fall," she said in a sing-songy voice when she finally stepped on shore, stood on her toes, and kissed him on the cheek. Walking toward a nearby tree, she leaned her pole against it. "Yes, I did. You surprised me." Will couldn't help smiling at her. "I'm full of surprises," she teased and arched a flirtatious brow before dissolving into laughter. "I'll say you are." He grabbed her by the hand and pulled her close enough to stare into her eyes. Deep, hypnotic pools that he planned to fall into for the rest of his life. "Why didn't you tell me you were fishing?" "I wanted to surprise you," she said simply, raising one shoulder to her chin in a darling half shrug. "Another surprise? What have you got up your sleeve now?" Will asked suspiciously, his heart dancing at the thought of what Emmy Joe had in store for him. He'd never been serious with a woman who cared about little things that actually grew into the biggest things of all. "You've got to see this fish!" Emmy Joe took a step away, pulling her phone out of her fishing vest to find the photo. Shoving the phone playfully into his face, he took it out of her hand and studied the photo. "You've got to be kidding me!" Will's eyes rounded in shock and his jaw popped open as he stared at the fish. A long, plump rainbow, with the characteristic black dots and red stripe along its side. His gaze shifted toward Emmy Joe. "How big is this fish?" "Well, I didn't have a measuring tape, but I think it's at least 20 inches. Emmy Joe bounced on her toes as a giddy smile stretched across her face. Her enthusiasm was barely contained, ready to explode right out of her, like a sunburst. "Not bad," Will teased as he handed Emmy Joe's phone back. Pushing his hat up a touch, he scratched the side of his head and thought, "Although, I have seen bigger fish come out of this river." "Not sure I understand your meaning, Cowboy." Emmy Joe came close and clasped her hands behind his neck. She lifted her face toward his, her dark eyes twinkling with mischief. "Are you saying I'm skilled? Or just lucky?" "I'm pretty sure you're skilled." Will couldn't resist placing his hands on her hips and pulling her closer, a feeling of complete contentment overwhelming him as he got lost in her eyes. "I bet you stopped at every river to practice casting while you traveled across the state as Miss Rodeo, Colorado. You've got some moves that I've never seen before." He raised his brow to let the innuendo sink in, and then chuckled. "Your casting has really improved. Sheer poetry," he said more seriously, his voice cracking. Embarrassed at his boy-like response, he cleared his throat. "A man like me could hardly resist." "I'm still a better fisher than you." Emmy Joe lifted on her toes and whispered the challenge into his ear. Her breath was soft, sweet, sent a shiver of desire pounding through his body. "Them's fighting words, little lady," he replied, whispering into her ear, hoping to cover his overwhelming desire for her.
Emmy Jo was by far the loveliest woman he'd ever laid his eyes on. But he became more convinced every day that the undeniable attraction he felt for her was due to her incredible mind and beautiful heart. "One of these days, I'm going to catch a fish big enough to make you eat your words." "I'm counting on it," she said with a glittering smile as they walked into a nearby copse of aspen, where she'd hidden her backpack. She unzipped and shimmied out of her fishing vest and dropped it to the ground, then lowered the straps of her waders, stepping out of them. She wore his favorite outfit of all: denim shorts, a sexy tank top, and a ball cap. Will sucked in a breath, trying to keep his cool. If he were honest, he loved it even more when she became determined and she set her mind on something, and how fiercely loyal she became for the people she cared about. He was lucky enough to be among those few. With warmth coursing through him for the woman he loved, he folded his arms across his chest, then raised a hand to his mouth and cupped his chin, contemplating her, admiring her. The great thing about his relationship with Emmy Jo was that it had always been based on friendship, even a bit of rivalry, when they first met and got to know each other. He watched her work hard every day to beat back the demons in her life, doing it with a smile on her face, teasing him, taunting him, challenging him in the best way possible to be a better man. How could he not live up to her expectations? She inspired him to be better, to work harder, to choose happiness instead of anger and animosity. Emmy Jo was absolutely the love of his life, and always would be. That caught Emmy Jo's attention. She cocked her head and narrowed her eyes at him. "I've never seen that look before," she said, stuffing her gear into her bag, then pulling a hoodie over her head. "Is something wrong?" "Just thinking about what a lucky son of a gun I am. How every day with you is a special occasion." He laughed, leaning in for a kiss. Chuckling, she rolled her eyes and playfully pushed him away. "You've turned into such a sap. I promise not to tell anyone about your soft side, especially my brothers. You went from being a grumpy cowboy to a maple-glazed ham." Will pulled Emmy Jo close, his lips hovering just a breath away from hers. "Just the way you like it, right?" he whispered, his eyes sweeping her face. The corner of Emmy Jo's mouth lifted into a sensuous smile. Then she kissed him. In that moment, his whole existence was centered on the sweetness of her breath, the softness of her lips, and the way her tender touch ignited his entire body into unfathomable desire. No one had ever made him feel that way before. "Well, someone had to snap you out of it," she whispered back. "Yeah, I'm glad it was you," he chuckled, staring into her deep brown eyes, feeling as if his heart would burst. "Come with me." He tugged her by the hand as he pulled her away from the trees and began walking downriver. "Where are we going?" "Do you remember the sandstone formation in the middle of the river?" "Yeah, Cole and Clint like to fish near it." "We're climbing to the top of it." "To watch the sunset?" "You could say that." It wasn't a long hike, but it was steep, and they reached the top of the butte a little breathless. Thickly forested, the crisp pine scent intoxicating, the crickets chirping, the tree-covered alcove hid what lay ahead of them. Anxious to see her reaction, Will took Emmy Jo by the hand, smiled at her, and gently pulled her out of the cover of the trees into the open. Emmy Jo gasped and stopped in her tracks, holding her hands over her mouth. "What the?" she said in astonishment. "What is this?" "The sunset is amazing," he answered nonchalantly, ignoring her response to the lanterns and flowers that he, Emmy Jo's mother, and sister-in-law had set up earlier. "True," Emmy Jo admitted. "It's stunning and the perfect backdrop to this fancy setup you've got going on here." With a view of the river heading downstream between steep forested mountainsides, the sun had dropped low in the sky, about to set behind a rugged mountain range in the distance. The bright golden orb shed its light bounteously, casting the nearby clouds in fluorescent orange and pink, a striking contrast to the still blue sky overhead. As he stood in the middle of luminous candles and fragrant flowers, he took Emmy Jo by the hands and stared deeply into her eyes. Choked with emotion, he could barely speak. He hadn't planned on freezing up at the most important moment of his life. His dad, Jake, and Pops had warned him it might happen when they'd planned the whole thing, but Will thought that it would be Emmy Joe who wouldn't be able to speak when the moment came. "Cat got your tongue, Cowboy?" she asked, teasing him, trying to put him at ease.
I love you so much, Emmy Joe,"
he said, pulling her into a rough hug as he continued to mutter endearments into her ear.
"You caught me off guard. I never planned to fall in love. I never wanted to get into a serious relationship again. I just figured life would be easier without a woman complicating it for me. But you've changed all of that. I now know I can love a woman deeply, trust her wholly, and spend the rest of my days doing everything in my power to make sure she is the happiest woman alive."
He dropped to one knee while still holding her hand. Emmy Joe's eyes glistened with tears, but she smiled. He pulled a small black velvet box from his pocket and opened it up. "Oh, Will." Emmy Joe covered her mouth with her hands as happy tears trickled down her cheeks.
"Will you marry me, Emmy Joe Jackson?"
"It would be my pleasure, William." Emmy Joe looked deeply into his eyes, her gaze never wavering. The sound of her voice and the way Emmy Joe said his given name made shivers run up and down his spine. Only his mother had ever called him William, never Will, like everyone else. She'd insisted she'd given him a fine name, and he ought to be proud of it. He was proud, but he never cared that the people in his life shortened it. Until now. Emmy Joe could call him William to the end of his days, especially when she looked at him like that. "After the Miss Rodeo America pageant."
"I'm aware,"
he answered, grinning. Will stood and pulled Emmy Joe into a lingering hug, then kissed her tenderly. He took the ring from the box and placed it on her finger. Then, like a gentleman of old, he kissed the top of her hand while staring into her eyes. It felt like he'd skyrocketed to the moon. Sparks flew in Emmy Joe's eyes, like burning ashes floating away from a bonfire. It was a private look, one he knew was only for him, and he relished the thought of the sultry promise exuding from those big brown eyes. Then Emmy Joe stood on her toes and placed her lips on his cheek, and softly, sensuously, kissed him 3 times. A blazing trail of heat from his cheekbone down toward his mouth. She stopped there, her plump lips hovering right next to his, her sweet breath sending his whole being into rapture. With his pulse pounding, heat crawled up the back of his neck. Will drew in a breath as he waited for Emmy Joe to make her move. He'd never wanted to kiss her so much in his life, but she took her time, making him wait, achingly slow and sweet. As tears shimmered in her eyes, she reached up and touched his cheek. Her caress seared into his skin, sending a powerful electrical surge through him. She threw her arms around his neck, and he pulled her impossibly close. His pulse raced as every nerve in his body tingled with a delicious heat. Then she brought her lips to his in a sizzling kiss, their lips moving together in a rhythm all of their own. He melded into her, tightening his embrace, his knees trembling. Never had he felt so thoroughly loved and wanted. In the far reaches of his consciousness, Will had always thought that the ranch was his home. But he'd never been more wrong in his life. Feeling as if his heart would explode from happiness, he reached up and cupped Emmy Joe's cheek, a blend of peace and contentment settling over him. He lowered his head to hers and paused, their lips just a breath apart. He took her hands into his, slipped his fingers through hers, and kissed her again and again. Then he realized that this sparkly rodeo queen had corralled his heart to become not only his one true love, but his home.